unacceptable. So when I mean that the green policies kill people, I literally mean it. We have examples from all across the globe when there is a lack of electricity access in hospitals and healthcare centers, it inevitably results in death. It's very common in my home country, India, for people, including children, to die when there's a disruption in electricity supply. One such study revealed a positive association between the frequency of power outages and in-facility mortality. The risk of mortality increased by as much as 43% when there were days with just 2 hours of power cut. So for these people in the poor parts of the world, the discussion surrounding climate change and greenhouse gas emissions is not just an ideological warfare or merely a scientific disagreement. Rather, the presence or absence of reliable and affordable energy makes the difference between life and death. And when you consider the extremely poorer regions of our world, there isn't even a choice. They are staring at perpetual poverty, inundated with morbidity and mortality. I hope to bring some of this message in my upcoming book, Climate Imperialism, which should be published within the next 6 months. It will reveal in more detail how pseudoscience and green cult undermine the hopes of billions of people who are living in extreme poverty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ben Zycher from the American Enterprise Institute. I should start off with just a bit of a footnote. Sam Karnick and I have been friends for many, many, many years. And because this is the initial opening of the presidential campaign, it's incumbent upon all of us to attach nicknames to everyone. You all remember Johnny Carson, I'm sure, Karnak the Magnificent, right? Let me present to you Sam Karnick, the too clever by half. Anyway, I love you, Sam.
I love you too.
But not enough not to have made that joke. Okay, so yes, indeed, the Biden administration is responsible for high energy costs. I'll explain why during the course of this talk. Here is a graph of weekly U.S. retail gasoline prices, which are certainly affected by more than policy changes, but which are affected importantly by policy changes. I delineated here the date of President Biden's inauguration and the date a year ago today of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What you'll notice is that gasoline prices increased almost monotonically between those two dates. In fact, began rising a bit before Mr. Biden was inaugurated. Everybody knew what his policies were going to be, and in fact, they have proven to be exactly that. Gasoline prices are not a bad proxy for energy prices overall. They're not exactly the same, but they're not a bad surrogate for the larger policy question. So Mr. Biden was inaugurated on January 20th, 2021, when prices were just a bit under $2.50 a gallon. A year later, they were about $3.41 a gallon, or 37.5% higher. 5 weeks later came the invasion of Ukraine. Prices rose not by all that much, another 21 cents a gallon to about $3.62 on a national average basis. So the increase over that 5 weeks was 21 cents a gallon, 6.2%. Prices peaked in June 2022, well over a year later, at $5.07 a gallon, and there's been a slow decline since then, down to around $3.50 a gallon as of roughly a week ago. And so you will not be surprised to hear that the air became thick with excuses. The increase in energy costs was a result of Putin's price hike. The oil companies were engaged in price gouging and profiteering, and there are thousands of approved leases that are not being used. You've all heard those arguments. They've been ubiquitous in the Beltway discussion. With respect to Putin's price hike, here is a graphic of global crude oil production again on a global basis over the period shown in the graph. In January of 2022, production was a little over 98 million barrels per day globally. By May of 2022, after the invasion, it had risen a bit to 98.5 million barrels a day. By September, it was up to 101.2 million barrels a day. If you look at the data, after February 2021, monthly global crude oil production increased almost monotonically, in other words, without interruption. Gasoline prices increased, again, more or less monotonically from December 2020, after the election, just before the inauguration of Mr. Biden, to June 2022. So the bottom line really is that the Putin's price hike excuse really is a lot of hooey, which is a technical term I like to use. Then there's the price gouging and profiteering argument. If you look at the data and do the analytics, as a crude approximation, global energy demand moves proportionately with global GDP growth. That is just the reality. And the market dynamic, global real GDP growth each of the years is as I've shown there. And if you graph it out, what you'll notice is that crude oil production, crude oil consumption, and prices move together, which is exactly what you'd expect. And so, well, let me back up. And so the price gouging and profiteering argument doesn't make any sense at all. What we're seeing and have seen and will continue to see is consumption, production, and prices moving along with market conditions. That's what's happening. Then there's the thousands of approved leases are not being used. You know, the number that you hear is 9,000 leases. Well, there are about 37,500 leases that are in effect. That would be a 76% utilization rate, which is an historic high. The people making this argument never tell you that. And in addition, you know, a lease is not a permit. A lot of leases are mired in litigation by ideological groups aligned with the administration. You know, horizontal drilling means that individual leases basically are worthless without a complete geographic leasehold. The Biden, at a minimum, it's a slowdown on leasing exacerbates this. And then there are legal reviews by the federal government under the National Environmental Policy Act, and they take years or even decades to complete. So the thousands of leases excuse really doesn't hold any water. Let me just summarize the Biden fossil fuel policies. You know, there's the net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 effort. If you apply the EPA climate model, the model for the assessment of the greenhouse gas impacts of climate change, it's now in version 7.0, you get a temperature effect under really quite extreme assumptions of about 17/100ths of a degree by the end of the century. There are regulatory constraints on infrastructure investments, pipelines, and all the rest. There are efforts, remember Operation Choke Point, efforts to constrain the fossil industry's access to capital. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency and the Federal Reserve are now proposing rules, which I've written comment papers on, to require estimation of climate risks, which is an effort to give the regulators excuses to limit access, capital access to the fossil fuel producers, Operation Choke Point. And there are severe constraints on refinery. It's basically impossible now in the US to build a refinery, and even a refinery expansion is very, very difficult. There are massive subsidies and subventions for uncompetitive energy. There are fuel economy rules that are justified. If you look at the regulations and the regulatory impact analyses, they're preposterous. I wrote a paper about a year and a half ago, on the EPA's light vehicle mileage proposed rules, in which they claim that fuel savings are a benefit of the rule socially, an economic benefit. And they never talk about the benefits of gasoline or diesel fuel use for the quality of transportation services. So in other words, implicit in the EPA analysis is the following assumption. This is literally true. If we got rid of all motorized vehicles and returned to stagecoaches and oxen-driven carts, we would save a lot of fuel and there'd be no change in the quality of transportation services. That is their position. I kid you not. Now, they are required under the language of the Administrative Procedure Act to respond to every unique comment. And so I wrote this paper. There were a lot of comments, not just mine. And the response to my comment was, we don't have to do benefit cost analysis. That was their response. All right. There's the proposed methane rule. Again, if you apply the EPA climate model, which I did, you get a change in global temperatures in the year 2100 of 29 ten-thousandths of 1 degree under their assumptions. There are proposals for windfall profits taxes, which are deeply perverse, and et cetera, et cetera. So I've done some calculations on the prospective impacts on U.S. production. How am I doing on time here? 5 minutes? Oh, well, I'll do the best I can, which is not very well usually. Anyway, so U.S. crude oil production in 2019 was about 12.3 million barrels a day. It went down in 2021 because of the pandemic. I think in the medium term, U.S. production capacity potentially is around 13.5 million barrels per day. The question is, what is the likely market expectation due to the climate policies? It's reasonable to assume that the market thinks that U.S. production will decline to around 8.5 million barrels a day over time, which is roughly the annual average between 2010 and 2019. It's very unclear as to how much overseas output would increase as a response. So the Biden policies result in a production cut, this is very rough, of about 5 million barrels a day, or roughly 5% of global output. If you make some very reasonable assumptions about demand conditions, the result is a price increase of 25%, other factors held constant. Now, I've got to delve a little bit into kind of natural resources economics 101. You can produce crude oil today, or you can produce it next year. The production and consumption is what we economists call intertemporally substitutable. If the market thinks that future prices are going to rise at a rate higher than the rate of interest, then prices rise today. Why? Well, suppose that the market rate of interest is 5%, it doesn't matter what the numbers are, and producers think that prices are going to rise between now and a year from now at 10%. Let's just suppose they believe that. If you own some oil, you have a choice to make. You can sell the oil today, put the dollars in the bank, and earn 5%, or you can keep it in the ground, planning to sell it in the future and expect to earn 10%. So what do? You and all your fellow producers produce less today because you want to earn 10%, not 5%, and expect to produce more tomorrow. So supply goes down today and expected supply goes up tomorrow, and prices rise today and prices go down tomorrow, expectationally. So the argument from the Biden crowd that it can't be our policies because production is going up is a lot of hooey, all right? It's the expectation that counts. At any given moment, the expected market price rises at the market rate of interest. That's what very few journalists, if any, understand. And that's the central message. Expected prices have to rise at the market rate of interest. And if the market thinks that prices for crude oil are going to rise faster than that, they're going to produce less today and more tomorrow. Okay, so let's be blunt. The Biden administration stance is utterly incoherent. They want U.S. producers to produce less at higher cost and increased constraints, and they want to avoid the adverse political effects of higher gasoline prices by begging foreign producers to increase production now. And the news cycle, I think, drives them into ever greater depths of dishonesty on this. Remember George Orwell? You know, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. We now have Joe Biden. You know, expensive energy is cheap, environmentally destructive energy is clean, and central planning will yield utopia. I mean, this is deeply, deeply perverse, but here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Marc Morano. I'm with CFAC's Climate Depot, and I'm going to be talking today not really about the Great Reset. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow morning at breakfast, but I'm going to talk about I call it the wacky world of climate, but the COVID and climate, how the parallels are screaming at us, and that's in quotes for a reason, because someone very famous made that claim, and I think we should give them credit. My book is The Great Reset. Well, as everything changed in the climate world in March of 2020. When the COVID lockdowns happened, the method by which they happened, with the executive emergency orders, COVID emergency declaration by President Trump, and then all the states and governors deriving power from those, and a few other adjustments under this health declaration, allowed every mayor, governor, and prime minister to become literally dictators overnight. They could bypass democracy. And this had great appeal. The climate agenda had tried it for years with President Obama I called it the Chinification of America, with all the executive orders when he failed to get cap and trade. But March of 2020 really changed the world. And so at first they were jealous. How could they do this? We've been trying for these policies for years, and now overnight we have it. And they said, if we can do it for a virus, we can do the same for the planet and for the climate. And so that's what we'll talk about. But one of the things happened here, I call it the wacky world, they've redefined this evidence for climate change. They don't look at the global warming metrics like temperature and polar bears, sea level. I mean, you look back, Al Gore, that was pretty quaint when Al Gore actually presented what you could call the traditional climate science and his solutions at the time: carbon taxes, cap and trade, investments in solar and wind. But now if you want to look at how it's faring, you look at airline turbulence, rape statistics, crime, vehicle theft, train derailments. There was a Scottish train in 2020 that they blamed on climate change. Greta Thunberg had her blessing on that plane as well. Police shooting, toxic masculinity, white supremacy. We have NASA scientists warning that climate at its root is a white supremacy problem, and we have to solve that. Car accidents, we had the federal government do studies on that. So they also will tell you that the science is settled. So I'm going to start out a little bit here on science with COVID and viruses. In this is 1919, a doctor named William Henry Rees claimed, this is whether the science is actually settled, can the science change? You can't challenge climate claims, they say it's settled. Well, back then he said the mouth of a smoker is freer from bacteria than those of a man who never smoked, who uses the weed. He's talking about the tobacco weed, not any other kind of weed. And he said science, convinced that the influenza bug has pronounced aversion, he smoked black cigars continuously while prescribing for the Spanish flu patients as a means of saying the latest science protected him. And I got here honorary cigar here. This is a vape cigar, so you don't have to worry about me violating the smoking laws, although it's probably illegal to vape in here. But the juice from this is the settled science in the Spanish flu. The juice from the cigar butt has considerable antiseptic powers. Well, the smoke, though slightly irritating to the membranes, has deterrent action to any bacteria which may seeking to gain a foothold. So they actually, this was a doctor, this was in a major publication, promoting the idea that the smoke protects you. This is 1919, the same year, smoke through your influenza mask. They were promoting this because there was a whole mask thing. And that's George Lopez, the comedian actor, actually having some fun. I don't think he knew about the 1919 study, but this is during 2020 with COVID. He did a video where he was smoking a cigar through his mask. If you go back, the mask slackers is what they used to be called, not anti-maskers or anti-vaxxers, but they were shot. There were people shot. I think this is in San Francisco. They were held on charges of disturbing the peace. They did have a whole mask mandate craze back during that. Have we advanced? That's the settled science. This is today. This was 2021. This is the LA Mayor Garcetti. He took a maskless photo with Magic Johnson during the height of the mask mandates in California. But he said, it's okay because I held my breath when we did the photo. So have we really advanced? When the people ask for the photograph, I hold my breath. That's his science on that. So now, of course, this is just this week. The New York Times allowed this headline. The mask mandates did nothing. So we see that the settled science is there. We learned it's not. So one of the things I want to say is everything I saw when COVID came along in March 2020, it was almost amazing. It's like, this is a replay. This seems awfully familiar. In this book, I remember, it's a 1985 book, All I Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. And it's talking about sharing and all the little things you learn in kindergarten, life lessons. But I changed the title now. Everything I needed to learn about COVID, I learned during the climate change debate. And as if not to back that up, John Kerry actually said in 2020, April 2020, the parallels between COVID and climate are screaming at us, both positive and negative. You could easily replace the words climate and COVID. It's truly a tale of two pandemics, deferred, denied, and distorted, with one with a catastrophic context, the other with greater risks if we don't reverse course. So I want to say one thing. John Kerry was correct. And here it is. This is what I learned. And this is the comparison. So we're going to talk about climate and then compare it to COVID. I think this is incredible because John Kerry was absolutely prescient on this. In the climate debate, I learned, just like we learned in kindergarten, I learned that melting glaciers raise the seas. There it is, 21% over 2 decades. In COVID, I learned melting glaciers raise the virus outbreaks, raise the virus levels. How is that possible? They are claiming now that the bacteria hidden in the ice from the sea level is going to unleash a whole new host of viruses on the public. In the climate debate, I learned dissenting scientists would be canceled. And this is actually polar bear expert Mitch Taylor. He was barred from a conference in 2009 because of his claims about polar bears didn't jive with the United Nations and Al Gore, and he was uninvited. The attendees voted down that's this conference because of his views on global warming. Disinvited. And of course, he said that he showed that polar bear numbers were higher than 30 years ago. Now remember, he's using data. And I might be talking about this tomorrow, but there's a Rhode Island professor who just came out last year and said that the data is racist. You can no longer rely on scientific data because this was done during colonial oppression. There's a whole movement to decolonize physics from the whole white supremacy angle. Science is changing a lot. How do I go back here? There we go. Okay, so let's go back here. Climate debate, dissenting scientists canceled. In the COVID debate, dissenting scientists also canceled. Nobel Prize-winning Stanford chemist Michael Levitt canceled for coronavirus wrong thing. This was in 2020, I think 2020, late. He was invited to a scientific conference because of his political views on climate lockdowns, a policy view. He was uninvited for the conference because it was too controversial. In the climate debate, I learned dissenting scientists would be smeared. This is Gavin Schmidt, NASA's lead global warming scientist, calling most climate deniers sociopaths. Sociopaths. This isn't just some blogger or a Greenpeace activist. This is the lead NASA global warming scientist. In the COVID debate, dissenting scientists were also smeared. This was a physician in a peer-reviewed journal comparing people who disagree with COVID and mask mandates and vaccine mandates to patients with severe psychosis. And this was just par for the course, exact parallel. In the climate debate, I learned democracy is the enemy of the planet. Democracy, political authoritarianism, climate change. Tom Stein wanted to do a climate police state where he was going to tell automakers how many cars they could make. And this is Foreign Policy magazine, Democracy, the planet's biggest enemy. In the COVID debate, Virus policies are the enemies of democracy. This is a BBC feature analysis, the stomp reflex, of governments abusing emergency powers. The history of government abuse of emergency powers is woeful. And you can go back to the Roman Republic, through the Middle Ages, through 1933 Germany. The greatest violations of human and civil liberties occurred during these emergency power declarations. By the way, we're still living under a 9/11 emergency declaration, and we're still living under the COVID emergency declaration. In fact, the Biden administration has announced it will end sometime in May, so they're planning for the end of the emergency. But it just tells you they don't want to give up this power. In the climate debate, I think we all learned to follow the science. You follow the science. COVID also demanded we follow the science. Dr. Fauci followed the science, and this is my great favorite, Thomas Sowell, historian. Experts are called in not to provide factual information or dispassionate analysis, but often to give political cover for decisions already made based on other considerations entirely. And if that doesn't explain the entire COVID mandate movement, the whole idea of Fauci one week saying don't do masks and they don't work, and the next week saying they do, it was all about politics, about hurting the public to do what they wanted. And that was following the science. That's a ban, I believe that's in the state of Oregon. That's band practice. Everyone gets their own little bubble to practice in. In the climate debate, I learned there was a consensus, 99% consensus. The few outliers were just dismiss them, forget them. In the COVID debate, there was also a consensus. Overwhelming restrictions of the case was overwhelming. And it was so overwhelming that people like Anthony Fauci had to suppress any signers of the Barrington Declaration. And of course, YouTube and Google deplatformed immediately if you challenged any. Again, we're not even talking about virus statistics. We're talking about the political mandates. In the climate debate, I learned the consensus was flexible. In the 1960s through 80s, we had the global cooling consensus, to the point where there were CIA reports, a letter from academics to Richard Nixon. You, of course, had Time, Newsweek, 285 papers, at least from this area. This was, I think, work done by Pierre Gosselin's No Trick Zones that did this analysis. And that was later erased. We'll get to that in a second. But during the COVID debate, the consensus was also flexible. This is Trump's Surgeon General. He has a lot of bad appointee picks, but this guy was probably, if not the worst, one of the top 2 or 3 worst Trump presidential picks. He came out and said, stop buying masks. Then he said, buy masks. He's still going around pushing COVID theater to this day. In the climate debate, I learned history is rewritten. The 1970s global cooling studies were airbrushed out of history. And this was just done with a peer-reviewed study. They got tired of hearing about it, the same way the medieval warm period was taken away, the same way now the 1930s EPA heat wave chart. There's a whole movement to get rid of that, the same way the pause in temperatures was erased. In COVID, history was also rewritten. There's a whole movement now, led actually by Trump's former Surgeon General. America never did a lockdown. You don't like lockdowns? We were never locked down. That wasn't really a lockdown. Oh, come on, a lockdown. You don't even know what a lockdown is. And that is actually a whole historical revision occurring. In the climate debate, we learned about cherry-picking statistics. On the left, you see an EPA chart that shows the heat wave increase since the 1960s. On that same page, if you look really hard, maybe get a magnifying glass, they have another link. It takes you to this chart on the right, which shows if they went, and we saw a lot of this in the movie clip last night, the excellent film with Greg Wrightstone and others that they showed. But if you go back far enough, look at the 1930s. So they picked the coldest era on that chart, the early 1960s to start, and the EPA says, look at the heat wave increase. We're in a climate emergency. But wait a minute. Same page. This is still up on Biden's EPA. There's a 1930s heat wave chart. They just didn't extend their little chart to the left back far enough. Well, COVID was the same way. COVID, they cherry-picked the statistics. You could look at states. You can see where the government would use, they would find the peaks and valley of each outbreak of the virus, put in a mask mandate when they knew the virus was going down, and then say, look, it worked, and then they'd try to lift it, but they didn't always work. But you could see mostly it was just mask mandates were hard to predict, completely futile, and had no impact. So they would cherry pick the starting and ending points of the natural virus cycle, same with lockdowns. In the climate debate, I learned we need to copy China's authoritarian rule. This is Justin Trudeau, Canadian Prime Minister, 2013, a level of admiration I have for China because their basic dictatorship allows them to turn the economy around on a dime. We need to go green. We need to start investing in solar. So And we also have the UN climate chief. We also have Apple's CEO just recently lining up with China because of their climate policies. We have Obama administration officials. We have the New York Times writers on the pages of the New York Times praising China's one-party rule. In COVID, same message. We were told by an investigative committee of the World Health Organization in 2020, they did an investigation of China and their COVID response. Copy China's response to the world. And that's what we did. We jumped like lemmings off of it. And Neil Ferguson recalled how China inspired him. If China had not done it, he's talking about the complete lockdown, the year would have been very different. This is what they've been enamored with China for decades, and finally COVID gave them that just everything they wanted. It turned the once free West into a one-party style Chinese authoritarian rule during this, particularly the worst of the COVID lockdowns. In climate, China benefits from the solutions. We all know, we're talking here, everyone's talking about EVs, solar, wind. All it's going to do is take clean American energy with the highest environmental and human rights standards and offshore it to China with mines in Africa, Congo, underage kids, gross human rights abuses, non-existent environmental policy. But hey, this is how you go green. This makes people feel good. China benefits from the green agenda, the climate agenda. In COVID, China also is benefiting from the COVID solutions. The whole stay-at-home, shut-down manufacturing, China has now taken over as one of the top 3 auto exporters in the world, which makes you wonder, did they really lock down or were they cranking out these cars? You can look, because if you follow the timeline, their production seemed to increase and they gained a lot on other countries during their alleged lockdown. In the climate debate, I learned activists want you to panic. And there's old Greta. In the COVID debate, I learned activists want you to panic. And the whole premise of COVID was they came up with a scary, unverified model, this case Neil Ferguson, that came up with Spanish toll-like death tolls unless we do the following. Gee, doesn't that sound familiar? Climate catastrophe, unless we do the UN, the Green New Deal, carbon taxes, Capricious. It was the exact same playbook. In the climate debate, I learned models are used to create fear. So when current reality fails to alarm, you make scarier and scarier predictions. In COVID, models were used to create fear. And of course, Neil Ferguson ended up resigning in disgrace, breaking lockdown orders. His models were taken apart, reviews. I mean, this was worse than anything you even see in climate predictions, what they did in COVID. But they had a short period of time. They slapped this crap together because they wanted massive authoritarian unified government response. In climate, I learned activists want kids to skip school. There's Greta herself. Hey, that's interesting. Now, how is COVID the same? In COVID, kids actually skip school, and many of them for years. And of course, none of them never even came back. So that was one of the biggest scandals of this, is the loss of education and the damage. Positive of that, there was a lot of parents through Zoom got to see what their kids were actually being taught. In climate, I learned rationing is the solution. This is the headline actually just this week, the UK Times. In COVID, rationing is also the solution. Who would have thought that? The same solutions. Stockpiling toilet paper. In the climate debate, I learned policies demanded planned recessions and degrowth to reduce emissions. I interviewed Kevin Anderson one time at a UN summit. He had given up showering regular showering because he wanted to save the planet. And there's part of him with Alice Bowes Larkin pushing this idea of degrowth, managed, planned recessions. Well, in the COVID debate, policies demanded lockdowns and praised them for reducing emissions. Actual headline, UK Guardian, global lockdown every 2 years needed to meet the Paris CO2 goals, equivalent of COVID emission drops. So they love this. The climate activists loved it. It was the same policies they'd been advocating for decades, and boom, they happened overnight, and they didn't need that stupid thing called voting and democracy. They just emergency decree and executive order and made it happen. In the climate debate, I learned government policies demanded we all stay put. And these are actual headlines. That's actually about the new 15-minute cities. Scotland is actually trying to get rid of cars as rapidly as possible, not just gas power. They're talking about they want everyone in mass transit, and you better mask up and have your Vax card. In COVID, government policies also demanded we stay put. People must make a declaration as to why they need to travel. This was proposed in Europe, and this was a huge thing. The idea is it better be for essential travel, and you're going to have a government bureaucrat determining it, not far from the old East German, where you need your papers to travel around the state. In the climate, I learned transportation was to be limited due to climate decisions. This is actual quote, Pete Buttigieg, end of January. Every transportation decision is a climate decision. Well, in COVID, transportation was limited due to COVID stay-at-home orders. So it became every transportation decision was a COVID decision, exactly copying the climate. In the climate debate, billionaires bought the media. Facebook and Associated Press, large foundations, literally got checkbook journalism and just bought out foundations, dozens of articles, millions of dollars, crank out all of this hype and alarm, usually timed to UN summits. In the COVID debate, billionaires bought the media. Bill Gates is buying up, and when you ever see Bill Gates in an interview, it's usually from a reporter that he's literally personally bankrolled with massive amounts of money, tens of millions of dollars annually. He's given to everyone from PBS and ABC and CBS. I mean, you can follow the money trail. He's also the second largest donor to the World Health Organization, Bill Gates, next to the United States government. For years, he's been number 2. The climate UN governments are the single source of your truth. That's what I learned in the climate debate. UN declared, we own the science. In COVID, the WHO and governments are the single source of truth. Actual quote, that's Jacinda Ardern, the New Zealand Prime Minister, the government, we will continue to be your single source of truth. In the climate debate, I learned that corporate government collusion was rampant. Kudos to John Stossel, taking Facebook to court. They admitted in court that fact checks are actually opinion. They didn't even try to defend those things they call fact checks. In the COVID debate, corporate government collusion was rampant. And we saw this big tech censorship is government censorship, is a violation of your First Amendment rights. The Biden administration sent a list of people, let's ban them. Big tech would be like, done, give us another list. There was total collusion. In the climate debate, Big Al Gore is watching and tracking your every movement. In the COVID, government tracked your every move. CDC followed your phones to see if you were following lockdown orders. During climate, I learned international climate treaties would be proposed. This is updated up to the recent summit in Egypt that we attended. And you can see that all these UN summits did nothing for emissions. In COVID, International Pandemic Treaty proposed. This is coming up next week. This is huge, modeled after IPCC, but this will have teeth. Even the Washington Post, that's their headline. They call it a radical pandemic treaty. One Bill Gates-funded scientist at the WHO can declare a global pandemic, and we are in global lockdown, global vaccine mandates, global masks, and they want to get rid of outliers like Sweden, Florida's governor. They want a unified global response, empowering the World Health Organization, beholden to China and beholden to Bill Gates. By the way, Bill Gates says if you want to know how to prevent the next pandemic, look to Australia. He uses Australia as the model of COVID response. And he's the number 2 funder at the World Health Organization that wants a new pandemic treaty, a Biden administration pushing for this treaty. Oh, let me go back. In climate, I learned the crisis is permanent. It's a permanent crisis. It's never going to go away. There's no set of standards which will say, oh, we solved it, let's move on. In COVID, the crisis is also permanent. Governments around Europe have already set up, make COVID emergency powers permanent. It's a permanent crisis model. In the climate debate, I learned your money can be cut off for climate misspending, and these are CO2 monitoring cards, MasterCard, UN teaming up, and they're gonna cut off your card when you hit your CO2 max. During COVID, your money can be cut off for COVID misbehavior. You don't get a vaccine, you lose access to your own money. You protest COVID mandates in Canada, Justin Trudeau picks up the phone, declares you a terrorist, and banks cut off the access to your own money. Insurance stops insuring your vehicle. And if you make someone donuts or coffee, your access to your own money will be cut off. That is the new normal. In the climate debate, I learned doctors can diagnose you with climate change. Actual doctor, actual case, whole group of doctors in Canada now doing this, diagnosing heat stroke. It's summer, you're hot, you have climate change. In the COVID debate, doctors can diagnose climate as the cause of COVID. Fauci merges, this is just from December, COVID and climate, infectious diseases largely the result of human encroachment on nature aided by climate changes. So if you don't support the Green New Deal, UN Paris Agreement, you are a grandma killer because unchecked climate leads to more viruses. You see how they did that? They pivoted. COVID and climate are merging because climate, frankly, can't stand alone after they saw what a fear of a virus would do. In climate debate, there are calls to politicize death certificates. This is a group of Australian academics, peer-reviewed journal. They want to add climate as a cause of death. In COVID, death certificates were politicized. Now we have Leona Wen, CNN, one of the biggest COVID alarmists, backtracking, saying the death counts have been heavily exaggerated. That's a Colorado coroner talking about gunshot victims being labeled as COVID deaths as she saw them. That was back in 2021. So I learned governments like to hype baseless fear in the climate debate. In the COVID debate, governments also like to hype baseless fear. This is actual article, NBC News, telling you how to take a shower at the gym. If you need to shower, shower as quickly as possible and only remove your mask when your face and head is going to get wet. So if you go to the gym and if you remember seeing that people wearing masks in the shower, it's because NBC News and the CDC's guidance they were following the science. In climate debate, I learned the weaponization of human breath. 3 Americans create enough carbon to kill 1 person. In COVID, also weaponized human breath. Noam Chomsky compared anyone who refused to wear a mask to mass shooters. You have an individual right to take an assault rifle, go to a supermarket, and start shooting. If you're not wearing a mask, it's a strange kind of individualism. So they compared anyone not wearing a mask to a mass killer. In the climate debate, I learned government controlled the narrative. In the COVID debate, governments controlled the narrative. Australian doctors, California, they tried to do this. If you give your patient any information contrary to what the politicized public health statements are, you could lose your license. Pharmacists would refuse to fill your prescription. We're still seeing that in the United States. So to recap, all I really need to know, I learned about COVID, I learned during the climate debate. And yes, let's repeat this. John Kerry is correct. He's the one that said the parallels between COVID and climate are screaming at us. In summary, John Kerry is an effing genius. He got it right. They're screaming at us. And it's rare that he's this right, but it's amazing. And in my book, I go through parallel after parallel after parallel. And tomorrow, I'm going to get into the whole big part of the whole Great Reset and go through and talk about how they're collapsing our energy, transportation, food, free speech, and even our medicine. You have the American Cancer Society fretting over the carbon footprint of cancer. But thank you. This is CFAC. That's the book, The Great Reset. And that's how you can reach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Okay, we have time for some questions. We're going to have Cameron Schulte of the Heartland Institute will have a microphone, and he'll bring the microphone to you as we recognize you. And I see you, so you'll be the first one. Remember, if you have a follow-up question, try to save it for the next round after everybody's had an opening question. But if it's a good debate and the panelists are willing to follow up with you, that's okay. We'll play it by ear. Right here, please, Cameron. Cameron, if you could help me keep track of who's going. So identify yourself, please. Direct a question to the panelist, if you'd be so kind, and let's roll.
My name is Ron Stein. I actually have 2 questions. One's to Ben and one's to Vijay. To Ben, Biden is complaining about the oil companies making huge profits, basically inferring that the oil companies, refineries are cash cows, causing the price of fuel to go up, 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 up. Like your response to what Biden would think or say about 9 refineries in the United States are closed under his watch. 9 cash cow refineries are closed under his watch. And then the question for Vijay, the wealthy countries, US, Germany, Australia, and the UK have done a great job of raising the cost of energy, cost of fuel, cost of electricity. What is the impact on India to come out of your poverty status facing increasing cost of energy?
Well, I don't follow the refinery capacity numbers on a day-to-day basis. They don't change very much in the short run. They are what they are, except for kind of short-term unexpected outages, things like that. The larger question on profitability, it is certainly true fossil producers make more money when prices are high, and they make less money and lose money when prices are low. And that word profits is really a bit misleading. The issue is not what their accounting profits are. The issue is what their rate of return to the market value of their investment is. And that's a much more difficult calculation. But simply taking the accounting profits data to which Mr. Biden refers and others as well as given, an industry that is heavily capital intensive, like the fossil fuel industry, is going to see its accounting profits over time. Those profits are going to display a fair amount of volatility, moving with market conditions. I think I had a slide showing consumption, production, and prices over time for a 3 or 4 year period. And I really would not pay too much attention to this assertion from Mr. Biden. They're making a lot of money when prices are high. They're going to make less money when prices are low, and that says nothing about the rate of return to their capital investment.
When it comes to how developing countries, especially poor countries, can reduce the energy prices, it all depends on how tough they are, and this has been shown by a couple of countries like India and China. So in my opinion, I call it a twin strategy, where they play along the books when it comes to climate politics in international conferences, but back in their home country, they commit to increase fossil fuel production. And India, for instance, will register the highest percentage rise in coal consumption for the year 2023, ahead of China and the Europe in whole. So they are removing a lot of red tape surrounding fossil fuel production, and they do it at a high cost. They have immense criticism in the public, in the mainstream media in the Western Hemisphere. But I think a lot of developing countries are not as strong as India, China, and a few others. And they can take an example out of what India and China are doing, purely in terms of energy production. And I'm not talking about the political policies in China. So my opinion is that they have to continue to increase fossil fuel production, and they have to find a way around it. The question is, how are African countries going to do that? Because they don't have the investment now, as the African Development Bank and the World Bank have cut off funding for new coal projects and soon oil projects. So we have to see how they overcome that.
Hi, I'm Kevin Kilo. I'm with a Wyoming publication called the Cowboy State Daily. I'm a reporter, energy reporter there. I report from a pro-civilization point of view, pro-energy, and the idea that rapidly eliminating fossil fuels would cause a catastrophe far greater than anything climate change could. In Mr. Zycher's presentation, he was talking about all these narratives in which a lot of blame is deflected away from Biden's role in energy prices, and also Mr. Morano's presentation. There was a lot of participation in the media. So I was kind of curious, why do you think these narratives are latched onto so quickly? I mean, obviously ideological drive is part of it, but do you think there's something else going on here that would make these so popular, especially with audiences? I know in my own reporting, I've seen my audience grow rapidly, so there's obviously a group of people out there that want another perspective, but you look at the legacy media, you're not really seeing that. What's driving that?
Well, I'm hardly an expert on the mass delusions of crowds, as it were. With respect to the media, my impression, and it's not much more than that, frankly, because I've not really analyzed it with any kind of degree of rigor. The journalists, for whatever set of reasons, are not very knowledgeable, as a crude generalization. I'll give you an example in a moment. And I think market conditions in the market for information are such that there's been a bifurcation of audiences, such that audiences demand to hear what they believe, and journalists gravitate toward positions that supply that demand. And so you don't really, I think the market for objective reporting is smaller in some loose sense than it used to be, and that's very, very unfortunate, but there we are. I'll give you an example of, I get a lot of interview requests, which I do mainly from print media, because I have a face for radio, as it were, but I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago, a very nice young lady named Maxine Jaslow called me. She was with E&E News. E was owned by Politico, and that is a group of true believers in kind of environmental, climate, religion, and asked me a series of questions, perfectly pleasant. I answered them. And then at the end, I said, let's go off the record. And I asked her straightforward, have you ever asked one of your interviewees advocating one of these policies, net zero, you name it, what the temperature effect would be in the year 2100 if that policy were implemented immediately? Which seems to me, as simple-minded kind of guy, to be the most obvious question to ask. Okay, you want to go net zero, what's the effect going to be? The Biden policy, 17/100ths of a degree, which would be barely detectable under the most favorable assumptions. I asked her, have you ever asked one of your interviewees, if I could speak today, that question? No, I never thought to ask them that. That woman is now the overall editor for climate reporting at the Washington Post. All right, and that tells you everything you need to know about the ignorance, however collegial they are, of much of the reporting establishment in this area. And I've told people who've asked me this morning, and that, do you think we'll ever get these things reformed? Yes, I think when the dislocations and the blackouts begin and things really start to go head south, you'll start to get people questioning the dogma more, because it'll be in their interest to do so. You know, you don't get reform in the public sector till you hit rock bottom. That is my observation.
One of the things that happened, really the media world changed about 2016. And Trump truly was an outsider, and I think the media and government officials and the ruling class, if you will, decided, and this includes establishment Republicans, we can never allow this to happen again. And if you look back at a timeline, all these trends existed, but everything started clamping down on social media, big tech control narratives. A lot of that was a reaction to Trump's just being in the office, because they didn't consider him controllable, if you will. So if you look back, though, all of this narrative stuff that they build, like on COVID, they had at least 3 beginning in 2010 with Rockefeller Institute, then you had World Economic Forum, and then you had Johns Hopkins University, other universities do all these pandemic planning events. Event 201, where they would actually lay out everything that they could see happen, and that's where they started saying, we're going to lock down, we're going to shut down the global internet. And these were like actors, and they had fake newscasts. You can go back and watch these. I detail them in my book. So they're lying in wait. They know the agenda. They're waiting for the right moment to attack. Never let a crisis go to waste. That's why they've weaponized weather. Bad hurricane, boom, that's climate change. There's your proof. A virus, boom, we've done this for a decade. We have all the planning. And so they also know that any dissent slows their thing. That's why they slows their momentum. That's why they love China. And they openly praise it. I mean, I have a whole section just major political figures, media figures, corporate figures, just praising China's one-party rule as efficient, effective, getting it done. And oh yeah, there's some of the negative stuff. They might throw in a line like that. But that is what it's all about. It's about controlling that narrative and about waiting for that opportunity. They're done playing games. They're not going to allow the little debates anymore. In fact, Canada I just heard today Google is working on a way to block certain news content for some Canadians, depending on their political views and what sources. Google's partnering with the Canadian government on this. It's not going to get better. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, but that's what's happened. It's complete narrative control. They realize they're not going to allow this kind of free speech anymore.
Marc, do you see a bit of a difference, though, in the speed at which skepticism arose in the COVID case as opposed to the climate change case? And is that a positive sign?
Yeah, in fact, that's a good way. The climate debate's taken decades to sort of unravel, people react, whereas COVID was instant. You had most people believing, willing to go along with it. and then there were cracks within a few months, and then it started to fall apart, and then they tried to quash all the dissent, and again, uninviting people, canceling, deplatforming, corporate collusion with the big tech. So everything happened, accelerated. The biggest thing that happened with COVID, the pushback, was the lowest level of politics. And I have a whole chapter called The Great Reject. Parents at school board level, angry parents fighting the COVID theater, the mask mandates, and the social distancing, and also issues like critical race theory and transgender. Angry parents willing to be labeled terrorists by the Biden Justice Department was a sea change in reaction. Just swamped school boards and went nuts. And went nuts meaning they were screaming, yelling, unwieldy. The New York Times reported that this also toppled the Democrat machine in Virginia, which was also part of the national machine and teachers union. New York Times reported that the school board protests by parents freaked the Democratic Party out so much they did focus groups, and based on those focus groups, every major city from LA, San Francisco, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Washington, Baltimore lifted their vax and mask mandates, all because of the electoral consequences of the angry parents. So it didn't come from Kevin McCarthy in the House. It didn't come from Donald Trump. It came from the lowest level of politics, and that's the kind of thing we need to have fighting back for politics.
Thank you. We have a question over here, and then we'll get over to my right.
Roy Eapen, I'm from Canada. The reason Google is doing that is we just passed legislation called Bill C-11, which basically allows the government to control the internet. They're doing this in the UK. They have an even worse bill coming. My question, though, is about COVID, because I'm a physician. Fauci published a paper about 2 weeks ago, basically saying that the vaccines are not as powerful as they thought, and why we should get better vaccines. So, how do we do the same thing with climate change that we've basically seen happen with the science of COVID? Because the science of COVID was completely buried by our regulators and by many others, and now it's come out, but it's actually gone a little bit extreme the other way. So,
yeah, well, real quick on that. The thing about climate is it's long-term, it's scary, it's far away, it's remote, so you can manipulate people at a lower level for a longer period. With COVID, they came out in March of 2020 with those models and said, Spanish death toll, we're all going to die, every third person you know is going to be dead, we've got to lock, this is unprecedented. And people saw with their own eyes it didn't happen. Now, if they said it out loud, you would be, of course, banned and canceled and all that. But so that's what happened, is they saw the failures in real time. Same with something like defund the police after George Floyd. People saw immediately what happened to the big cities. It was an immediate reaction when you did this solution. And what happened was, then you had Joe Biden stand up at a State of the Union saying, we're going to refund the police, and you had all the Democrats cheering. I mean, that was a huge turnaround. But it's if you look at just the history of climate, again, you're not going to have people realizing, like Arnold Schwarzenegger passed the California Climate Bill, 2006. He was praised as a planetary hero. There was no impact from his passage of that until long after he was out of office. That's how they can keep this climate green energy con going indefinitely, because it's always just a little further away. It's also lower level than immediate lockdowns and forcing your kids out of school and all that.
Karthik Krishna, founder, CEO of Colorado-based Scarce Energy. I do want to direct my question to Vijay over here. Thanks for that presentation. Now, I was born in Hyderabad in India, a US citizen now. I've seen all the poverty over there and the filth and the environmental catastrophes over there. Along with the poverty, I also know that today India is the world's largest democracy. You're saying in the international conferences, India will dance to the Al Gore tunes, will dance to the European tunes of climate lunacy, but it'll go do fossil fuels because that's just the cheapest source of energy right now. Now, what I would like to do, and firstly, if you and I can work together opening an Indian chapter of Heartland Institute, I'd be up for that, just FYI. But I also think India should be a little more, you spoke about toughness. Why can't India follow President Trump's lead and get out of the Paris Climate Agreement? Not because it's being unfair, just say we want to use fossil fuels as long as we have the clean scrubbers, because climate change is a lot of lunacy that the West is promoting. Do you see India, or would you advocate for a more tougher stance, not just do it sheepishly or timidly, but say, this is just a better way, we know how to do the environmental protection, we don't want to fall for the Western lunacy on the climate change? Comments, please.
It would be great to have an Indian chapter of Heartland, and I suppose that can be an eventuality in the coming months and years. So getting to your question, I think India does have a very stronger stance on this. And if you look at India's commitment to Paris Agreement, it's very clear that the country cannot be forced to prioritize international climate goals ahead of its own domestic energy needs. So this is something that the journalists and the mainstream media in the West refuses to showcase in the West. So people are not aware of that. Both India and China have made it clear, not at the cost of their own domestic energy needs. And they followed this up by increasing. In fact, China's coal consumption has increased ever since the Paris Agreement 2016, and so has India's. And some of the remarks made by the Indian Prime Minister, the economic advisor to the Indian Prime Minister, even the Minister of Climate and Environment, these quotes never reach the media and the people in the West. But there have been very sharp remarks regarding the Paris Climate Agreement and the green policies that are being enforced upon India. So just to give you one quote, the Indian Prime Minister in 2021 said that the Western countries attained the current state of wealth by using resources, and now there's an attempt made to stop the developing countries from attaining the same. And the chief economic advisor, the former chief economic advisor to the Indian Prime Minister, made his remark saying that we need a clean coal coalition, a coal coalition that uses cleaner coal burning technology, mirroring the international renewable energy coalition. And he said that coal should remain as the primary energy source of India. And India, in its planning commission reports, has said that coal will be its primary energy source for the decades to come. Minimum until 2050, the coal is going to remain the primary energy source. So there's a slight disconnect in the coverage of what the country is actually standing for. And I believe they are very smart about it. They just don't want to put it across in the international media and draw criticism. But they are facing a tough challenge. As I showed, plenty of people still without electricity. And all the electricity data that I showed about it talks about just 4 hours of electricity per day. So that is counted as electricity access. And India has universal electricity access now, which means every village is connected to the grid. Doesn't mean every house is connected. So yeah, they are doing a lot behind the scenes and things that the Western media does not reveal to the public here. So those are some things that I want to bring out more through my book, and also through increased communication through publications, which I've been doing for the past 5 years. So yeah, and I'm really interested in the idea that you brought up of having an Indian chapter to focus on the energy scene in the developing parts of our world.
Hi, my name is Peter Morecambe. I'm a physicist, but I can't help noticing that, this is for Vijay, it's not all bad being poor. Some things like COVID are diseases of the rich. Up to last Friday, in the week up to last Friday, 2,800 people died of COVID in the United States, and only 11 in India, a country with 4 times our population. In Uttar Pradesh, 0. So how do you explain that? Is COVID a disease of the rich, maybe? Yeah,
so my, actually, when the COVID hit, I was living in New Delhi, which is the capital of India, pretty close to the state that you mentioned, Uttar Pradesh. So, as per what I understood, there was widespread chaos in India, and you would not get an ambulance to go to a hospital, and even if you reach hospital in your private vehicle, there were no beds, so they just put a mattress outside the hospital, and people had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get an oxygen cylinder. So I remember one of the friends I know telling me about how a common friend of his drove with plenty of money in his car around the city to find an oxygen cylinder, and he could not get it. And hospitals were fully brim, like to the brim they were full. And so I think again there's a disconnect. We must tread very cautiously because not all of that's happening in the third world countries gets relayed across to the West. So my expertise on COVID is also very less. I can only share what I encountered. Yeah.
Just real quick on that, yeah, there's reports Africa didn't even notice COVID, and they didn't have the lowest vaccination rates. The last I looked, it was like 8% vaccination for COVID. So a lot of it's a younger population. A lot of it is the testing, but then a lot of the testing, if you watch CNN these days, is people dying with COVID, not of COVID. So these death tolls in the West are probably inflated. And there's probably no count there, but they really did analysis, and they didn't even notice that. So it's fascinating. A lot of it probably is age adjusted because the developing world's much younger than the Western world. And obesity rates, that's another good point, yes.
My name is Jan Schneidler. I'm from Switzerland, and I have a question for Vijay. I have seen on a website which keeps track on how many coal plants and oil plants and nuclear plants are built in the world or planned. And I've seen that 1,000 coal plants is planned or are building in China and India. And now I'm asking Vijay, are there any of these plants that are planned in India that are being stopped now that because of these financial restrictions from the World Bank, or are you dependent on them at all for funding of these projects?
Yeah, India is not stopping the construction of new plants, and they're also increasing the fossil fuel capacity, and especially coal capacity. So last year, the country removed environmental restrictions that otherwise disrupted certain coal mines from producing more coal. So they've made renewed commitment to all their mines to increase mining, and they've instructed every coal plant that's on the coastal region of India to seek imports of coal from South Asian countries. So they are doing whatever they can to increase the production of coal and the consumption of coal and also the import. So they proved every other forecaster wrong when it came to their promises of reducing fossil fuel consumption. And so my answer is there's no gray area on this. They are definitely increasing the coal production. And just to give you an example, last week, India expressed its interest in buying 26% stake in an LNG project that's upcoming in Louisiana. No, we don't have any problem with funding them. The government in its budget has been very generous in allocating funding for fossil fuel projects. Because for them, it's at the end of the day, it's just about having electricity, something that is hard to grasp in the Western economy where energy access is already established, but there it's not the case so. So even my wife tried to publish a book and it didn't arrive on time because the publisher had to shut down their shop for 2 days due to electricity blackout. So it's very common there, and the perspective on how you approach this is completely different from here.
Yeah, let me just add one footnote, if I may. The restrictions imposed by the World Bank and the IMF and all the rest are really, I wouldn't call them irrelevant, certainly, but they're less important than you might imagine. Money is fungible, and dollars that could go World Bank subsidies that might not be directed to one project can be directed to a different project, and government funds that originally directed to the second project can go to the coal plant. I wouldn't pay, they're not irrelevant, but I wouldn't exaggerate the effect of these kinds of machinations by international bureaucrats. They're much less powerful than they think.
Good. Next question.
Vijay, how have you and your family been personally affected by the lack of reliable energy? I remember you telling me a story of your wife, 9 months pregnant, having to walk up with no electricity in the heat of the summer, with no elevator. Stories like that really resonate with people.
Yeah, so I'll start off. When my wife was pregnant, like we were living in an apartment, and it's a 4-story apartment, and when there's no electricity, the elevator doesn't work. So it's quite tough for old people and people who need the help of elevator. There are countless examples, like we know a small family, a widow with 2 children in the city of Mumbai, and she stitches clothes using her electrical appliance, and she lost a lot of money because of power blackouts that happened there. So the stories are countless and endless. You can go on and on. It is very real how the lack of energy access affects people in those countries. And I also came across a study where pregnant women were at higher risk of losing their children at childbirth because they did not have access to healthcare centers that had uninterrupted electricity. And this is from a study in Maharashtra, a state in India which has the highest GDP.
All right, we have time for one last question. Over there.
Here you go. Hello. Excuse me. I'm Chris Morrison. I'm from London. I'm the environment editor of the Daily Skeptic, which started life a couple of years ago as the Lockdown Skeptic, so you can see where we're coming from. This is a question for Marc. I saw him on Mark Stein's show recently on the online version. Sadly, Stein was no longer at GB News. They fell out, although GB News are still the good guys in London. It's our Fox News, if you like. But Mark said one thing I found very interesting, that intellectuals of both the left and the right are now starting to come together to coalesce over what is now perceived as a common cause against this threat to freedom, lifestyles, and our human rights. And I wondered if he'd just like to make 1 or 2 extra comments on that subject.
Well, throughout history, every age's ruling class, if you will, has tried to come up with justifications for why the rest of us can't be free. And that's sort of what I was talking about, going back to emergency declarations, permanent crises. There always is a reason they have to take away our freedom. And the taking away of your freedom is always seen as a good thing, as they try to sell it to you, as a way to solve some crisis. And I think what happened here was, again, that lust for China's one party. Well, that's what they lust after. They want to bypass democracy. They love the corporate government collusion. I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy, our new U.S. presidential candidate, who said for 40 years we listened to Ronald Reagan. We were worried about the perils of big government. Well, at the back door, they brought in the corporate government collusion, which is what's happening, these public-private partnerships. That's the greatest danger. So I think the ruling class is on just a power high right now. They feel like, with these emergency declarations, again, we're still under 9/11. This is a huge one because that got us, with the Patriot Act, and now you have the U.S. government can surveil its domestic citizens. We can declare as terrorists like they did with terrorists, what they did with the angry parents at school boards. So they're not going to give this up. I think it's a natural consolidation of power, and they realize how fear sells. And that's why I say now that climate can't go back to the way it was. climate and COVID are going to be married at the hip going forward, and I have a whole bunch on that tomorrow. 230 medical journals declaring the same response to climate as with COVID. Harvard Medical School saying that COVID and climate are, unchecked climate leads to more COVID. And the World Health Organization, of course, declaring climate a massive the greatest public health threat of the 21st century. So I only see the ruling class doubling down on this. They're not giving up, and they've had such success. Why should they? They've done more since COVID in our lifetimes. I mean, you have to go back to World War II rationing to our lifestyles that disrupted for what they did globally during the lockdowns.
Thank you, Marc.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. The next panels are going to take place at 10:45 in this room and the J. Lair room. I want to thank you all for attending, you all for watching. Definitely want to thank the questioners and, above all, our panelists who were Vijay Jayaraj, Benjamin Zycher, Marc Morano. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice job, Kim. Thank you.
All right, see how this goes. The next round ought to be good. It's the most important one.
It's a story that deserves even more time than we have allotted for it. At first, when I was reading this story, I was annoyed by it and even ridiculed it. But the more I thought about it and the more I read of it, the more angry I got. The story I'm referring to is an article published by The Atlantic titled, "Let's Declare a Pandemic Amnesty." So the author of the article starts off describing an anecdote about being semi-hostile about wearing masks and social distancing when they were hiking with their kid early on during the pandemic. She goes on to write, "These precautions were totally misguided. In April of 2020, no one got coronavirus from passing someone else while hiking. Outdoor transmission was vanishingly rare. Our cloth masks made out of old bandanas wouldn't have done anything anyway. But the thing is, we didn't know." So before I go on any further, I want to note that the author of this article really downplays the actions that were taken when we didn't know what was going on. So while we discuss the rest of this article, Andy, I want you to just play in the background with no sound or anything, just clips of the most authoritarian things that you can find that occurred over the last 3 years. So some of the things that the author points out in this article is, that probably closing down schools for that long, it was probably too long, or promoting one vaccine over the other may have turned out to be misguided because certain vaccines were more effective than others. What she doesn't discuss is beaches being shut down, people being arrested for paddle boating by themselves. She doesn't discuss people dying by themselves because loved ones weren't allowed to visit, or funerals that were canceled because they weren't allowed to take place. She doesn't mention the police that were ordered to break up parties and arrest people for gathering in groups larger than 5. She doesn't mention the children as young as 2 that were forced to wear masks, or families kicked off planes because they couldn't get their child to wear an ineffective face mask. She doesn't mention the crackdowns on protesters or the government confiscating bank accounts of protesters. She doesn't mention the businesses and livelihoods that were destroyed by the government lockdowns, or the people suffering today from the economic disruption stemming from the government lockdowns. None of this is mentioned, but it's all just supposed to be forgiven because, we didn't know. So instead, she says, the people who got it right for whatever reason may want to gloat. Those who got it wrong for whatever reason may feel defensive and retrench into a position that didn't accord with the facts. All of this gloating and defensiveness continues to gobble up a lot of social energy and to drive the culture wars, especially on the internet. These discussions are heated, unpleasant, and ultimately unproductive. In the face of so much uncertainty, getting something right had a hefty element of luck. And similarly, getting something wrong wasn't a moral failing. Treating pandemic choices as a scorecard on which some people racked up more points than others is preventing us from moving forward. And she ends the article by saying, the standard saying is that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, but dwelling on the mistakes of history can lead to a repetitive doom loop as well. Let's acknowledge that we made complicated choices in the face of deep uncertainty, and then try to work together to build back and move forward. So, Jim, do you have it in your heart to just let bygones be bygones and declare amnesty? What do you think?
No. To hell with that. This is very triggering for me. In fact, the people watching the live stream right now, I put this video clip together of just a few examples of the madness we all lived through during COVID. I mean, we were traumatized as a society, and there was one side or one political party, perhaps, our ruling class, the Democratic ruling class in this country, were the ones imposing all of this madness upon us. And no, I'm not. And I think, we were traumatized as a society, and most people, and I think myself included, when you go through trauma, you try to just forget about it. You compartmentalize it. And so that you don't remember, you don't want to remember some of the crazy stuff that happened, all to keep us safe from a virus in which hardly, not even 1% of people that got it perished. That the flu, especially for children, is more deadly than COVID-19 proved to be. And for all of this, and so it was all lies. And it was an experiment on how much control a society can actually exert on its own people. And there has been no reckoning. There's been no reckoning on this video clip. There's just one example, and I could have spent all day finding even more examples. It could have been if I had a week, it would be running on a loop for about 48 hours just of the madness of what happened during COVID. There was a video clip of an old woman in a nursing home, obviously in her last days. That's why you go to a nursing home. And she is, her family is visiting her through the window, and she can't really see them through the window. And she's clutching a picture of her grandchildren because she loves them. And she says, "Can you come inside?" And they say, "We can't." And she just holds her head and begins to weep. That was done. It was not necessary to be done. The science did not back up stuff like that for being done. That is unimaginably cruel on a grand scale. Just that one thing that happened, that people weren't allowed to visit their dying relatives in nursing homes. That was done on purpose. And there's been no accounting for that. There's been no apology for that. Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, now deposed governor of New York, wasn't run out of office because he put thousands of elderly people back into nursing homes where they would get COVID and die instead of keeping them in the hospital, or using the emergency hospitals, the hospital ship off the shore of New York City that Donald Trump sent there for those purposes. No, let's put all the old people back into the nursing homes without protection where they will get COVID and die. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of elderly people died because of a policy choice made out of spite, because he didn't want to have to admit that he took the help of Donald Trump. Let's just say what it is. That's exactly what happened in New York. And there's been no accounting for that. He wasn't run out for that. He was run out for getting handsy with too many women. This is the society we live in. And again, this is why people feel like things are out of control. There is no accountability for that. So yeah, we're not going to have amnesty. Apologize for that. Acknowledge things like this happen. Acknowledge that you put kids so far behind in school because you kept them out of school for 2 years when it was completely unnecessary. Why? To make sure that the bad orange man is out of the White House, to exert control over society, to do the bidding of the teachers' unions, and not really try to protect kids and give them an education and do the bidding of parents. When there's an accounting for all of this and more, then maybe I'll think about saying, I accept your apology. But this whole idea that now we're just going to declare amnesty, oopsie, yeah, mistakes were made. No, never. And there's going to be a lot of anger in this country that will continue because so many that made all of these bad decisions, that did it on purpose, that seem to take glee in the suffering of their fellow Americans. No. There's no amnesty for any of that. I'm sorry. Zero.
Yeah, I'll say, like, in the early days of COVID, where we didn't know, it's like, I took precautions that, in hindsight seem a little bit silly. Granted, like, my wife was pregnant at the time, but, I was one of the people that would go to the grocery store, like, first thing in the morning, come back, wipe stuff down, make sure to throw my clothes into the washer right away, because, like, God forbid I would, like, bring this terrible virus to my wife, while she's pregnant and stuff. But it's like there's a difference between making personal choices and things that only affect you in the name of just like ignorance and not knowing what the truth is, and forcing other people to do stuff, or using government force to crack down and tattling on neighbors and like all of the stuff that comes along with that whole laundry list of stuff that I read off that the author of this article didn't mention at all. So I mean, Chris, it seems like there's a big difference for that. I can call let bygones be bygones when it comes to us like acting silly and wearing these cloth masks when we found out later on they didn't work. But mandating other people and punishing other people for not doing that, to me, that's a step too far. What do you think about that, Chris?
Well, first of all, I don't want amnesty. I want accountability. I want the people that made these terrible decisions, everyone from Dr. Fauci to Governor Cuomo and Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom and all these people, they need to be held accountable for what they did because they ruined people's lives. They ruined children's lives. These children are years behind where they should be in terms of their education, and not to mention all the social and emotional and psychological toll that they put on these kids. Telling them go sit in a room for 2 years and stare at a screen, don't have any sort of contact with people, knowing that, as Jim said, and Jim, that was an awesome summary of all this stuff, knowing that was completely unnecessary because they knew for a fact that this virus had almost no impact on kids. So just that alone, they should be held accountable for that. They have ruined people's lives. But not only that, Donnie, how about the fact that they're doing this about a week before the election? Because I've been watching some of these recent debates, and a lot of these blue governors are now saying, I didn't shut down schools. That never happened. I mean, the gaslighting is incredible, but they're trying to get away with it. So now, of course, people at the Atlantic and, their cronies on, in the left-wing media are going to try to say, yeah, they had good intentions, but they went a little overboard, but we didn't know how bad it was going to be. No, that's not true. They knew how bad it was, and they intentionally did it, as Jim said, and I believe this with all my heart, to make sure that Donald Trump did not get reelected. Because let's remember that when the George Floyd protests were happening in the midst of all this, they said, "Oh, it's okay to go and protest for social justice causes." So you know, the science was just completely botched from the very beginning. They were using ends to justify the means, and I really, really hope that these people are held accountable, whether it's at the voting booth or hopefully, you know, in court where they should be held accountable because they ruined people's lives, they killed people, and we're going to deal with the ramifications from this for decades. This is not a thing where it's like, oh, whoops, we made a little policy error. Sorry about that, everybody. No, this has fundamentally changed America for the worse.
Yeah, no doubt. One of these videos that's playing for our audio-only listeners is a woman at some establishment brandishing a bat at her customers over what I think was just like a face mask dispute or something. And it's just like the psychological torment that you put the entire country through cannot be understated, but is illustrated very well by that clip. Cameron, we only have a few minutes left. I want your take on this article.
On this, I am trying to be patient and say, oh, you know, I'm like you, Donnie. The hindsight's 2020. The science is what the science said, right? I'm trying to be gracious in that. But like Jim and like Chris, my patience wore thin real quick because it wasn't so much that I felt they were reading the data wrong. It was the smugness. It was the self-righteousness with which they sought to overlord us. You know, prior to COVID, I don't think there's anybody on this call that didn't have some measure of respect and some measure of deference to public health officials. But what we saw during the COVID pandemic was we saw these people who saw that or who felt that they were our betters. And I think it's the gaslighting and that smugness that bothers us. You had my favorite video was the one with the two old white women yelling at the black man in the elevator for not wearing a mask and saying, "We love black people." Well, that is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. His race has nothing to do with whether he's wearing a mask or not. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. And so we had access to the same information that all these scientists did. And yet we saw that they weren't just fallible, but they are haunted by the same affliction in a thirst for or a human temptation for authority and power. And that's what it boils down to. And now they want to, they don't want to atone for it. They want amnesty.
Yeah, you know, I want to bring up this message here from this comment from Diane Selby here. It says, "How will we believe the CDC ever again?" And this is a part of a conversation that Jim and I actually had yesterday, which was that, you know, at the beginning of all of this, again, when we didn't know, like nobody had just this complete mistrust of the CDC. When Trump went up on stage with Fauci and they talked about that 2 weeks to slow the curve, 90% of people, 95% of people were like, all right, yeah, like we get it. Better to be cautious. But like that trust in these institutions just deteriorated just on a constant basis from that point on. And all of this stuff that we're talking about led to that destruction of the trust in these institutions.
But we also know that from the very beginning, Dr. Fauci was hiding things and he was covering things up. And
we know that now.
Yeah, exactly. So that shows me that they knew at the very beginning that they were going to overhype this and they were going to pretend like it's much worse than it is. Dr. Fauci and all of them are complicit in this. And the really frustrating thing for me is even months into it, we had, Nancy Pelosi trapezing around with, no mask in a hair salon. We had Lori Lightfoot doing the same thing here. We had Gavin Newsom going to the French Laundry, sans mask, and, with all his friends. So even after they knew, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for the first couple of weeks. Maybe they just, were being way too overcautious here. But months in, even years in, they were still doing this stuff. It shows that they have, malevolent intentions about this. And like Jim said, they wanted to inflict as much pain as possible. And that is just unacceptable.
No, Marlo, Lueken. Yeah. So this will be a short presentation. So we'll be able to get out of here early.
guy back there is awesome. Like he went very local.
I'm actually. What's that?
Jason.
On this one, it's going to be
Jason's first.
Jason,
Yeah.
Paul, and then maybe Marlo Lewis if Marlo Lewis.
If he shows up, we'll have him
Oh,
right there.
is he? Oh, I haven't seen him. Yeah. So we like him pretty bright.
Okay, good. I don't think I've ever met him.
Yeah, I've never met him either.
I'm glad they've got our slides down there. I love that.
Oh. All right. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
That's him right there. So there he is.
Oh, nice, great. Is he just always on?
Hey, how you doing?
Marlo.
Marlo, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Hey, Marlo, Jason, Isaac. Jason, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Paul Watkins. Paul, nice to see you. I think Cameron's going to sit there.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to go first, Paul, and then you're up.
Okay, that's great. I'm kind of glad that you guys are going first.
I assure you, I'm probably.
The what's?
Well, we're waiting.
Well,
for us.
yeah,
Fill
if
in
they
and
only,
sit
if they
down.
only.
This is going to be the
put
most
on
exciting and sexy and great ESG panel.
One of the techies in that room gave it to him over here.
Okay, because I was just talking to him.
Oh.
He said he
Okay.
All right.
Our decks
Yeah.
for this
All right, we're going. People on
Right, I better just check and see, right.
Worldwide, baby. We are WW.
You know the guy's name that I should ask?
All right, he's on the far right.
Mike.
There might be. I don't know though. Somebody in the back might know.
He says start.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if everybody can find a seat, we'll get going in just a moment, please. Thank you.
CO2 in the atmosphere. Do you like that? Do that just for you.
I appreciate that.
Don't steal my line, though.
I'm not. That it's not mine to use. It is not mine to use, Jason.
It's like trademarks now.
You should be. And plus the one. What are you gonna do when we run out of oil? You're gonna find
Get some more. We'll frack Mars if we have to. We'll get it.
Lord Monckton over there holding court.
Yeah.
You see him back there? In the pink pants.
Yes, those are nice. Which is so great because this conversation's on the web. Yeah, we're talking about a guy wearing pink pants made from fossil fuels.
All right, let's begin if everybody's ready. So welcome to the panel. This panel is Defeating ESG. My name's Cameron Schulte. I am the Director of Government Relations at the Heartland Institute. You may not realize it, but this is the most important panel that we're hosting, and you guys are here, and other people decide to not be at the most important panel at this conference. So we're going to do presentations with Jason Isaac, Paul Watkins, and Marlo Lewis. They'll present for about 15, 20 minutes apiece, and then we're going to open it up for questions, and we'll come back to that. And I'll make a brief announcement about how we'll do Q&A after all of that. But I just want to do a quick introduction to the speakers, and then I will turn it over to them because they are truly some of the brightest minds on this issue. When Jim Lakely asked me who should be on this panel, I did not hesitate to say it should be Jason Isaac and Paul Watkins, and he counted back that we should have Marlo Lewis from CEI as well. So with that, let me introduce the Honorable Jason Isaac. He is the Director of Life Powered, a national initiative of the Texas Public Policy Foundation to raise America's energy IQ. Jason has appeared live on Fox News, Fox Business, and other national news shows. Prior to joining Life Powered, Jason, a fourth-generation native Texan, was elected 4 times as the state representative for Hays and Blanco counties in the Texas Hill Country. He served on the Energy Resources and Environmental Regulation Committees, among others. And during his 8 years of service, he successfully passed legislation to reduce taxes, strengthen election integrity, improve public education, preserve Second Amendment rights, protect local groundwater, and protect private property rights. Jason is a graduate of Stephen F. Austin State University. He lives in Hays County, Texas, with his wife, the Honorable Carrie Lucas, and their 2 sons. Marlo Lewis is a senior fellow at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. Lewis writes on global warming, energy policy, and public policy issues. Prior to joining CEI in 2002, he served as Director of External Relations at the Reason Foundation in Los Angeles, California. During the 106th Congress, Marlo served as staff director of the House Government Reform Subcommittee on National Economic Growth, Natural Resources, and Regulatory Affairs. He holds a PhD in government from Harvard University and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Claremont McKenna College. His interests include the science, economics, and politics of global warming policy, the precautionary principle, environmentalism and religion, and the moral basis of free enterprise. And lastly, but surely not least, Paul Watkins. Paul is the managing partner of Fusion Law PLLC. He has extensive experience with state, federal, and global regulators building coalitions and implementing policies to promote innovation in financial services. He was responsible for designing and implementing the first state, Arizona, and federal CFPB fintech sandboxes in the United States. He also designed the CFPB no action letter and trial disclosure policies. He helped found the first Global Regulatory Innovation Coalition and led the founding of the first Regulatory Innovation Coalition. He served on the Financial Stability Oversight Council Subcommittee on Digital Assets. He also has drafted state-level laws on blockchain and utility tokens. He holds a degree from Hillsdale College and a JD from Harvard Law School. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
All right. Is there a clicker up here for the presentation? There we go. So sitting right next to me. Good morning. My name is Jason Isaac, and I live a high-carbon lifestyle. And I think the rest of the world should too. It's fitting that I'm sitting up here ingesting higher concentrations of CO2 than what's in the atmosphere, and I assure you I'm not going to spontaneously combust, but it's fitting that this is from France, from Paris of all places. We know how the gift that we got from Paris that keeps on giving. It's awful. Cameron mentioned my wife in the introduction, the Honorable Carrie Isaac. It's interesting, my wife was just sworn into the legislature, and she'll be joining us later this evening. She's just sworn into legislature in Texas in January and serves a little bit of the same district that I served in my tenure last decade. But I was just looking at some of the bills that she filed, and I love the captions on this, relating to a prohibition on governmental contracts with Chinese companies. Man, she's been in office for 2 months. I served 8 years, and she's already doing stuff better than I have. She's very competitive, and so it's like she's had to outshine me right off the bat. But let me jump into this. And if we can get it on the screen so maybe you can see it, because I'm looking at it down here, and Mike, our AV guy's been great in the back. There we go. I love these three-letter acronyms that are getting weaponized really against humanity, but predominantly Americans. And so welcome to a brief journey through the mind of someone with ADD, because I'm going to jump all over the place. And I literally just put this together about 30 minutes ago because I like to hear other presenters and what people are talking about and make this conversation relevant. But these three-letter acronyms up here, I think are some, and I left off intentionally FBI and DOJ and IRS because, I don't want to get taken out and, shoot myself twice in the head. And commit suicide. But the World Economic Forum, the World Trade Organization, the Chinese Communist Party, diversity, equity, inclusion, critical race theory, environmental social governance, these things are all being driven down our throats against our will to dismantle human flourishing. They want us to take steps backwards and go back into poverty. You look at groups like the World Economic Forum, the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, those entities won't allow investments in countries if they're developing infrastructure based on fossil fuels. And to me, that is just, it's criminal, in my opinion. I've had the opportunity to speak with lots of members of Congress over the last few years, and I keep imploring on them, when do the human rights tribunals begin? Because the people, and when are you going to call the people like Bill Gates and George Soros and Klaus Schwab and Larry Fink and Al Gore and John Kerry? When will you call them before Congress to attest for their sins against humanity? Because decarbonization is dangerous and deadly. I love to point out, and this is an Our World in Data sheet, and of course there's awful messaging where the page that this came from. But I added some things. They talk about CO2 emissions being too high. Well, I added parentheses, that's where you have human flourishing. Like, shh, don't tell anybody. But living the high carbon lifestyle is truly the greatest thing on the face of the earth. And I like to tell people that capitalism and fossil fuels have lifted more people out of poverty than anything else in the history of man. And then they put poverty down there. Actually, they use the term poverty. And I'm like, yeah, that's because there's energy poverty. And that's what you have. And so when the Sri Lankan president embraced and bent the knee to the ESG gods and said, I'm going to be the first ever candidate in 2019 that's a net zero candidate, what happened, and keep in mind that Sri Lanka had one of the highest ESG scores of a country on the face of the earth in 2020. And the Sri Lankan president, in his first year in office, said no more use of nitrogen or fossil fuel-based fertilizer. So they banned the use and importation. And what happened? This is what net zero and ESG results in. It's dangerous and deadly, and quite honestly, it's dumb. But food production went down 40%. The cost went up 80%. And today, 9 in 10 families in Sri Lanka are having issues getting all the meals they need on a daily basis. 9 in 10 families facing hunger every single day in Sri Lanka. This is a company that's on the path to economic prosperity, and we know firsthand when you have economic prosperity, you have environmental leadership. They were on this incredible path, but you had a presidential leader that bent the knee, and now absolute economic catastrophic failures. Didn't even finish his first term in office. You may have seen on the news last year his palace was overrun. And where did he flee to? He didn't go to Malawi. Malawi's at net zero. That's where we're supposed to go. He didn't go to Malawi. He went to Singapore, the highest per capita CO2 emissions on the face of the earth, and one of the cleanest environments. I had the opportunity to visit Singapore in 2016. It was incredible. They retreat their wastewater. I jokingly call it toilet to tap, but it's water. You can clean it, and it'll still be water, and you can consume it. And that's what they do in Singapore. The air quality is incredible. It's a lot like where I was born in Houston. It's extremely humid. But not Malawi. No, the leader didn't go to Malawi. I think he should be relegated to Malawi. I think Bill Gates and those others that are in the climate cult should also be relegated to Malawi. But what's it like at net zero? This is a life at net zero right here. This is a video I like to show about the policies that are driving us towards this lifestyle, and hopefully this will play. Try one more click. There we go. This is Aisha. Aisha's a 13-year-old girl, lives in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is at net zero. What does net zero mean to women? Well, those policies hurt women more than they do men. And women like Aisha will spend 200 million hours today walking to collect water. So a high carbon lifestyle empowers women. 200 million hours a day spent collecting water, something that we take for granted here, we turn on a tap. It's 200 million hours that could be spent civic engagement, getting an education, raising a family. You see that? Aisha, 13 years old, spends 8 hours collecting water for her and her family. Yeah, her little brother gets to do homework, but Aisha doesn't get to do homework for 2 reasons. And it's heartbreaking. Number 1 is she's a female. But number 2 is she's the one that's responsible in the family for collecting water. She'll spend another hour walking around to collect animal dung and biomass to heat that water up to make it somewhat potable. I'm surprised YouTube or UNICEF hasn't pulled this video down, because I'm sure they would never think that someone would use their work to promote fossil fuels, but that's exactly what I do, and I love it. They've got some great content for me. But 8 hours every day. I showed this video to members, Congressman Crenshaw, the Texas congressman, and his staff. Hannah had done missionary work in Ethiopia. And she says, oh, do you know what technology the UN provides to girls like Aisha that Bill Gates funds? Long-term and plannable birth control. Because they know girls like Aisha are going to be attacked and raped while they're out there collecting water. But no, can't have access to infrastructure if you're investing in fossil fuels. That's the ESG agenda. I call it the China ESG agenda. More on that later. But expensive energy hurts the poor around the world. And it actually hurts the poor right here in the United States. Today, 1 in 6 families over the last 12 months have received a disconnect notice from a utility. There's this incredible lawsuit called the 200 versus the California Air Resources Board. I doubt anyone from the 200 is here at this conference, because it's 200 civil rights organizations that we probably wouldn't ideologically align with. But they're suing the state of California for violating the Civil Rights Act because their environmental policies have a disparate impact on communities of color. And this is just a couple of the quotes from the lawsuit. It's about 80 pages that is just ripe full of talking points. Expensive energy hurts the poor around the world. To lighten things up a little bit, I love to talk to groups, and I love this one because you always see a polar bear at a climate protest. This is one of my favorites. It's like if you see someone like, and they're holding this sign, like take them some water, they're probably getting dehydrated in that suit. They're gonna pass out. It's not healthy. I have friends that have done this before, not at a climate protest, but worn those suits like that. It's hot. But I love this because it's like, if the polar bears are the barometric measurement of climate change, mission accomplished, we've won, we're done, let's go home and let's worry about lifting the last billion people out of poverty around the face of the earth, because the numbers are inconvenient. In the 60s, there were about 10,000 polar bears. The 60s, there were about 10,000 polar bears on the face of the earth. Today, there's over 40,000 polar bears. We're done, look at that. Now we're too busy killing whales along the East Coast. I don't see any of those people protesting. What will you do to save me? Well, to save the whales, we need to stop the wind, but I digress. But I think this might have something to do with why Russia is invading Ukraine. I mean, there's so many polar bears, they're invading towns now. I mean, this is actually from the news in Russia. Northern Russia is getting attacked by polar bears. There's so many of them. Well, they're bears. They're going to go to where food is. Come on. And where people are, there's usually food and trash. But I try to add a little bit of humor to my talk here, but this might have something to do with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So I digress again, sorry. James Taylor mentioned AOC last night in his talk, and I don't think it was a lovingly complimentary way he was mentioning her, but just the mere mention of her acronym, if you will, I'm like, oh, I've got to put this slide in my presentation. And I have this vision, I have this goal of bringing AOC and Ted Cruz to the border together in Texas, and let's do the Green New Deal and secure the border at the same time. It's like we can build a wall along the southern border of solar panels. And if we do this, we produce 10% of the electricity that our country produces. 10%, that's pretty significant. And no one will ever cross this border because it will be a mile wide. So let that energy density think in. Of course, the ESG agenda doesn't care about energy density or math or science or facts. It's just about emotions. But a mile-wide border of solar panels along the entire southern border would produce 10% of our nation's electricity. That's when the sun is shining, by the way. It's just amazing that people are driving us to this habitat destruction. But I'll keep pushing AOC and Ted Cruz, see if I can get them to the border to do this. Let's talk a little bit more about ESG. I love this one. This was an actual email that a friend of mine was receiving. He was working with Credit Suisse versus Boston on launching a new business, doing an IPO, and he had worked with Credit Suisse for over 20 years, making them millions of dollars and starting successful new public businesses. And he was going for a funding round, and there came up some issues because they were concerned about some of his tweets. Now, this gentleman happens to support Ayn Rand and support groups that align with these free market freedmen principles. And so they tell him that they're a little bit concerned about some of his tweets and that their firm's sustainability committee has some concerns. So look, I love this. Dear Ben, please see the below bullets, which will make sure that our firm's sustainability policy is aligned with yours. By tweeting these, everyone will agree there is no misunderstanding. And they go on and they list the 4 bullet points because he asked them. He was fishing at this point in time. Oh, well, why don't you send me something in an email that you'd like for me to put out? Agree that the company activity should be aligned with the Paris Agreement. Believe that companies should have a commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Agree that climate change is occurring and that carbon is contributing to climate change and global warming. Believe that man is contributing to the addition of carbon in the atmosphere. And it says, while I have not gotten sign-off from our firm's sustainability committee, I believe these should work. Using the power of the purse to get people to bend the knee. Well, this gentleman has morals and principles and essentially told them to pound sand, which is interesting because he's in this high-pressure hydraulic fracturing sand business. Told them to pound sand, and look what's happened to Credit Suisse versus Boston over the last couple of years. Like, they're about to be insolvent. They are just losing their minds and their business, jeopardizing people's jobs to worship the false god of net zero and the climate cult. And I refer to net zero as the climate cult's Kool-Aid, and the results are the same. We just had this published on my Substack talking about renewable energy powered by child slaves. This is something the ESG movement doesn't want to talk about, and I've asked BlackRock's officials about this specifically, about them investing in these so-called green energy companies. It's really brown or red energy. 40,000 kids in the Congo between the ages of 4 and 13 years old mining cobalt. 40,000 kids between the ages of 4 and 13. Again, those are some UNICEF numbers. It's absolutely appalling to me. This is where the market distortions from federal governments and the world's largest financial asset managers are driving humanity, not only to live like this, but to work in these kind of conditions. This is absolutely heartbreaking. It's criminal. Again, when do the human rights tribunals begin? I mentioned the China ESG agenda. I just had this published on Fox News yesterday. Some of us were in Indiana testifying a couple of weeks ago in support of legislation. One of the model policies that we have that I believe Paul's going to talk about. I took the first stab of a draft in 2020 of a bill that says if you're going to boycott, divest, or sanction fossil fuels, then you can no longer do business with the state of Texas. I took that draft and gave it to our lieutenant governor's office in Texas, and it became the first bill that passed in the United States, pushing back against woke companies like BlackRock. Well, of course, you got groups like Ceres and the Sunrise Project who contracted with this school at the University of Pennsylvania to write this paper that shows that there could be higher cost by these states like Texas and Louisiana and Oklahoma and West Virginia and Kentucky and Tennessee that are divesting of firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street and other woke financial institutions. There could be higher cost. Well, not if you look at returns from last year, because the top 10 largest ESG funds all had double-digit losses last year. ESG is a scam, quote Elon Musk. And it is true. But the people that were testifying in opposition, the Bankers Association, were citing this study, which is interesting, and what I write about in this piece on Fox News is that the Wharton School of Business is part of the University of Pennsylvania. And the University of Pennsylvania has taken over $30 million in donations from Chinese donors affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. And that's maybe why they have this thing called the ESG initiative at the Wharton School of Business, so they can publish garbage to discredit bills that push back against the China ESG agenda and promote affordable, reliable energy from American producers that produce energy more responsibly than anywhere else on the face of the earth. And I'll leave you with this video here. This is just a short minute video. Maybe. I love it when kids say they want to boycott fossil fuels, and I say, well, give me your phone. They lose their minds. Then I ask them what else they want to give up. This is good walk-up music for Paul Watkins.
Well, thanks very much, Jason, and it's a privilege to be able to speak to you about financial regulation. I've been in financial regulation for about 15 years and worked on a lot of topics that I never thought would be interesting to the general public. So I'm just trying to advance the deck if it's available. What I'm going to talk a little bit about is how the financial system is being used as a regulatory tool. What folks on the left have figured out is that it's a lot easier to regulate the flow of capital than it is to pass a law, which folks can vote against. So I want to talk a little bit about how net zero is being used on the left. But when we're talking about ESG, I want to talk about ESG within the broader context of woke capitalism, because the business community has made a really interesting government relations decision over the past 2 years. Traditionally, you had fairly low approval among Democrats for corporations and for banks. You can see on this chart, it was down in the high 30s, but it was higher among Republicans. And so and that's over 60%. Now, if you've got over half of a particular political party, that's valuable, because if you have half of a party, they can block action. If you're at basically 33% across the board, it's not that valuable, because it means you're losing in every sector. So in its wisdom, what the business community decided to do is, we will attack the base. We will attack the only people in the country that support large corporations and banks, and we will call them bigots, and we will say we're going after their guns and their religious liberty. And what do you think happened? Well, support cratered from 63% down to 38% for banks, from 54% down to 25%. 25-point drop among Republicans, a 9-point drop among independents. The Democrat numbers went up 2 or 3%. Probably the stupidest strategy in the history of petitioning government for grievances. And that is the context of ESG, part of an effort by corporate America to double down and say, it's not just that we're going to use our advertising and our branding and our messaging to attack the only group of people in this country who support the right to be successful and make the large amounts of money that our company was designed to do. We're going to use the financial system to cut off access and really put the screws to these folks. So when I'm talking about ESG, of course, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. We're mainly talking about the E at this conference. And I want to zero in specifically on what the E means, because the other side will try to make ESG as broad as possible, hoping that something will be incorporated in the term that's useful. Here's the aspect of ESG that I want us to focus on. It's aligning business operations with net zero by 2050. Reducing emissions within your company to align your company with pathways to net zero. This is called implementing the Paris Agreement. Because the Paris Agreement can't get through the Senate, if you condition access to capital by compliance with the Paris Agreement, you can effectively make the Paris Agreement law in the United States without having to pass a law. And let me just talk a little bit about net zero, because net zero is kind of abstract. What the other side has done is kind of helpful. They've laid out the pathway to get to net zero within every economic sector. So if you look at aviation, the pathway to get to net zero emissions by 2050 means you hold airline travel at about 2019 levels, you cut out the short flights, and you change the composition of jet fuel. Okay, so to get to net zero in electricity generation, global electricity generation, right now 2/3 of global electricity generation is coal and natural gas. That's what the 24 and the 43 numbers are in the red box there. So that has to be phased to zero. That's how you get to net zero. So we're going to take 2/3 of the global electricity generation, and we're going to turn that into zero. And we're going to replace it with wind and solar, which you can see is about 3% right now. A dramatic, radical, amazing miracle of technology. It's probably not even possible, but we're going to assume that this is what's going to happen, and we're so confident that this is going to happen that we're going to start voting against company boards of directors unless they are on track to achieve this goal. Now think about this. If you're a coal company, what does alignment with net zero mean? That means your market share, which is 2/3 of the world right now, goes to zero. Is this something you're going to be excited about? Probably not. You say, oh, well, there's carbon capture. Carbon capture is like 2%. Goes from 0 to 2%. So again, 2/3 of global electricity, and maybe you have a shot at 2% of global electricity. And we're told net zero is inevitable. Everybody has to prepare for this. Well, this is actually a chart from an asset manager, BlackRock. And this tells you what the odds are of us getting to net zero. That green line that you see, that's what it would take to get to net zero. That's how steep the emissions reductions would have to be. The orange line are the policies that countries have currently enacted, which is essentially the status quo. The green line is the pledges. So when you hear about 91% of GDP has made some kind of climate commitment, that's the green line. There's a big difference there. Now the International Energy Agency published a report saying climate pledges by governments would fall well short of what's required. The pathway to net zero is viable. Getting to net zero is maybe the greatest challenge humankind has ever faced. I would agree with that. Taking 2/3 of global electricity generation, turning it into zero, taking 3%, jacking that up to 70%, changing every single economic sector, that probably is the greatest challenge humankind has ever faced. So why are financial institutions saying that this is all inevitable? Here are some more assumptions. Again, from the IEA. I'm just citing what the folks promoting ESG, the way they describe themselves. Here is what they want you to know about their plans. This is not even anyone who's skeptical. This is their own words. They say global energy will decrease by 8% by 2050. Energy demand will decrease by 8% while the economy doubles. That's amazing. We're going to have historic levels of energy efficiency that we've never seen before. For us to get to net zero by 2050, about half of the reductions come from technologies that don't exist. It's going to cost at minimum $100 trillion. I put the low end, $100 trillion. There's a McKinsey number that's $275 trillion. Just to give you some benchmarks, that's more than, if you add up all the equity markets in the entire world, that's a bigger number than those equity markets. Again, which makes sense. It's a global transformation. And Jason's already talked a little bit about this. We could be energy independent right now as a country if we wanted to, if we had a president who cared about that sort of thing. You can't be. We cannot be, as the world sits today, we cannot be energy independent if we're generating wind and solar because those materials come from China. These are quotes from the New York Times. This is a widely recognized problem. Europe recognizes this problem. We would have to have a total transformation in permitting and manufacturing, and we're just nowhere close to being there. So, what have the smartest people in the room done? The Wall Street firms. They've gotten together in groups like Climate Action 100 and the Net Zero Asset Managers Alliance. They've accumulated $68 trillion, not their money, these are their clients' money. So if you own iShares, for example, that's a BlackRock product. If you own, you own an iShares S&P 500 fund, your money is counted in that $68 trillion because BlackRock has joined Climate Action 100. In joining Climate Action 100, they have committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the value chain in line with the Paris Agreement. And so have a lot of these other groups. And this initiative is largely driven by blue state pension funds and large foreign pension funds. For example, one of the largest pension funds is the Japanese pension fund, which has over $1 trillion. And so what these pension funds do, like the Japanese pension fund, they say, if you want to do business with us as an asset manager, you have to make these climate commitments because we've made a commitment that all our assets are going to be aligned with net zero. So if we're going to hire you to manage our money, then you have to join some of these initiatives and you have to make commitments about how you manage your money. So the pension fund is taking their small percentage of an asset manager's assets and they're using that to leverage control over all of the asset manager's other assets, including your money. And this is what that money is used for. So this is off the Climate Action 100 website. This is the benchmark that these asset managers, largest asset managers in the world, BlackRock, State Street, JP Morgan, all of these folks, this is what they put in front of public companies. Have you established a net zero target by 2050? Do you have short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals? Importantly, is your capital being allocated toward reducing emissions by 2050? Now, if you're an energy company, how do you allocate capital in line with reducing emissions? You're supposed to allocate capital in line with not selling your product, apparently. And then, climate policy agreement. Are you lobbying in line with the Paris Agreement? So again, we started out with net zero, the pathway for electricity generation, and I like that pathway because it's got numbers in it, and numbers are easy to understand, 66% to zero. So what would you expect? A bunch of asset managers commit to net zero when they're engaging with utilities What would they say? They would say what you see on the screen there, both coal and natural gas must be phased out. So tell us the retirement date that you have assigned to each natural gas and coal plant that you have. Now, the main proxy advisor, and a proxy advisor is somebody that if you don't have time to go through all the all the shareholder resolutions, then you hire a proxy advisor to make recommendations for you. The main one's called ISS. ISS has said, we're going to use this Climate Action 100 benchmark in the 2023 proxy season. So if a company is not making progress on these benchmarks, then we're going to vote against the board of directors. They control probably 15 to 20% of the votes. The members of Climate Action 100 together control over 30% of the votes. So you can see you're getting pretty close to 50%. And if you have a concentrated 50% of folks who want to be activists, who want to change company behavior unless they align with the Paris Agreement, you can regulate all public companies without having to pass a law. So as an example, here's some of the votes that BlackRock has taken that are consistent with their commitments to get to net zero. So a coal company, they voted against all the directors because the company did not include greenhouse gas reduction targets or alignment with a global aspiration of net zero. No kidding, right? A coal company that didn't want to align with net zero and shut down their business and buy a bunch of wind farms. Shocking, right? They voted against the directors. This is happening over and over and over again. It's not just asset managers. So these are your shareholders if you're a public company applying pressure. It's also coming from banks. And here is an initiative that 6 of the largest banks in the US have joined. It's started by the United Nations Environment Program. And that document, the screenshot of the document at the bottom where it says insert bank name, this is the document that those 6 banks have all signed saying we're going to change our lending. We're going to align our lending so that all the companies we lend to are in line with net zero. It's 50% of banking assets saying we're going to align with net zero. You may say, well, you know, companies sign stuff and they say they're going to use paper straws, but then people don't like them, so they switch back to plastic. And so does this really matter? So what the UN has said is they have established lending guidelines for every economic sector, and they've prioritized 3 of them: energy, power generation, and auto manufacturing. So if I were looking at the banks that have signed this document and I were trying to figure out, did the banks take this seriously? I would look at whether the banks are cutting emissions in these sectors that have been prioritized by the UN, and are they cutting them by similar amounts? So look at Bank of America here. This is from something that they put out called a Task Force on Climate Disclosures Report. And they say in our power generation, we're going to cut the emissions in our power generation by 70% by 2030. Again, that's what you got to do to get to zero by 2050. JP Morgan Chase, we're going to cut our power emissions by 69%. Goldman Sachs, we're going to cut ours by 48 to 65%. And look at what the CEO says. He says, collaboration will be an essential part of achieving the goal of a net zero economy, and the Net Zero Banking Alliance has an important role to play in facilitating decarbonization and effective capital allocation to the real economy. So he's saying we've joined the Net Zero Banking Alliance. With all these other folks, we're going to decarbonize these economic sectors so that we can get to net zero. They're all cutting emissions in the same sectors by the same amounts. Here's Citi saying, here, these targets were developed in line with the Net Zero Banking Alliance. 63% cut instead of 69%. Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley. And then JP Morgan said, that was good, but now we're going to add 3 more categories. We're going to do iron and steel, cement, and aviation. So again, working through all of these sector categories. The UN has hopefully laid them all out, so we know that agriculture is coming up, residential real estate, commercial real estate, all things to look forward to. Now, there's been a pushback from the states because the states and all of you, you're funding your own economic destruction. And in some ways, there's very little choice because there are so many financial institutions that have committed to this goal. It's actually hard. It takes real work to try to avoid doing business with these people. So if you look at, for example, Indiana's public employees retirement, these are just the firms that are part of Climate Action 100. It's $16 billion. In Nebraska, it's $11 billion. Just Climate Action 100. Which means that state pensions are being used to force the companies that make up the economic backbone that are being taxed to supply all the public contributions for these pensions. The pension money is actually being used to pressure and destroy those companies, which is remarkable, which is why you see considerable effort and attention at this level, on this issue at the state level. So there are essentially three approaches that states have taken. One is to clarify fiduciary duty and say many states have a standard that when you're investing state pension money, it has to be solely in the financial interest of the beneficiaries. And so what many states are doing is saying, well, when you're using our money to go talk to companies or vote shares, BlackRock did, I think, 2,000 plus climate engagements about a year ago, voted against directors about over 300 times. When you're using our money for that, the same standard applies. And if you're making these commitments saying that you're pushing companies to get to net zero, well, then we're not going to do business with you. Similar concept with the groundbreaking legislation that Jason was talking about that he introduced in Texas that many states are copying on contracting. So here the principle is, well, if the state's hiring somebody as a bank or insurance company or something else, and those assets are then going to be used to undermine the state's economy, then the state's just not going to do business with that entity. The third concept is around protecting everyone in the state who would want to go out and get a loan from one of these banks. And here it's really important. There's a fair access concept that came from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And that was the idea that if you're a bank above $100 billion, then you have to basically make your products available to everybody on equal terms. So some folks have taken that concept and tried to turn it into a state law. There's one big problem with that. States don't regulate the national banks that are the biggest problem. And so when you write a requirement like that in state law, you just end up punishing your small state chartered banks. And that is why you see this bill in particular is being defeated by really wide margins because it's not well calibrated to solve the problem. You need a little bit different approach. Florida introduced a version of this. It was a little bit different where the enforcement mechanism flows through consumer protection rather than the bank regulator. And there's a little bit more promise there. So I think I need to wrap up here pretty close. I just want to talk a little bit about the free market. Because when you're talking about asset management, so much of these assets come from governments, and this is something I didn't appreciate. Government money is a very significant portion of our economy, and when you get a number of governments together around a political agenda, they are driving capital allocation and they're driving the market because they are coordinated and organized in a way that we all are not. So 19 of the top asset owners in the world are either public pensions or sovereign wealth funds. 92% of the wealth of the top 100 asset owners are pension or sovereign wealth funds. And then if you take that 92% of the top 100 asset owners, that's approximately 25% of all assets under management. So what the other side has done is targeted a relatively small group of people. It's essentially all asset owners except for Middle Eastern countries and some red state pensions are organized around this goal. And that allows them to influence banks and asset managers and effectively be able to direct capital allocation. And so I think it's important to understand that backdrop because people will say, well, let's just let the market function. Well, the market's been significantly distorted, and you have to address that distortion first. Thanks so much.
Go back. Well, thank you. I'm really delighted to be here, and those were great presentations, and I've learned a lot. So I hope you all were as tickled by what you heard, and also disturbed as much as I was. And what I want to do today is just review some of the highlights of comments that I submitted to the SEC on its climate risk disclosure proposal, comments that were co-authored with Kevin Dayaratna, the data scientist from the Heritage Foundation, who's speaking here today, and also the late Dr. Patrick Michaels, who is a good friend of many of you and me. And so what the Securities and Exchange Commission has done is put out a proposed rule that would require every publicly traded company to estimate the magnitude and probability of the financial losses that it will face because of the physical impacts of climate change, but also because of climate policies and litigation. They call those transition and liability risks. And let me just stipulate here, I won't go into it, but that estimating those kinds of risks at the level that the SEC is requiring, which could be down to the zip code for a company if it's in terms of the physical risks or the transition risks, is so speculative and dependent on so many arbitrary assumptions that the information is literally worthless to a shareholder, to an investor, that the real value from requiring this kind of information for a company comes in the ability of the SEC and then all these organizations that we just heard about, all the asset managers and BlackRocks and people like that, to put pressure on you to compel speech. Basically, not only having these private entities or quasi-private entities directing how capital is invested in the marketplace, but also about what people can say about their own companies. And one of the top priority goals is to get a company that might be a coal company to confess that it is unsustainable in a carbon-constrained world. That's our assessment of our own risk here, that we can't survive. And of course, the effect of that would be to drive capital out of the company long before any change in policy actually made the company uneconomic. And then, of course, they'll tell you they're doing this for the sake of protecting shareholder value, and that's kind of like bombing the village in order to save it. You know, we're going to protect you to death. We're going to make you confess that you're unsustainable, so that also shareholder activists can come and sue you because you didn't confess it earlier when they invested in you. You know, they bought their token shares so they could show up at meetings. It's a very dirty game that's being played here, with some pretty horrible consequences if it succeeds. Now, the SEC has not finalized this proposal yet. They released it in March of 2022. They still haven't finalized it, and I think in part because they took a lot of heat for it from, as we heard, from certain red states, but also a lot of private industry that felt threatened by it, and so much of it is so amorphous and speculative that I think they're probably trying very hard to figure out how to make it legally defensible. And so the reason why we submitted comments was to enumerate, to the best of our ability, the arbitrary and capricious aspects of this proposal so that it could be effectively challenged in court once the proposal becomes a final rule. And just as a little wrinkle here, in regulatory litigation, it's pretty much a given that you can't litigate on any issue that hasn't been raised previously in the comment period. So that's why we wanted to take our shot while we could. And it's not that we have plans to litigate. The three of us didn't have plans to litigate, but we were hoping that we would provide intellectual ammunition once litigation actually began. Now, I would argue, and we argued, that this rule making was arbitrary and capricious in two main ways. And the first way has to do with the unrealistic assumptions on which it's based. The rule assumes what we all here at this conference reject, which is that climate change is a crisis. And the SEC refines that somewhat. It's a crisis imperiling the stability of the U.S. financial system. And that is supposedly what justifies compelling all these companies to prioritize the estimation and reporting of climate-related risks, not only to the SEC, but also to incorporate those estimates in their business models, their planned expenditures, their corporate governance policies. So it's like a complete takeover from within the organization for the purpose of advancing the net zero agenda. Now, this climate crisis that supposedly justifies all this is not real. It's a fabrication of overheated climate models, inflated emission scenarios, and frankly, grotesque depreciation of mankind's remarkable capacity for adaptation. And so when an agency sets about to impose multi-billion-dollar compliance costs on an industry on the basis of deeply flawed assumptions, of a deeply flawed methodology, that is arbitrary and capricious. So let me just give you maybe a little clearer picture of what I mean. The DC Circuit Court of Appeals, in a series of cases, has put it this way: an agency's use of a model is arbitrary if the model bears no rational relationship to the reality it purports to represent. Now, we have two people here at this conference, Roy Spencer and Ross McKittrick, who often work with John Christie, and I hope all of you are familiar with all three of these gentlemen. They're all great scholars. Anyway, they've just done a ton of work showing that the models, it's a generation of models, or a series called CMIP, and there was the fifth generation that was used in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's fifth assessment report in 2013 and 2014. And then there's the CMIP6 models that were used in the latest IPC report known as AR6. Anyway, if it comes up here in the chart, there we are. It turns out that these models have been hindcasting more than twice as much warming as observations have measured in a region of the atmosphere that is the best designed to measure changes in the greenhouse effect. That's the mid-tropical troposphere, the bulk atmosphere, not the lower part of the atmosphere, but sort of midway up in the tropics. And as you can see there, the red line in the first chart is the mean, in other words, the average estimate of the models of where tropical tropospheres should have been heading since 1979. And the squiggly lines below that, the blue, green, and purplish lines, those show different observational data sets. And the next chart over on the right is just another example of the same thing. But basically, these models are inaccurate, and for some reason they get more inaccurate every generation of them. So the models don't improve because the thrust behind them is that climate change should always be worse than we thought, and you can always make it look worse than we thought. These are graphs of the CMIP6 models, and in the right-hand portion, the yellow bars show the CMIP6 models, which have a higher climate sensitivity than any of the preceding generation, any of the CMIP5 models. Climate sensitivity simply means how reactive you estimate the climate is to any given increase in greenhouse gas concentration. So the SEC is not a climate agency, but the SEC relies on the IPCC and then all of the other groups that do these climate impact assessments in order to make its case that climate change is a crisis imperiling the stability of the financial sector, and that's why we have to have all these new requirements and standards. And now think about it for a moment, because these models now are in error by more than 100%. Errors of that magnitude earn failing grades in most academic disciplines. You know, I mean, my son is just about to graduate from college, and I was reminded of these penalties for error by his his engineering classes. In his engineering classes, you get something that's off by a few decimal places and you flunk. You know, or think about this. How about a fund manager who advises people's investments based on economic forecasting models that are off by more than 100%? I think he'd lose his job pretty damn quick. But these models, which are just as inaccurate as those examples, those hypotheticals, these are the ones that are used to tell us that climate change is a crisis. Now, I think the same logic that says that these models, reliance on these models would be arbitrary and capricious, would also dictate that reliance on unrealistic emission scenarios would be arbitrary, and so would the use of any other deeply flawed assumption, and there are many in the SEC's rulemaking. And this amazed me, even though I've been following this topic for several years now. What has amazed me is how much of the underlying climate impacts literature has been distorted, even, I would say, polluted, by the widespread use of two closely related emission scenarios. And, oops, where are they? Where are those emission scenarios? Somehow these are out of order here. Oh, wait a minute. I think I went too far. Okay. Let's see where they are again. Okay, well, yeah, okay. I had another chart somewhere, but this will do fine. The one on the left is a chart of RCP 8.5, and the black band that expands out in that first panel there, that is what RCP 8.5 assumes will happen to coal consumption in the 21st century. So basically it assumes that between the year 2000 and 2100, coal consumption increases by almost tenfold. Now, does anybody believe that's happening? No, it's preposterous. And the chart on the right shows you what's actually happening. That chart comes from the International Energy Agency, and what it shows is that mid-century carbon dioxide emissions in RCP 8.5 are more than double what the International Energy Agency is now forecasting for the year 2050. So it is completely unrealistic. Just at this date, it's already like 100% off. And it only gets worse as you get out through the 21st century. So the IPCC and all of these other researchers who rely on this methodology take these hot models and run them with these inflated emission scenarios in order to produce disaster predictions. And now here was the fact that I think I neglected to say was that, or did I mention this, that just in the last, say, year and a half, something like 7,200 papers had been published using RCP 8.5, and another 1,500 papers in the peer-reviewed literature were based on SSP 8.5, which I don't know if you can read it quite there in the panel, but the emissions are even a little higher there. So this whole climate impacts literature is literally polluted with reliance on these ridiculous and ridiculously implausible emission scenarios. And this also underpins the SEC's climate risk disclosure proposal. So I think that creates another layer of legal vulnerability. Then, I would also just submit that the whole climate crisis idea is dumb because, as Alex Epstein, one of our speakers, likes to say, I'm paraphrasing here, humans using fossil fuels did not take a naturally safe climate and make it dangerous. Rather, they took a naturally dangerous climate and made it much safer. And so you can see that, let's see, there. What we see on the left are climate-related deaths over the last 100 years. In other words, how many people, the number of people, died from various forms of extreme weather since the 1920s. And what you find is that the decadal average of deaths related to extreme weather has decreased by 96% over the last 100 years. At the same time, the global population has increased by 400%. And so combine those two numbers, and what you find out is that the average person's risk of dying from extreme weather today is 99.4% lower than it was in the 1920s. And yet they tell us we have a climate crisis. If we're living through a climate crisis, how would they describe the horrors of the 1920s? You know, and why was it that during the 1920s nobody was worried about the climate? Why was it not then considered a crisis? You know, no, it was just considered bad weather. And we've gotten so much more sustainable. Now, what the graph on the right shows you is the decline in different parts of the world, or different income levels, in the relative economic impact of extreme weather. So in other words, if you look at economic damages related to extreme weather, and then you compare that to the amount of GDP that is exposed to the bad weather, the relative impact has declined, and dramatically, by almost fivefold. Since when? Since the 1980s. The 1980s is when the global warming scare really began. In other words, this is during the age of global warming. The relative economic impact of extreme weather has declined almost fivefold. That's another great, powerful piece of evidence that our mostly fossil-fueled civilization is increasingly sustainable. Not that it's tottering on the edge and that we have to somehow shut down 2/3 of the world's energy supply in order to save ourselves from something even worse than global energy poverty. How much more time do I have? About 2 minutes, okay. Well, the other point that I would make is that I said that there were two main ways in which the SEC proposal is arbitrary and capricious. The other is that if an agency ignores an important aspect of the problem, never talks about it, doesn't address it, that's arbitrary. That's another Administrative Procedure Act sort of principle that courts have insisted upon. And there's just a whole slew of important things that the SEC has not talked about at all. First of all, it never addresses in its rulemaking the well-documented criticisms of the hot models, the inflated emission scenarios, the lame human adaptation assumptions. It doesn't talk about the declines, the dramatic declines in weather-related mortality or the relative economic importance of weather-related damages. I'm going to try and compress here. Yeah, it also doesn't talk about the enormous macroeconomic, household, and energy market costs of a forced transition to net zero would be. I mean, if America is impoverished by a forced transition away from the most affordable and abundant energy sources, this is going to be a very poor country for people to invest in. It'll be a very poor place for people to build wealth in. If you're really worried about shareholder value, you don't pursue net zero. You oppose net zero. Similarly, there are just immense geopolitical risks involved in this forced transition, because it turns out that if the world primarily runs on gas and oil, America has the world's greatest geopolitical influence based on energy. But if all of a sudden it's wind turbines, solar panels, and so on, it's the nation with the greatest access to what are called energy transition minerals, things like lithium and cobalt, copper, and also the greatest capacity to refine and process these materials. And that leader in the world today is indisputably China, and they are likely to expand their leadership because they do not have what we have here in the United States, which is an environmental permitting system that makes it almost impossible to open up a new mine or open up a new refining facility. So anyway, I think this rule is vulnerable to defeat in court, and I hope we can all make it happen. And maybe that would be, a little bright spot in the otherwise gloomy picture. I mean, it's true, when you think of all the trillions of dollars arrayed on the other side against the free market, it can be pretty intimidating. But I think maybe we can maybe in court we can stop the SEC from advancing, and then maybe we can throw the bums out and get some laws that will defend energy freedom and the future of our prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to question and answer, I'm going to take some moderator privilege and ask a question of you guys, something that I think is important for people both are watching and for the folks here in the room. So over the last 24-ish months, states have started to push back. State legislatures have started to push back on this ESG effort. As of today, I just pulled up a map. I know Heartland Institute, we're watching 61 different pieces of legislation that's moving right now in some ESG related form or another. I wanted to ask Jason, Paul, and Marlo, what are you seeing in the states? What do you feel is the prospect for some, lots of success in the states pushing back on ESG? And then take your turns for a couple of minutes, and then we'll open up to Q&A for everybody.
Sure, thanks, Cameron. I'll jump in since Texas kind of led the effort, but boy, this has become a real political lightning rod for the right. So I love it. You can kind of tell how successful we're going to be in states, whether or not their governor is going to run for president. Because I think we'll be more successful if they are. So I want to encourage everybody to run for president. Like, come on, get in. Let's get these through the state so that we can push back against BlackRock. But it was interesting. We passed this bill in 2021 in Texas, and BlackRock showed up at our office in Austin and met with us. And And I joked because the economy wasn't doing great in the spring of 2021. Oil had gone negative. And I said, gosh, I really thought you guys were going to be leading the economic recovery in the state of Texas. And they looked at me really perplexed and like, why is that? And I said, well, I thought all the private jets coming down from Wall Street to testify against this bill would really help out and sell a lot of jet fuel. That'd be good for Texas. They didn't think that was too funny, but they really, and they didn't come down and testify against it, and neither did the bankers, which was fascinating because you see how much things have changed just in the last 2 years, less than 2 years. It's BlackRock told me in that meeting, well, they didn't have a state lobbying team. Well, I joked when I was a politician about all the jobs that we created. Well, I can honestly say I've created a lot of jobs. You see BlackRock ads on Fox News now and other networks, and you see they have hired up big time around the country and have a state team. They've got a ton of contract lobbyists on, and so do the bankers. And you look at who the bankers are controlled by. They're controlled by the 6 banks that Paul showed on his presentation, and you just Google or Bing or some other network, find out who are the top shareholders of, and you type in the bank's name, and you're going to find BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. I did this with Southwest Airlines because they're wasting money on some carbon offset program that for every dollar you pitch in, they're going to pitch in $2. Well, maybe if they'd spent a little bit of money investing in technology and people, they wouldn't have had some of the issues they had a couple of months ago, but they're burning money. They're wasting shareholder dollars to bend the knee, but you look at who the top shareholders are of Southwest Airlines, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. Those are usually in the top 10. They are manipulating this market, but they are hiring up big time and fighting us at the states, and we're seeing it across the country. We got 5 states passed in 21 and 22, and like Cameron said, we're going after a whole bunch of other ones.
Paul? It just occurred to me that I ended on sort of a pessimistic note. So let's say something, talk about some good news here. There's, and to Jason's point, there really hadn't been a lot of pushback until the past 18 months or 2 years. And the other side is just terrified at, frankly, the limited pushback at this point. I mean, we've just had legislation adopted in a few states. Probably pretty soon there'll be 20 states, I would expect, over the next couple of years. We'll have some form of legislation on this. AGs at this point have been sending letters saying, hey, this looks like antitrust, this looks like a breach of fiduciary duty. They'll probably step up their action and get more aggressive. What state treasurers have been divesting from BlackRock and State Street over the limited funds that they control. They control maybe, depending on the state, a few $100 million or a couple $1 billion of, that's a limited portion of the state capital. Most of the money is in a pension fund, which is controlled by a board. So a lot of the treasurer funds have been divested, and now it looks like pension funds are seeing, well, should we just move our funds out of these activist managers? So, and that's just the state level. Now we've got a new House. It's probably going to be holding hearings on this, calling people in. And so what that means is that the free ride is over. You know, the strategy was we'll do everything that California and New York want us to do, and we'll still be able to do business with everybody else. And if they ever criticize us, we'll tell them, you're anti-free market. Go away. Everything that we do is the free market. Everything that you criticize is not the free market. And that strategy is just not working. People are seeing through it. And so, frankly, for this to work, they've built this giant edifice on the financial system, but there's some major problems with it. A lot of it's illegal. Breaches fiduciary duty. There's a whole lot of coordination. It'd be amazing if they could do all this without facing antitrust liability. And then it requires them essentially to run the table in every country and every industry. They're trying to transform the world. And all it will take is demonstrating, well, you can't transform this. This isn't going to change. China's not going to change. You already see John Kerry worried about China. And the whole thing falls apart. So yes, it's very impressive, but in the end, I think it's going to collapse.
Marlo, last word to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll collapse too, because it truly is unsustainable, and but I don't have any additional information to provide on the state stuff. candidates running to lead the pushback against this, and I think we'll see even more coordination between red state policymakers and federal policymakers. But already you see a great deal of collaboration going on between members of Congress and the red state leaders in the counter revolution against the ESG movement.
All right, thank you. So we'll do questions. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. So I caution you, we need to move efficiently. So keep commentary to a minimum, preface your question quickly, get to the question, we'll get an answer. Andy's got the microphone, so I'm just going to identify, send Andy to you. We will try to get to as many questions as we can. We've got about 10 minutes. Andy, let's start right here. Just state your name and any affiliation and then question.
Right. Michael Justino, no affiliation, from Cleveland, Ohio. We've been talking about these lists of banks. Probably all of us have money in one of them. If their push is to go to net zero, they're very smart people who run those banks, I'm sure. My question is, where do they think the money is going to come from when they get to net zero?
I mean, the same place it's been coming from for the last 40 years, propping up wind and solar with unreliable subsidies. I mean, you're talking it's like $60 billion in subsidies just in the state of Texas. So that's where, and you look at the Great Reset driven by the World Economic Forum. They don't, modern monetary theory, central bank digital currency. They have no issues with deficit spending. Modern monetary theory actually is a proponent of it, which is just absolutely absurd. But it's going to come from the government, which those of us in this room, I think we probably know where that comes from. I'm not sure these really smart people do. I will say it's a really smart marketing campaign, and as a marketing professional for 30 years, the ESG is just absolutely brilliant marketing, and I love working against it. Because it's like you're taking on the biggest thing in the history of mankind. I think it's the greatest scam ever in our lifetimes. And it's fun to work against it.
All right. Any gentleman in the brace jacket?
Kerry Brown from St. Petersburg, Florida, attorney and very nonprofit, smart carbon reduction. I think the Ukraine problem has a silver lining. Jamie Dimon, did you see the testimony in front of the House committee a couple months ago when they had all the banks lined up kangaroo court? Are you going to defund fossil fuel boo-boo? And Jamie Dimon said something like, hell no, that would be economic suicide. I think things have changed. My question is, I do see J.P. Morgan Chase still featured very much in this Climate Action 100. Have you heard anything in the background that Jamie Dimon is going to back off this Climate Action 100? Any follow-up? You saw the testimony, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that testimony, and it occurred before the midterms. And so my guess as to what was going on was that there were folks who thought the midterms would come out a little differently than they did, that it would be a much more dramatic change, and they were kind of trying to set the stage. I think you really, for any public figure, you got to look at what they do, not necessarily what they say. So J.P. Morgan, still part of Net Zero Banking Alliance, still has the emissions targets, set 3 more category targets in December of 2022. So if they really thought this was a serious issue that was causing problems for them, then they changed their behavior.
Can I just add a related point, although not directly on your question, but we've been talking about banks here, and one of the SEC propositions for us to all believe is that climate change threatens the stability of the banking system as part of the financial system. And the Federal Reserve Bank of New York actually did a study on this back and published it in November 21. And the abstract of the study begins, the study is titled something like, how great a risk does climate change pose to the banking system? And the first words of the abstract are, not very. And they go on to explain that big banks typically make money during natural disasters because the demand for loans goes up, and that small banks are usually more prudent than the widely used meteorological models, and that they usually do not incur great losses by lending in by making loans to companies that are exposed, say, to flooding or storm surges or what have you, or wildfires, and that even the small banks, if they incur some losses, also end up making more money through increased lending. So that's how fragile. I mean, so these banks know better. They know that there's no risk to them from climate change, but that they think they can somehow make money by exploiting public fears of it.
All right. Jason, where were they? Yeah, right there.
Awesome. Thanks so much. It's really exciting to hear about this. I'm Olivia. Happy to be here. I just was curious, you guys started to talk a bit about pushback that you're kind of seeing at the state level and how it's, recent, it's kind of new. I was curious kind of where energy companies stand on these bills and like these efforts to fight ESG and what they could be doing to be more helpful in that area or how they play a role.
It depends on the energy company. The major international oil companies have completely embraced this effort. They've aligned with, and you look at what BlackRock did. I asked them this specifically about their votes to align with engine number one to replace board members with activist board members that want to decarbonize a business that produces hydrocarbons. I liken that to defooding a restaurant. It really doesn't work out too well for the customers, the employees, the shareholders, anybody, mankind. Like, oh, we don't get into the science. And I said, well, it's interesting because as soon as you got these new activist board members in, they aligned with Paris. They committed to be net zero by 2050. They sold billions of dollars of assets in Southeast Asia where they were going to produce oil and gas from. And I said, I'd much rather an American company producing that oil and gas that's going to produce it more responsibly than anywhere else on the face of the earth. But guess who they sold it to? PetroChina. Guess who owns 7.2% of PetroChina? BlackRock. So BlackRock's not decarbonizing. They're just moving the nut in the cup and hiding it from us. And again, so unfortunately, these majors are corrupted by this cartel, but the independents, the small, more independent, like the independent bankers, they're more free and they pivot and they are pushing back against this ESG agenda. I heard one oil services company got asked by a major, like, what's your ESG plan? And he kind of was silent, and they said, what's your sustainability plan? And his response was, profitability? And they said, okay. And it was just a check-the-box exercise. Does this company have a sustainability plan? Awesome, they do. So it's going to be the independents that are going to have to push back, and that's who I think is really driving this. And you saw Hallador Energy, or maybe you didn't see, but Hallador Energy, their CEO stood up in Indiana with us and testified in support of a bill to push back against the ESG, the China ESG agenda. And he said that he used to get insurance quotes from 7 different brokers, and now he only gets insurance quotes from 1. That's not a quote, that's a bill. And he used to have several financial institutions that were available that wanted to loan him money, and that has dwindled significantly. And you look at the numbers of capital, private capital invested in the oil and gas industry from 2015 to 2021 has decreased 94%. It was $50 billion in private capital invested in North American oil and gas in 2015. That number has dropped down to $3 billion. It's an astronomical decrease in funds available, and it's because the China ESG agenda is being weaponized against American energy producers, but the majors aren't helping us.
We're going to sneak one last question in. We're going to go a little over. Can you pass it to Representative Carroll with the red, Andy, straight back?
On your left.
No, I'm not on the left, just for clarification. I'm actually Senator Frank Carroll from the great state of Arizona. Great discussion here. We got a whole bunch of bills on ESG we're working on. 2 of them in particular, I'm working on pensions and also Second Amendment lawful commerce. But my question is to a specific chart in Mr. Lewis's presentation. And it's an interesting, I think it's the CMIP 5 chart, and it shows the projection that they're expecting us to be all dying from. And there's a whole bunch of squiggly lines at the bottom that do not comport with the result or the projection. One in particular is green, and it says next to that identification, weather balloons. Is this any connection between that chart and the recently unidentified balloon that was shot down by the federal government?
It must be. They don't want us to know.
All right, let's
Senator, one more way that you can push back is bring insurance into it. We're doing that in Texas. State Chairman Tom Oliverson has filed bills on this that's basically going to say if you boycott, divest, or sanction fossil fuels, and you can expand that to firearms, then you no longer can do insurance business in that particular state. You pull their charter. That's going to wake up some of these insurance companies that are part of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance.
All right, we're going to wrap it up, and I know everybody has a lot more questions, but lunch is in just a few more minutes. The lunch speaker is State Treasurer Marlo Oaks from Utah, who's been a leader on this issue. So this conversation is going to keep going for like the next hour or so. So this is not the end of the ESG conversation here at the conference. If you need anyone's contact information, have follow-up questions, please reach out to Jim Lakely, me, or anyone else at Heartland, and we will put you in touch with the 3 panelists. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the panelists.
They couldn't just simply do something simple like have some inspector look under the hood and go, oh, yeah, it's electric, no emissions. No. California, in their infinite wisdom, made you go through dynamometer tests, emission sniffing tests, all that crap in order to sell an electric vehicle. And they wanted $30,000 to do this test, and there was only one facility within reach of me down in Los Angeles, 600 miles away. Anyway, bottom line is that California killed my electric vehicle before, and then that was the end of that. But yeah, I will not own another electric vehicle at this point because of that and other things. But we're going to talk about the modern electric vehicles today. And one of the things I want to show you real quick is this chart about energy density. You know, here's the interesting thing. At the very top is the lithium battery in terms of energy density in megajoules per kilogram. Lithium batteries are the absolute lowest form of energy density of all the available fuels. Even wood does better. A Stanley steamer would do better than a lithium battery in terms of, you know, compact energy resources. And interestingly enough, hydrogen is way up there at the top. So, you know, we're going to talk about this, the fuel, the applications, and so forth. and just basically put a skewer in the whole idea of electric vehicles. Now, we had another, the impetus for this particular discussion came from a post that was done by Willis Etchenbach, one of my friends and one of my regular contributors on whatsupwiththat.com. And he produced a really great essay about the electric vehicles, and he called it the mirage of electric vehicles. Basically, he pointed out some really interesting things that, Jim, if you have that URL up, I'd certainly appreciate bringing up that webpage. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to Linnea and see what you have to say about electric vehicles. You've had some experience with energy density. What do you think? You're muted.
Sorry about that. The chart says it all. I mean, the battery issue in particular is one that I think is a little bit hard for people to really wrap their head around. So you get an electric car, and the first thing that people who have to replace the battery on their electric car find out is that it's nothing like replacing the battery in a normal car. The electric car battery tends to be like the entire undercarriage of the vehicle. It's crazy. I have only a battery pack, and it's unbelievable. And these lead acid batteries in particular that you're talking about, well, if you're concerned about the environment, the construction and the manufacturing of the lead acid batteries in China and India, there's a couple of studies that have come out that have shown that it's actually leading to some pretty severe lead leakage into the environment and into potable water sources. Yeah. So there's a lot of questions. And of course, any industrial operation is going to come with some degree of leakage. So it's going to be a lot worse coming from them than if the United States were manufacturing these things. But there are a lot more questions that need to be answered in regards to the environmental friendliness of an electric vehicle than we're led to believe. You know, when people's only concern is carbon dioxide, they overlook a whole lot of other issues.
They sure do. They sure do. Let's go back to that webpage real quick before we get to you, Sterling, because I want to point out something to people. Jim, if you'll scroll down just a little bit. Jim Lakely, our producer, is working in the background for me today. If you'll scroll down a little bit, the analysis that Willis did basically found that over the past 10 years, the amount of gasoline that was saved by electric vehicles, even though they're growing exponentially, came down to 2 days worth of gasoline compared to the whole U.S. consumption. That's what we've gotten out of electric vehicles over the past decade. It's just, it's futile. I mean, there's no impact of any significance towards reducing CO2. Sterling, what do you got to say?
Yeah, billions in subsidies, 2 days worth of gas saved. Probably less of an impact on gasoline consumption than even ethanol. And ethanol has almost no impact on gasoline consumption. You know, there are you talked about full disclosure. I've seen some comments where someone said they had an electric vehicle. My mom has a hybrid vehicle, and she has for a few years. The warranty's out. Her battery pack goes out. The battery pack costs more than the car's value. Yep. If it were a normal internal combustion engine, she could replace the battery and the transmission for less than the battery pack. Mm-hmm. And it would not be more than the car's value. And now that's for a hybrid. Can you imagine how much more expensive it is for a full electric? The battery packs there are much larger. They're much heavier. And by the way, you know, your shade tree mechanic can't replace those things. You have to go to specialized dealers. It turns out she took hers to Firestone. They said, we can't do this. You need to take it back to the dealer. Concerning your electric car, that wouldn't even be allowed in the United States to be sold today, Anthony. Leave California's particular idiocies aside. Under the Biden administration's plan for electric vehicles, it has to be largely made in the U.S. The component parts have to come from the U.S. They have to be built using union labor that pays prevailing wages. That wouldn't work. So this is both a subsidized jobs program and no good for the environment. Terrible for laborers in the countries. Basically, someone wrote this week, it's electric vehicles are the blood diamonds of the modern age because of the slavery, because of the forced labor, the child labor that's used to get the materials that go not into the lead, not into the lead, but into the lithium ion, which are the most common batteries for these things. And then, leaving all that aside, the damage it's doing to our electric grid and the damage it does to your homes if it happens to catch fire while it's just sitting there, folks. One country after another, one state after another have pulled public electric vehicles off the roads when they caught fires, just sitting in streets.
Speaking of which, we have a video of what has happened to a Tesla when Hurricane Ian went through Florida. And the problem that we had was that a lot of the owners of electric vehicles chose not to use them for evacuation because they didn't want to risk getting stuck on the roads where they couldn't get a charge. And so they left them. And what happened to them? They got invaded with salt water. And as a result of being invaded with salt water, they caught fire. Jim, let's take a look at that video. It is fascinating to watch, and it's got captions here. This apparently, they tried to drive it after it had gotten salt water in it, and of course, it's out on the main thoroughfare. The problem is that lithium and water don't mix. Even worse with salt water because it corrodes into the battery terminals and so forth. And they're trying to put it out with water, and they're only making it worse.
I mean, to be fair, any car that gets flooded like that is going to have some problems. But most gasoline cars, I'm not aware of a single gasoline car in Florida, internal combustion engine car in Florida, that after the hurricane passed, spontaneously combusted. I'm not aware of that. But dozens of electric vehicles did that. It's idiocy. It puts us in danger. It harms our electric power supply. And for me, look, I'm one guy, but for me, the most important factor mitigating against electric vehicles is they don't satisfy the way I travel or need. I did an analysis. There are something like 40 vehicles right now, electric vehicles that you can buy. If you want to buy them, you can buy them. And the government will be more than happy to give you a big subsidy if you do. It's coming from me. It's coming from Anthony. It's coming from Linnea, paying for you to buy your electric vehicle. Mostly pretty wealthy people buy these vehicles. So it's subsidy of welfare for the well-to-do. But there were only 2 vehicles being sold that I could get for sure to Houston and back. I mean, to Houston without a charge. That's if there's no traffic, if it's not too hot, if it's not too cold, all the right Goldilocks conditions, then I could get to Houston. Other than that, every other vehicle, I'd have to stop for a charge. You say, oh, well, you have to stop to gas yourself up. Yeah, that's right. No, I don't actually. I can go to Houston and halfway back without having to put gasoline in my current vehicle. But if I had to stop, it would take me like 5 to 10 minutes. If you want to charge an electric vehicle, the charging time at a fast charger, not your average charger that most of these are, but at a fast charger, if you can find it, is 30 minutes to an hour for a 20 to 80% charge.
Right.
On a trip like I took to Colorado, I would have lost my entire vacation traveling to and from Colorado, stopping to charge that vehicle rather than getting there overnight, coming back in one day, and having 5 beautiful days to enjoy my time with no charging.
Yeah. Let's get back to the fire for a second. Linnea, you've had experience working on oil platforms associated with, hard to put out fires. How would they put out a fire like this?
Right. So it's the same with any fire having to do with electronics, and a lot of, it's not just, it is mostly electric cars that have this problem now, but the more electronics you add to any car, the more of a risk you have of a fire that's difficult to put out because of the materials like lithium and stuff that go into them. So offshore, if you get a fire in an electrical panel or any place that there is battery storage, anything like that, what they can do on the drill ships that I worked on is they can actually close off the room airtight and suffocate and pump CO2 into the room and suffocate the flame out. And then when they know that there's no spark chance or anything, they'll send someone in to get rid of the equipment that's causing a problem. But yeah, it's CO2. It's
so
what
it's amazing. Yeah, CO2. You know, you got to use CO2 to put out the savior of the planet for CO2.
Right. But I wanted to point out too, Sterling, with you talking about the range issue, there's a video that my dad sent me a while back from a YouTube channel that he enjoys. And actually this YouTube channel had a little bit of a controversy. The poor guy wasn't trying to get in the middle of any kind of political discussion, but he tried to take a Ford Lightning and do like a big towing project with it. And it just did not have the abilities that a normal pickup truck would have. And then he also went and tried to drive it around in the winter, and he ended up getting rid of it because the range was reduced by half in the winter because of the cold. Batteries don't operate. temperatures. They also don't operate very well in high temperatures.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot of issues, and it's not to say that the technology will never get there. Like if we have some random magic breakthrough in batteries, which they've been promising for decades, who knows what could happen. So I don't want to dismiss the entire concept of an EV, but current EV technology can't be mandated because it's just not there.
Anyone who wants an electric vehicle should have the right to buy an electric vehicle. I got
But current EV technology can't be mandated because it's
Look,
just not there.
Anyone who wants an electric vehicle should have the right to buy an electric vehicle. I got no problem with that. But I shouldn't be paying for their electric vehicle. I shouldn't be subsidizing that purchase because the government's decided these things are better when they are not. And, you talk about Alaska. That's right. Alaska, there are cities in Alaska that tried to replace their diesel bus fleet and their natural gas bus fleet, because they had some natural gas buses, with electric vehicles. They shut that project down. San Francisco tried electric buses. They pulled them off the road. It was either Connecticut or New Hampshire recently that the governor signed, one day he signed a bill saying we're transitioning our public fleet to all electric vehicles. And the very next day, the only city that had bought electric buses so far pulled its entire fleet off the road of 7 buses because one of them caught fire while it was sitting in a parking lot.
Yeah, it's just
government.
Speaking of catching fire, I want to get into a couple of videos to help our viewers get an understanding of just how volatile lithium and water together are, or even lithium and air. Well, we've got this one clip here of this battery fire of a laptop type battery. Okay, now he's basically puncturing the battery with a push pin from a bulletin board. Look at that. That thing, this is why they worry about these things on airplanes. Yeah. With that kind of volatility, I mean, it's like a blowtorch going off. Can you imagine that in a confined space of an airplane? And they had problems like this with batteries, lithium batteries on transport ships. There was a fire a couple of years ago of a ferry boat where they had some lithium battery cars on the ferry boat, and the ferry boat caught fire because the lithium battery caught fire while it was being transported. Now, we have another clip after this one that shows what happens when you put lithium, pure lithium metal, and water together. Now, you may remember in high school, you put sodium in water and it exploded. Well, lithium is twice as volatile as sodium when you put it into water. And not only that, it does something else that's very, very unique. Watch. It produces hydrogen gas. As you know from the Hindenburg, hydrogen is extremely flammable. And here it's what they do. They capture that hydrogen in a test tube, put it over that candle, and watch. Boom. So the lithium, when it reacts with water, it produces hydrogen gas and oxygen. It's a self-sustaining reaction. And this is why it's so explosive and so problematic. And so we have literally now hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of ticking time bombs out there on the road that if they get, in an accident or they get water incursion or anything, they're going to catch fire and burn up. And this is something that doesn't happen with gasoline or diesel vehicles. As Sterling pointed out, none of them spontaneously combusted during Hurricane Ian.
Well, but you said if anything happened. No. The problem is worse than that. It's nothing has to happen and they can still combust.
Yeah.
Just sitting there, the batteries can heat up when they're not being used, when they're not charging, they can catch fire. It happened in India with scooters. It's happened in the US. It's happened at battery backup power plants where the units were sitting there adding power to the grid and all of a sudden, boom, fire breaks out. Now, I love the idea that you have to use carbon dioxide to put out these fires. I can see us some now the terrorist gets on the airplane with a cell phone, punctures it with a pin, sets off the fire, and they say, "Oh, we got to cut off the oxygen and pump in CO2." Everybody's dead, but the fire's out.
Yeah.
It's
well, that might be the
crazy.
Next terrorist attack. That could very well be a terrorist
now that you
attack.
show me that, it's like, oh, I didn't realize it was that easy. That scares me. And, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And government keeps plodding along saying we're going to force the replacement, no new internal combustion engines after 2035. Right. And where's the power going to come from? What are we going to have to do to the grid? Where is all the materials going to come from? We are trading energy independence. We went from energy independence to energy dependence largely on OPEC for a while, under Trump to energy independence again, and now we're going to have energy dependence on China. That's a good trade-off.
the Global Warming Solutions Act, AB 32, was passed in California. By the time they landed, there was a new requirement that said you have to get all vehicles, no matter what fuel they're using, inspected to produce a global warming rating. And you had to produce this crazy sticker that you put on the side of the vehicle in order to be able to sell it, to give it a global warming rating. Now, they couldn't just simply do something simple like have some inspector look under the hood and go, oh, yeah, it's electric, no emissions. No. California, in their infinite wisdom, made you go through dynamometer test, emission sniffing test, all that crap in order to sell an electric vehicle. And then they wanted $30,000 to do this test, and there was only one facility within reach of me down in Los Angeles, 600 miles away. Anyway, bottom line is that California killed my electric vehicle business because of the Global Warming Solutions Act. And I drove this thing for a few years, and it eventually died. And of course, I couldn't get any parts for it, and that was the end of that. But yeah, I will not own another electric vehicle at this point because of that and other things. But we're going to talk about the modern electric vehicles today. And one of the things I want to show you real quick is this chart about energy density. You know, here's the interesting thing. At the very top is the lithium battery in terms of energy density in millijoule or megajoules per kilogram. Lithium batteries are the absolute lowest form of energy density of all the available fuels. Even wood does better. A Stanley steamer would do better than a lithium battery in terms of, you know, compact energy resources. And interestingly enough, hydrogen was way up there at the top. So, you know, we're going to talk about this, the fuel, the applications, and so forth, and just basically put a skewer in the whole idea of electric vehicles. Now, we had another, the impetus for this particular discussion came from a post that was done by Willis Etchenbach, one of my friends and one of my regular contributors on whatsupwiththat.com. And he produced a really great essay about the electric vehicles, and he called it the mirage of electric vehicles. Basically, he pointed out some really interesting things that, Jim, if you have that URL up, I'd certainly appreciate bringing up that webpage. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to Linnea and see what you have to say about electric vehicles. You've had some experience with energy density. What do you think? You're muted.
Sorry about that. The chart says it all. I mean, the battery issue in particular is one that I think is a little bit hard for people to really wrap their head around. So you get an electric car, and the first thing that people who have to replace the battery on their electric car find out is that it's nothing like replacing the battery in a normal car. The electric car battery tends to be like the entire undercarriage of the vehicle. It's crazy. I've only recently actually seen what that looks like. And I had been assuming that it was quite a bit of a smaller battery pack. And it's unbelievable. And these lead acid batteries in particular that you're talking about, well, if you're concerned about the environment, the construction and the manufacturing of the lead acid batteries in China and India, there's a couple of studies that have come out that have shown that it's actually leading to some pretty severe lead leakage into the environment and into potable water sources. Yeah. So there's a lot of questions. And of course, any industrial operation is going to come with some degree of risk, depending on the location, some more than others. Places like China don't seem to care very much at all about that kind of leakage. So it's going to be a lot worse coming from them than if the United States were manufacturing these things. But there are a lot more questions that need to be answered in regards to the environmental friendliness of an electric vehicle than we're led to believe. You know, when people's only concern is carbon dioxide, they overlook a whole lot of other issues.
They sure do. They sure do. Let's go back to that webpage real quick before we get to you, Sterling, because I want to point out something to people. Jim, if you'll scroll down just a little bit. Jim Lakely, our producer, is working in the background for me today. If you'll scroll down a little bit, the analysis that Willis did basically found that over the past 10 years, the amount of gasoline that was saved by electric vehicles, even though they're growing exponentially, came down to 2 days worth of gasoline compared to the whole U.S. consumption. That's what we've gotten out of electric vehicles over the past decade. It's just, it's futile. I mean, there's no impact of any significance towards reducing CO2. Sterling, what do you got to say?
Yeah, billions in subsidies, 2 days worth of gas saved. Probably less of an impact on gasoline consumption than even ethanol, and ethanol has almost no impact on gasoline consumption. You know, there are you talked about full disclosure. I've seen some comments where someone said they had an electric vehicle. My mom has a hybrid vehicle, and she has for a few years. The warranty's out, her battery pack goes out. The battery pack costs more than the car's value.
Yep.
If it were a normal internal combustion engine, she could replace the battery and the transmission for less than the battery pack.
Mm-hmm.
And it would not be more than the car's value. And now that's for a hybrid. Can you imagine how much more expensive it is for a full electric? The battery packs there are much larger. They're much heavier. And by the way, you know, your shade tree mechanic can't replace those things. You have to go to specialized dealers. It turns out she took hers to Firestone. They said, we can't do this. You need to take it back to the dealer. Concerning your electric car, that wouldn't even be allowed in the United States to be sold today, Anthony. Leave California's particular idiocies aside. Under the Biden administration's plan for electric vehicles, it has to be largely made in the U.S. The component parts have to come from the U.S. They have to be built using union labor that pays prevailing wages. That wouldn't work. So, you know, this is both a subsidized jobs program and no good for the environment. Terrible for laborers in the countries. You know, basically, someone wrote this week, it's electric vehicles are the blood diamonds of the modern age because of the slavery, because of the forced labor, the child labor that's used to get the materials that go not into the lead, not into the lead, but into the lithium ion, which are the most common batteries for these things. And then, leaving all that aside, the damage it's doing to our electric grid and the damage it does to your homes if it happens to catch fire while it's just sitting there, folks. You know, one country after another, one state after another have pulled public electric vehicles off the roads when they caught fires, just sitting in streets.
Speaking of which, we have a video of what has happened to a Tesla when Hurricane Ian went through Florida. And the problem that we had was that a lot of the owners of electric vehicles chose not to use them for evacuation because they didn't want to risk getting stuck on the roads where they couldn't get a charge. And so they left them. And what happened to them? They got invaded with salt water. And as a result of being invaded with salt water, they caught fire. Jim, let's take a look at that video. It is fascinating to watch, and it's got captions here. This apparently, they tried to drive it after it had gotten salt water in it, and of course, it's out on the main thoroughfare. The problem is that lithium and water don't mix. Even worse with salt water because it corrodes into the battery terminals and so forth. And they're trying to put it out with water, and they're only making it worse.
I mean, to be fair, any car that gets flooded like that is going to have some problems. But most gasoline cars, I'm not aware of a single gasoline car in Florida, internal combustion engine car in Florida, that after the hurricane passed, spontaneously combusted. Not aware of that. But dozens of electric vehicles did that. It's idiocy. It puts us in danger. It harms our electric power supply. And for me, look, I'm one guy, but for me, the most important factor mitigating against electric vehicles is they don't satisfy the way I travel or need. I did an analysis. There are something like 40 vehicles right now, electric vehicles that you can buy.
All right, we'll give it another minute or so to let some more people straggle in, then we'll get going.
It's coming from me, it's coming from Anthony, it's coming from Linnea, paying for you to buy your electric vehicle. Mostly pretty wealthy people buy these vehicles, so it's subsidy of welfare for the well-to-do. But there were only 2 vehicles
Oh yeah, and I'll let
being
you guys
sold.
know when we get to like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, and all that stuff.
When I get to my 3rd slide, that's where the video is supposed to show.
Okay, yeah, it should just.
He's going to show it.
Like I said, it should just pop up on the thing down there. They're controlling it back that way, so. Yeah, on the thing, on the thing.
Technical term.
Yeah, the doohickey. It'll be up on the doohickey. What's coming?
When did you get in?
I didn't actually Wednesday night, but we went to Universal yesterday.
Okay.
I'm just working all day today.
Okay. Want me to wait, or?
Wait 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes? Okay. Okay.
No, you let Mark go over 10 minutes.
I don't care. $17 or $18, I think, something like that.
My first Heartland conference.
Right.
People it can apply to. My mind just goes off, spiraling up. That just happens. That's why it caught my attention.
Gotcha.
When they built the original phone car, they built a Jones. Yeah, it was a very good car. Yeah, it took us 3 years and got to the 25. Then they ran for
This was the Orlando one?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for sticking around after lunch. Running a little bit late, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet. But thank you for coming to this panel, Panel 3B, What It Takes to Power Our Modern Society. This is the best panel of the day, so you've made a good choice in coming to this one. So congratulations to you on your forethought. But like I said, we were running a little bit late for lunch, so we're just going to get right into it so we can save as much time for Q&A as possible. So I'll just go ahead and introduce our panelists. And our first panelist is Mr. Ronald Stein. And Ronald Stein is an internationally published columnist and energy consultant and a policy advisor for the Heartland Institute. He is the co-author of the newly released book, Clean Energy Exploitations, Helping Citizens Understand the Environmental and Humanity Abuses that Support Clean Energy. And he is also the founder of PTS Advance, one of the most successful and innovative family-owned professional service firms in California. So he's going to be talking to you today on his presentation. We've had 200 years to replace fossil fuels, the elephant in the room. So give it up for Ronald Stein, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, today we're going to talk about the elephant in the room. I can't see it. Okay. Look at it this way. I'm not tall enough. Yeah, the elephant in the room. We've had 200 years to replace products. I want to emphasize the word products from fossil fuels. And by eliminating fossil fuels, we're going to have a lack of products in the future that has got the society to where we're at. It's basically fossil fuels that's built the world to 8 billion, from 1 to 8 billion in less than 200 years, just during the time that we discovered fossil fuels and learned how to develop it into products for our use. And the elephant in the room is obviously the ruling class, the powerful elite, and the media refuse to talk about. The world has a product shortage, not an electricity shortage. And renewables only generate electricity. They manufacture absolutely nothing. And oil is the only known source today that can produce the oil derivatives that makes the thousands of products in our daily lives and everything in our known society. Every infrastructure is based on those products. And world leaders, they're not cognizant that renewables only generate electricity unless they have no plans for the replacement of what's now manufactured from fossil fuels, which is supporting the 8 billion on the planet. The oil exploration and refineries cannot exist just to manufacture oil derivatives. They want to get rid of fuels, gasoline and diesel, which is the primary reason the refineries even exist. That's the economic basis of building them. And they have the byproducts of derivatives that basically builds all the products in our daily lives. It also makes a lower grade fuel for ships and for planes. I did a Epoch Times TV interview. It went 35 minutes. And Epoch Times cut out pieces of it and produced a 1-minute video that went viral. And we're going to show it to you now. It's been viewed by 800,000 people and growing. Is that being handled back there? 100 years to replace fossil fuels and been unable to do it. You know, they come up, well, renewables are going to replace fossil fuels. Well, renewables only generate electricity. Wind generates electricity, sun generates electricity, wind turbines, solar panels can manufacture nothing for society. In fact, if you look back at it, all the parts of wind turbines, all the parts of solar panels, is all made with the derivatives manufactured from crude oil. The basic problem is they don't understand the definition of energy. Electricity can charge your iPhone, but it can't make your iPhone. It can make the defibrillator in the hospital work, but it can't make the defibrillator. You know, take a look in your house, take a look at your workplace, take a look at the hospital. Try and identify something that was not made with fossil fuels. That's the problem. There is no backup plan. They're so motivated to go to zero emissions, they're forgetting the one basic fact. All the 6,000 products we have in our daily lives, communications, electronics, the medical industry, on and on and on. It's all made with fossil fuels. You gotta, for the energy, you gotta think before talking to convince your listeners that you're energy literate. Air Force One, we got the president flying in a 200-ton airplane, 100% made with fossil fuel products, powered by aviation fuel manufactured from fossil fuels, and he's screaming into the microphone, we're gonna get rid of fossil fuels. Well, the only good thing about getting rid of fossil fuels, you would ground Air Force One. There is a worldwide shortage of lithium and cobalt being mined in developing countries to build the EVs, and some states have decreed that their citizens will be unable to procure internal combustion engines when there's not enough lithium to build the darn batteries. And subsidies that promote further exploitations of poor people in developing countries. When we did the book Clean Energy Exploitations, it was nominated for Pulitzer Prize by the late Jay Lehrer, because we did an interview with him and he was so impressed he nominated it for a Pulitzer Prize. But it brings transparency to the fact that all the exotic minerals and metals are coming from developing countries that have no environmental controls, no labor controls, and they're exploiting people with yellow, brown, and black skin to produce the minerals so we can feel good about driving an EV and go green. Basic energy literacy starts with the knowledge that renewable energy is only intermittent electricity generated from unreliable breezes and sunshine. And wind turbines and solar panels cannot manufacture anything for the 8 billion on this planet. That's basic energy literacy that our policymakers should have an understanding of. The energy literacy simplified, it's not climate change, it's climate challenges. Climate challenge is occurring like it has for 4 billion years. The petrochemical products and human ingenuity were the reasons the world populated from 1 to 8 billion in less than 200 years. And those clean renewables, like wind and solar, can only generate electricity. That's a fundamental known fact, and intermittent at best. That's the growth of the world. We grew from 1 to 8 billion, and it was human ingenuity that allowed us, every year we're finding out there are new derivatives we can make and different products we can make from it. And it's all the products that has allowed us to get to that point. That's, you know, that's some of the 6,000 products. That started impacting civilization. Before the 1800s, none of that existed. Where is the replacement for crude oil? You have to remember, crude oil is 100% useless unless it can be manufactured into something usable. And the indisputable facts is that renewables cannot manufacture any of the oil derivatives that are the basis of the thousands of products and the foundation of the societies and economies around the world. You know, before we jump out of an airplane without a tested parachute, we need to be able to support the demands of the 8 billion on this planet and the products and infrastructures that exist today and did not exist a few hundred years ago. And by the way, the parachute is made out of fossil fuels. Here's a partial list of the 6,000 products. Again, they did not exist before 1900. And life without oil is not as simple as you think. You know, plastics, the medical industry didn't exist before 1900. Communications, electronics, none of that existed before 1900. And, you know, we had a zero-emission society back in the 1800s. We don't want to go there. Renewables, like wind and solar, can only generate electricity. It can charge your iPhone, it can't make your iPhone. It can make your defibrillator work, but it can't make a defibrillator. It can make your TV work, but it can't make the TV. It can charge your battery, but electricity cannot make any of the EV vehicles. And take a look, electricity cannot make the billions of vehicles. It cannot make the roadways, the asphalt, the medical equipment, filtration systems, sanitation systems, fertilizers that help feed the world, pesticides that help feed the world, fuels for the 50,000 merchant ships that are in the world today, and the 50,000 jets that are in the world today that are moving products and food around the world to keep the 8 billion people alive. And the cruise ships and militaries didn't exist before 1900. Space programs, all of it is based out of the products that come out of that useless crude oil. And without oil, there's no need for electricity, because everything that needs electricity is made with fossil fuels. In an all-electric world, like I say, there'd be nothing to power. And eliminating oil would eliminate wind turbines and solar panels. Because duh, by the way, all the parts for wind turbines and solar panels are made with the oil derivatives manufactured from crude oil. Think before talking about energy literacy. World leaders, as I mentioned, are not cognizant that the planet populated from 1 to 8 billion in less than 200 years, and it began right after the discovery of oil, and those products started coming out from our ingenuity. And the oil products, you know, not needed for future societies. It's hard for me to believe how world leaders can believe that all the infrastructures and products that are manufactured from crude oil, such as the medical industry, electronics, communications, and the many transportation infrastructure we have, the airlines, merchant ships, automobiles, trucks, military, space program, are not needed by future societies, because wind and solar can't support them. They've got to be based on fossil fuels, unless we can come up with an alternative. The greatest threat to civilization is 8 billion. As we know, we've seen it in slides from different presentations, weather-related deaths are basically been eliminated, and we get rid of fossil fuels, would be the greatest threat to civilization. Life without refineries would be a life-changing shock to society, reverting back to the 1800s. As I mentioned, we had a zero-emission society in the 1800s. There were no coal-fired power plants. There were no natural gas power plants. There were no nuclear power plants. And the Beverly Hillbillies hadn't discovered oil yet. And life was hard. You know, people very seldom lived beyond 40 years of age. When they were born, they very seldom traveled 100 miles from where they were born. And in America, in the 1900s, we had over 200 refineries. Today, there's less and less. And under Biden, you know, Biden is complaining that these oil companies are making tons of money, inferring that these refineries are cash cows. Well, under his watch, these cash cows, 9 of them shut down in America under his watch. Makes no sense. If they're making that much money, why would they shut them down? And anyhow, it's just a lot of pressure on the fossil fuel industry. In January 2020, worldwide, there was 700 refineries. And there's the economic conclusion for the future without oils is we'll be faced with shortages and inflation in perpetuity. Because of those 700 refineries, it's projected with all the pressure, ESG, et cetera, that 20% of them are going to be shutting down. That's 140 refineries shutting down. At the same time, worldwide demand is growing. So you got increased demand and less supply, shortages, inflation in perpetuity. And the oil products, like I say, oil production is declining, refinery manufacturer capacity is declining at the wrong time when society is growing and trying to increase its demands for those products. Clean energy, again, I got to emphasize, it's only intermittent electricity. You cannot run businesses, hospitals, and the military on occasional electricity. Fossil fuels are needed to feed the world. You know, 60 to 70% of the world caloric intake is from 4 grains: wheat, rice, corn, and soybean. All of those require nitrogen fertilizers. And without adequate food supplies, 8 billion lives are threatened. And the clean energy is exploiting developing countries. As I mentioned when we did the book, the Pulitzer Prize nominated Clean Energy Exploitation, it does an excellent job of discussing the lack of transparency of the environmental degradation and humanity atrocities of people of color, people of yellow, brown, and black skin. It's amazing that we allow that to go on so we can enjoy riding an EV. President Biden even recognized that EV batteries are tainted by child labor. Back in October, he made a comment that, you know, China may be tainted by child labor. But the governments, you know, I made a comment last night that, you know, after writing the book, I'm knowing where these exotic minerals and metals are coming from. I've made a personal decision, you know, with the facts I've got, I won't buy an EV for ethical reasons, because I know where the exotic minerals and metals are coming from, and I'm not willing to financially support that. But the government, they're willing to subsidize it. They want to subsidize you to buy EVs, subsidize wind turbines and solar panels, which require all these exotic minerals and metals. So the government is subsidizing this further exploitation of people in poor countries and environmental degradation in their countries. And so I think it's immoral, unethical, but hey, That's my personal decision. I won't buy an EV. Shifting to EVs will automatically increase our dependency on minerals and oils. China's controlling most of it now. Right now, there's like 1.4 billion vehicles in the entire world. And I think a year ago, we had like 12 million EVs, which is less than 1%. So there's 99% of the vehicles in the world that are not yet EVs. And there's not enough lithium and cobalt in the world to build that many batteries. Refineries, like you say, they only exist economically to manufacture, gasoline and diesel, and they make the derivatives, which are becoming a major part of society and a major part of the reason we got 8 billion people living today. Like you say, they cannot exist just to manufacture low-grade fuels and the derivatives, because some of the people that want to go green says, we just want to get rid of gasoline and diesel, but we want to keep living the way we're living. That ain't going to happen. And that's why refineries are shutting down. And what's the profile of an EV owner? Highly educated, normally 1 or 2 degrees, financially well off, about 150,000 or more. They represent multi-car families. The limited usage of EVs in California, which has about half the EVs in the country, is about 5,000 miles per year. It's a second car, it's a toy. They drive it as much as they drive the Lamborghinis. And, most families are not well educated, not financially well off, and not multi-car families. As I mentioned before, everything that needs electricity is made with oil. The proverb, you can't have your cake and eat it too, tells us that you can't rid the world of fossil fuels and continue to enjoy the products and fuels manufactured from fossil fuels. I think the automobile industry is being mandated into a death spiral. You have a situation, you got an extreme limited supply of the exotic minerals and metals. There's not enough lithium in the world to build that many batteries. Lack of sufficient numbers of buyers. Right now it's the 1%ers that are buying the EVs, but most people aren't in that category. And then you have the concern about renewable electricity. It's not on the grid. In fact, in California, we had a heat spell about a month or so ago, and the first thing Governor Newsom said, don't charge your EV. The governors, like I say, they've got a lack of ethical, moral, and social responsibilities. They're encouraging the exploitation of people in these developing countries that are mining for these exotic minerals to support the green movement in the wealthy countries. Where's the climate movement heading? Product shortages and inflation in perpetuity. That may be the future. If they get their way, and they're getting their way, with these refineries shutting down, there'll be no derivatives to make the products. And you're seeing that now. It was part of COVID, but construction is being held up. Parts, windows, everything, doors. Everything's made with fossil fuels. Elimination of fossil fuels, it's a sure path to human extinction, and I think Alex will talk more about this. Life support for the 8 billion is based on the products and fuels. Reverting back to the 1800s, zero-emission society, we may get there, but we're going to lose a couple billion people getting there. And today, the world's population, we're dependent on the numerous infrastructures that did not exist before 1900. Long-range plans to generate electricity, but no plans to replace crude oil that's supporting the world. And, you've heard the statement from Greta Thunberg, how dare you? I took it a different way. He said, how dare the ruling class, the powerful elite, the media, promote the elimination of fossil fuels by supporting jumping out of the plane without a parachute before having a plan to replace what is manufactured from fossil fuels. Renewable takeaways. Renewable, to enhance your energy literacy, renewable energy, again, it's only generating electricity. Wind turbines cannot manufacture anything. Subsidies or financial incentives to continue the exploitation of developing countries, of their people. And wind turbines and solar panels themselves are made with oil derivatives. And the fossil fuel takeaways, everything that needs electricity is made with fossil fuels. Crude oil is useless unless we manufacture into something usable, which we're doing. And before we rid the world of crude oil, where is the replacement before we change everybody's lifestyle? And the number of manufacturing refineries are decreasing, demands are increasing, and that's going to be shortages. Maximize, if I were in charge, I would maximize the health and well-being of the 8 billion on this planet, which is growing. And focus on energy literacy. I'd love to have people talk about energy at the dinner table, and it's got to be in layman's terms. It can be pretty technical, but address the elephant in the room that the ruling class and the powerful elite and the refuse to talk about. It's the lack of products in the future. That's going to be the result of ridding our world of fossil fuels. And again, before we do it, we must understand we populated from one date in 200 years, and before we jump out of that airplane, let's have a backup plan. Summary takeaways to enhance your energy literacy. Nonsense that functional civil societies can live without products from coal, oil, and gas. Today's life without fossil fuels is symptomatic of the uneducated world leaders who haven't the faintest idea about what makes their safe and utterly privileged life possible. The elephant in the room, as I mentioned at the very beginning, like I say, we're talking about products manufactured from fossil fuels that help build the world 8 billion. It's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, and we got to have a plan to replace it before we jump out of that plane. Again, how dare you? Like I say, it's the media that I'm just appalled that they would promote subsidizing what's happening in developing countries to continue. You've heard of blood diamonds? These are blood minerals, and we're supporting it. That's my contact information. I thank you very much, and contact me, and I'll add you to my distribution list or send you a copy of that video. Thank you much.
Alrighty, thank you very much. And our second speaker today on the panel is my Heartland colleague, Linnea Lueken. And Linnea is a research fellow with the Arthur B. Robinson Center on Climate and Environmental Policy at the Heartland Institute. While she was an intern with the Heartland Institute in 2018, she co-authored a policy brief debunking 4 persistent myths about hydraulic fracturing. Do you remember who you did that with? I don't know. Somebody she co-authored that with. Anyway, Linnea is a graduate of the University of Wyoming in 2018 with a BS in petroleum engineering and a minor in geology. And before coming to Heartland, or in between her Heartland stints, she worked in the Gulf of Mexico on deepwater drill ships as a logging geologist. So she's going to give you a presentation right now on why big oil pushes green energy. So give it up for Linnea Lueken.
So there's a little bit of a miscommunication with the title of the presentation, but that's okay. So that's all right. Today, what I am going to talk about is a handful of misconceptions that exist and are perpetuated in the media about the oil industry. And I'm going to try my best to explain what they are, why they exist the way they do, and what's wrong with them. I have my remote. Okay, so what we're going to cover is, one, recent industry news, especially that pertains to the claim from the Biden administration that oil companies are greedily hoarding land and drilling permits in order to, I don't know, increase prices unfairly or manipulate the markets. Is Biden correct in this, even in part? Many people also have a knee-jerk negative reaction to pipelines. So I'm going to talk about how pipelines are actually just about the best way that we have to transport petroleum products. And finally, is the oil industry just running around, ripping up the environment and treating it poorly? What do they do to protect the environment, and how effective is it? All right, so in the news lately, especially at the beginning of last year, there was a lot of talk, especially from the president and his administration, about how the U.S. oil industry is supposedly not drilling and not producing enough to keep prices down. They also complained about profits in the last couple of months, but the drilling issue and the permitting issue is really pretty interesting, actually. So on March 3rd in 2022, Jen Psaki told reporters that the administration's moratoriums and the slow walking of new leases and lease auctions could not be to blame for rising prices because they were, quote, having 9,000 approved oil leases that oil companies are not tapping into currently. Later, she did adjust this to say that she meant 9,000 unused drilling permits, not leases, but the media ran with this anyway. And they said that companies were, and the word they used is stockpiling, as if they're greedily hoarding the leases and the land and the drilling permits, probably both. Is this an accurate picture? No. What I can forgive the activist journalists for not understanding the ins and outs of the industry. I can't help but wonder if the administration is aware that their perspective on this issue is misleading at best and something akin to victim blaming at worst. So here are the facts on the leasing and permitting information. The Bureau of Land Management is a little bit slow in updating their data. The latest we have is from September of 2022. But as it is, we can see that there were 9,000 drilling permits approved and available to drill, and 4,579 awaiting approval. I pulled up published data from the BLM, not that BLM, and found that a very low number of leases have been offered since Biden took office, 407. Which is half as many as last year and the lowest since the 1940s. Of all the available leases, 66% of them are currently producing, which is actually quite high when you go back and look at the data about the percentage producing on leases in previous years. And I have some of that data, it's a little bit small on that screen though. So there's no stockpiling of leases when 66% of them are producing. But 2021 did see quite a few approved drilling permits, many of which have not been used yet. All right, let's see. Oh, and this is a picture of all of the wells in the United States, oil and gas. This is just to give you perspective on what we're talking about when we say that there are, 9,000 permits to drill out there. You can't even see the individual points of all the wells here. And this is just the contiguous United States. This isn't even Alaska. So why would a lease not be producing? Not every lease is going to be a winner, unfortunately. Sometimes you might investigate the property and find out that it is either uneconomic or there are not enough reserves to make it worthwhile. Some wells even come up dry, and you still need to get your drilling permits anyway. And there are other permits that you need to get besides just drilling permits. For example, you might have to have a right-of-way to build roads and related infrastructure that would make the site safe and legal to access, because a lot of these places are very remote. As you can see from that previous slide, it's pretty much all in some of the least populated parts of the country. Regulatory uncertainty is the big one on this. A drilling company or an oil company is not going to want to produce and throw a ton of money into a lease when the federal government has threatened over and over to end drilling, especially on federal land. When that rug can be pulled out from underneath you at any point in time, you don't exactly have the incentive to pour a bunch of money into it. And additionally, you have the ESG movement, which is making it harder to get financing for a lot of these projects. So what about the permits to drill? There are a lot of permits to drill that have been approved, but the wells are not necessarily being drilled. Well, same with the lease issue. There are a lot of reasons why a well might not be being drilled at the time. One of them is an oil company doesn't necessarily just get a permit to drill, and then move on, get another permit to drill, and drill. You stack them up ahead of time, sometimes years ahead of time. It's, again, with that regulatory uncertainty, sometimes very far in advance. So one lease also will often have multiple drilling prospects. You will get dozens of permits in advance so that you can investigate or even just begin drilling spuds, which is the start of a well, multiple locations on one lease and across multiple leases. Some other issues, so let's take offshore, for example. A drill ship and its crew are contracted, right, by, let's say, BP. A lot of people don't know that an oil company is not necessarily the same thing as a drilling company. So you will contract out, and then you want to prove that you have jobs coming up, so you'll get all these permits to drill ahead of time. And then things start to happen, because as we know, weather exists. And as the picture I have here is of a big water spout that I took a picture of. It's basically just like a water tornado. And if one of these comes along and hits your drill ship, that can put you out of service for a little bit. And it has happened in the past. Additionally, hurricanes are a major and constant threat, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. It can make you have to move your entire drilling operation out of the way for a pretty good amount of time. Also, as we saw with the COVID-19 issue, staffing, crew can be an issue. Crew can be a reason why a drill ship is not drilling as much or as quickly or as many wells as they could. I'm sorry, my mouth is getting a little dry. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of the time you would be sitting there ready to go back home and get relieved, and then all of a sudden you get a fun phone call saying, actually, you're not going home today because your relief just pinged positive for COVID. So you get to stay up for at least a couple more days until we can find a replacement for you. So that can delay your drilling as well. There are countless things that can throw you off track, and all of these things happen all the time. No plan survives first contact, and that is true for military stuff as well as the oil industry. The next issue is lawfare, and a lot of us are very well aware that this goes on constantly. They will use, or the green side will use lawsuits in order to put a stop to different projects, especially pipeline infrastructure in recent years. While these don't always end up settling in the activists' favor, they are a huge time and money sink. And a lot of times companies will go ahead and just cancel a product or a project so that they don't have to deal with it, or they'll settle out of court so that they don't have to deal with the years of delays and costs piling up. Because as I said, contracting out a drilling rig is expensive. Every single day can be millions of dollars. So you don't want to just sit there having fun getting sued until you can finally get back to work. As I said, pipelines are always under attack by lawfare. But does the specific targeting of pipeline infrastructure really make sense if you're an environmentalist? I would argue no. So this myth, the first myth that I'm going to cover here, is that banning pipelines like the Keystone XL will actually stop us from using the oil that was supposed to be transported through it. And this is obviously false. Banning pipelines will only limit where, how, and how efficiently and cost effectively the oil can be transported. Oil by gas and by rail has become increasingly popular over the last couple of years as pipeline infrastructure is increasingly under attack by lawfare and government blockades. In the case of Keystone XL, we're still shipping the oil from Alberta to refineries on the Gulf Coast, but now it's coming by train and by truck. And if you ask me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're concerned about emissions. I'm so sorry. I'm struggling with my voice here today. So the next claim that they have are that pipelines are more dangerous than other means. And this is outright false. There is a truth in that if a pipeline were to break and have a severe catastrophic break, that it could, in theory, release more oil into the environment than what a single truck accident or a single train accident could hold. But the truth is, modern pipelines have sensors at regular intervals along the entirety of the pipeline that immediately detect a change in pressure that will tell you if there is some kind of a leak happening somewhere along the pipeline. And once that leak is detected, it can be shut in so that only a certain segment of the pipeline is at risk of losing fluid. This study that I have cited here on the graph is from the Manhattan Institute. They actually found that oil pipelines are the least accident prone of all other methods, and that's by quite a large margin. Trucks are absolutely the worst. And there was another study that found that oil by rail is 4.5 times more likely to have an accident than a pipeline. This is a nice little web that I'm going to let you sit on for a second, showing pipeline infrastructure across the United States. They were so up in arms about Keystone XL and about certain pipelines on the East Coast. I'm not sure that a lot of environmental activists are quite aware of how much is going on in their neighborhoods and in their underneath their feet in some cases. But this is all the oil and gas pipelines in the United States and also crossing into Canada. What a lot of people also don't realize about Keystone XL is that it already exists. But what this segment was going to do was increase the volume. In fact, that volume, like I said, is still coming, only now it's by train, which is a lot more dangerous. Do pipelines increase emissions? A study by the US EPA found that if the Keystone XL were allowed to go through, it would increase emissions by 18.7 million tons of CO2. But when you look at the emissions of the entire world, that's basically a rounding error, and that's assuming that the oil isn't going to come anyway. Several studies have actually shown that air pollution and possibly even total greenhouse gas emissions are worse with rail than with pipelines. So if emissions and accidents are your concern, pipelines are actually one of the better options out there. Finally, the final myth, and one that I am quite passionate about, is that oil companies are just going around killing the earth, spilling oil everywhere, trying to destroy the planet. You know, the Gulf of Mexico is dead because the oil industry has killed it. So this is just not an accurate picture of reality. There are, in reality, a ton of programs that target reclamation, groundwater conservation, wetland conservation, active greenhouse gas reduction technology, if that's something that you're worried about, and just day-to-day procedures that make sure that every single day the industry and its representatives are maintaining the healthiest environment possible. So I'm going to go over a couple of my favorite projects, a little bit of everything as examples of this, as well as some of my own experience working offshore on deep water drill ships. So first, if you don't think that oil companies should be left to their own devices anyway when it comes to the environment, worry not. There are federal agencies aplenty that specifically target the oil industry. The Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, or BSEE, was formed alongside several other regulatory bodies after the Deepwater Horizon tragedy. BSEE gives hefty fines to any offshore rig that fails to maintain federal environmental safety standards, and in my experience, oil industry personnel actually hold themselves to a much higher standard than the federal standards. The extreme environments that they are working in are hindering to being able to be as alert and active as you would think that you could be in a more I don't know, stable environment. But they still maintain a super high level of environmental awareness out there. Trust me, like if you drop a straw wrapper over the side, someone's gonna come get you. A few project categories that I want to highlight in specific are the reclamation of abandoned drill sites, artificial reef support in the Gulf of Mexico and oceans everywhere, offshore operations that continue actively to protect wetlands and restore them if they had any kind of drilling activity on them. There's also the fact that a lot of companies are all in on climate-related goals. And this is something that is not talked about very often at all, but many renewables companies are actually subsidiaries of the largest oil companies. Many companies are also working on things like carbon capture and storage and other carbon dioxide limiting programs. So the first project I am going to highlight is a award that was given to an oil company by the Bureau of Land Management called Restore New Mexico, which gave them this award over the reclamation efforts and restoration of abandoned well sites, and also that company's efforts to make well pads less intrusive on the environment and smaller in general, which can pretty much only be achieved with directional drilling. You can drill many more formations from a single well pad rather than spots all over the place. And if you've ever seen photographs of the Permian Basin, you'll know what I'm talking about. Looks like a nice big checkerboard out there. The Pecos Watershed Conservation Initiative also has several oil company partners. They seek to preserve and protect the Pecos River and its tributaries, and they also run through the very active Permian Basin. And this is a picture of the Pecos River, and in the background you can see a little well pad and a little horsehead pump working away. This is my favorite project of all time. One of the first things that surprised me when I was working offshore was that there was a huge amount of biodiversity all around us. I thought for sure that because it's a great big lit up floating industrial site in the middle of the ocean that it would be like a graveyard out there, but that is not the case. Fish very much love oil rigs. They are all over it. You're basically creating artificial structure out there. The Gulf of Mexico is pretty much a flat sand bottom muddy plain, and there isn't a lot of places for something like a rare cold water coral to latch onto, but they have started discovering them on some of the abandoned platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. So because of that, conservationists became very alarmed when the federal government said that they want to get rid of many of these rigs offshore because they are attracting fish and rare invertebrates. These are pictures that I took. It's really hard to see. I was way up on the rig, but barracuda and mahi-mahi swimming out near the rig. Anyway, so I hurried it up there towards the end, but there are a lot of programs that are really cool. I recommend anyone look into Rigs to Reefs because it is a neat program that if you love scuba diving, you can do some pretty cool exploration around old abandoned offshore drill sites.
All right, thank you, Linnea. And our last speaker on the panel, and pretty sure most of you know this guy by now already, hopefully. Our next panelist, our last panelist, is Mr. Alex Epstein. And Alex Epstein is a philosopher and energy expert and the founder of the Center for Industrial Progress, which offers a positive, pro-human alternative to the green movement. He is the author of the new book, Fossil Future: Why Global Human Flourishing Requires More Oil, Coal, and Natural Gas, Not Less, as well as the New York Times best-selling The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. He is also the creator of EnergyTalkingPoints.com, a source of powerful, well-referenced talking points on energy, environmental, and climate issues. So everybody, a round of applause for Mr. Alex Epstein.
On a scale of -5 to 5, how good is the fossil fuel industry at promoting fossil fuels? Okay, we got a lot of hasty answers. First, we should ask, why is that the question? Why am I ranking it -5 to 5? Whenever I think of persuasion, most people use 1 to 10 to rank things. I always use -5 to 5. Anyone have an idea why? What's that? What do you mean there's no upside? Oh, I see. Well, it's actually the opposite. So the thing, I mean, you might be trying to capture this. So the reason I do it is because if you go 1 to 10, it kind of implies everything is positive, right? Even if you're a 3, okay, well, 3 is something. But this is not the way persuasion works. Anyone who's ever been in a relationship knows that sometimes when you open your mouth, it actually makes things worse. And this is very easy to do with any controversial issue, including energy. So I'm just curious what this room says. I'm going to count down from 5. So 5 is going to be whenever whenever the industry opened its mouth, scores of people or millions of people were persuaded. It would be amazing. 0 means nothing, like all the talk has amounted to nothing, and the -5 means it makes it much, much worse, and it would be better if they had never spoken at all. Okay, so just raise your hand when I get to the number. 5, 4. Nobody's ever given a 5 or a 4, by the way, no matter what. 3. All right, we got some here. 2. 1. All right, and I think we have 6 so far. 0. So, okay, this means everything has amounted to nothing. Now we're worse than that. -1. -2. -3. -4. -5. Okay, so I think we mostly agree there's room for improvement. That's a fair statement. So this is actually good news. It's very good news because and I think what the fossil fuel industry has done, I think in some ways they're worse than the average fossil fuel supporter, but in general, I'd say those of us who would consider ourselves fossil fuel supporters, there's a lot of room for improvement there. I think it's good news because given the hostility toward fossil fuels today and its consequences already, even though the net zero movement has had very little success in reducing fossil fuel use, they haven't reduced it, they've slowed its growth, but even that has caused a global energy crisis. It's like, if this were the best that could be done, that would be really bad. Right? So it's always good if it's not going well, that there's a lot of room for improvement. So what I want to talk about today is, with respect to today's topic, is making a proactive, inspiring argument for fossil fuels versus a reactive, uninspiring argument for not rapidly reducing fossil fuels. So there's a big difference. So a proactive, inspiring argument for fossil fuels versus a reactive, uninspiring argument for not rapidly reducing fossil fuels. And I think that's historically and often today, although it is improving, there's often this reactive, uninspiring case, and it's about not reducing fossil fuels. I think the reason for this, so my background is philosophy, so I always think of things in terms of philosophy and how people's thinking is framed. I think the key reason for this is that the anti-fossil fuel movement has framed the conversation proactively, and then supporters of fossil fuels, including opponents of climate catastrophism, have just reacted. So and I think this is a very significant idea. And in my book, Fossil Future, I talk about this concept of arguing to 100. So let me introduce this by introduce arguing to 100, and then I'll ask a question. So the idea of arguing to 100, and it's contrasted to arguing to 0, is that you argue for a policy by arguing that it achieves a moral goal. So you set the moral goal, and then you say, hey, this policy will achieve it. So historically, a great example I use in Fossil Future is Martin Luther King, he framed the issue in terms of skin color as not being judged by the color of your skin, but by the content of your character. And that served as a goal that I think many, many people found inspiring in terms of skin color, and that, that's not really a relevant thing. It should be about the content of your character. And then he argued that this policy and this policy and this policy moved us toward that goal. Now, one thing you can do when an argument is framed and you disagree with it, almost always you want to question and reframe the goal. So an example of this, and I'm not endorsing it or condemning it, I'm just saying this is a good example in practice of it, is what happened in the 2016 election with Donald Trump. If you look at the way the conversation about American politics was going before Trump, I think it was primarily framed by Democrats, and it was primarily framed in terms of the goal, the 100 is a more equal society. And then when you have a 100, you always have a negative 100, which is the bad thing. And that was like a more unequal society. This is all about this issue of equality, and the goal is to become more equal. And what often people didn't really challenge that. They might challenge some of the specific details of policies, but what Trump did is he really totally changed the goal. So instead of arguing on this framing of equality, what was Trump's famous expression on his hat? So you all remember, right? Make America great again. I remember when I saw that, I thought this guy really knows what he's doing because he has a 100. So his 100 was American greatness, and the negative 100 was American decline. And so he was able to frame it, and he argued for all of his policies in terms of this is going to advance American greatness. Like he had arguments for, his particular, and again, I'm not endorsing any of these policies, like his particular immigration policy, he really made that an issue in part by framing it in terms of American greatness. Even he was able to confidently argue for the coal industry, which almost nobody had been able to do, by making it part of American greatness. So, foreign policy, healthcare, all of these were arguments to 100. So let's ask, in the realm of energy and environmental issues, including climate issues, what is the framing? And I'll put it this way, what is the 100 today? I think the way to get at this is to ask, what is the number one moral goal in the world today in any field? So what is the number one moral goal in the world today in any field? And I would judge this by what is the goal that is shared most in common publicly by governments, corporations, and financial institutions. Okay, someone raised their hand. I just heard some abundance. I wish. Do no harm. I even wish that. Yes. Oh man, I don't know what world you guys are living in. I wish that Nike, I wish the UN, I wish they had a human flourishing conference, and they had it in Egypt, and they had it in, I've never seen a UN human flourishing conference. Yes. Yeah, no carbon, so net zero. So it really means eliminating our impact on climate. So that's the way it's been framed for a long time. The goal is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and then the evil is increasing our greenhouse gas emissions. And if you look at, so that's really been the goal. That's been the 100 or the negative 100. And then energy has really been a side issue. It's really been a side issue. What it's really been, it's just been the object of reassurance. It's basically, okay, we're going to pursue this goal, but don't worry, you can pretty much have the same life, and we're just going to say some vague things about solar panels and wind turbines, and maybe that'll work. But what I want to emphasize, because this is really important for the reactive, uninspiring, there's been almost no focus on energy. The whole focus has been on climate, and are we impacting climate, or how do we get rid of our impact on climate? And then it's sort of a side issue, what's that going to do to energy? And what happens is, I'm going to talk in a minute about why that's wrong, but what happens is then the anti-fossil fuel side is always arguing to 100, and the pro-fossil fuel side is always what I call arguing to 0. So the anti-fossil fuel side says, hey, let's have a Green New Deal, let's have Build Back Better, let's have an Inflation Reduction Act. And what the pro-fossil fuel side will say is, what they usually don't say is, no, your goal is wrong. Our goal should not be eliminating greenhouse gas emissions at all costs. That is not a good goal. We'll talk about that in a second. But instead, they concede the goal, but what do they say? They say that's impractical. Like, the Green New Deal is impractical. I now work with a lot of politicians and have a lot of success, but I used to not have success, and one response I would get is I would say, hey, you should have actually a positive policy. They say, no, we'll just say the Democrats are crazy because they want the Green New Deal, and that'll be it. That's our response. But what happens is they say, oh, there's a Green New Deal, and then the Republicans might say, oh, well, this particular plan won't work, or it'll cost too much money, or cap and trade is cap and tax. But the way you can think of it is, I know I can't move because I have this microphone, but like this is 100, this is negative 100, and I'm at 0. And so the other side said they frame the goal as eliminate GHG emissions. And then they say, hey, look, the Green New Deal is going to get us there. And then the fossil fuel supporters say, no, it's impractical. And Build Back Better is impractical. But then, eventually they pass something like the Inflation Reduction Act, and they keep moving in that direction. And the argument argument about energy always becomes this very uninspiring reactive thing. Like, no, we can't get there as quickly as you want. Like, you look at all the oil companies, right? We want to be net zero. It's going to take a little longer than you think. But it's the opposite of inspiring. And I think if you think the debate is going wrong on an issue, you should always question the framing. What's the good? What's the bad? What's the 100? What's the negative 100? And in this case, I think this has really been the key to what's been successful in my work, is we should just reject this idea that our number one goal in the world should be eliminate GHG emissions. Even if they're significantly harmful, it can't be the number one goal. It at most is a derivative issue. And I think the number one goal, when you're thinking of global issues, should be, and this is why the subtitle of my book is what it is, it should be about global human flourishing. So global human flourishing means humans living to their highest potential. Human beings living, this includes having the opportunity to live long lives, healthy lives, safe lives, opportunity-filled lives that can be fulfilling. And then a key aspect, once you start thinking in terms of human flourishing, it's pretty obvious that energy is crucial to human flourishing. So another 100 is global human empowerment, that 8 billion people have energy that's low cost, reliable, abundant. It has those qualities to it. And it's a human flourishing. The world needs far more energy. There needs to be far more opportunity to flourish. And so obviously, even if there are good alternatives, we need more fossil fuels. So it's just a totally different reframing in thinking. And then it's much more effective in practice. So I'm going to share some facts. I'm going to go into more detail about this in my presentation tonight. Also, you should come tonight because I have I Love Fossil Fuels pins for everyone, so you can wear them proudly, and a whole bunch of other resources. But I really wanted to stress here and make sure I covered some different stuff, this issue of framing and reframing it in terms of global human flourishing and global human empowerment. That's the accurate way to do it if you care about human life. And climate is a derivative issue. That's very important. I know this is a climate conference, and it's Heartland Institute I admire immensely for bringing together courageous people to question climate catastrophism, but it's still true logically. Climate is just an aspect of energy in terms of policy. CO2 is a side effect of fossil fuel use. Whenever you're thinking of anything with a side effect, you always have to think about the benefit. You have to carefully weigh it. You also have to carefully weigh the benefits and any negatives of the side effect, which, like the CO2 Coalition, is good at looking at the positives of CO2, but you always have to look at it as an energy issue. So when I'm presenting this to audiences, I focus a lot on this issue of global human flourishing. And again, I'll elaborate more tonight, but I just want to give you the flavor of how it all fits together once you have this pro-human, pro-energy focus. So point one is cost-effective energy is essential to human flourishing. It's no coincidence that as we've used more fossil fuels, which is what CO2 emissions are a proxy for, we have longer lives, we have more resources reflected in higher income, the planet can support way more people, because energy gives us the ability to use machines to be productive and prosperous, and the more cost-effective energy is, the more we can use machines to be productive and prosperous. And if anyone, by the way, is interested in the slides, you can just send an email to resources@alexepstein.com to get all of my resources for free. I'll promote this again tonight, and there will also be cards that you can fill out if that makes it easier, but feel free to take pictures just so you know you can get the slides easily that way. Okay, so there's this one point is one, cost-effective energy is essential to human flourishing. Now point two is that billions of people lack cost-effective energy. This is such an easy point to make, and yet it's been so under-stressed. It's starting to get better, but it's still under stress. So we have, look at this chart. We have a third of the world using animal dung for their heating and cooking. So the point is not, oh, we can't quite get away, it's going to be hard for us to not use fossil fuels. The point is, the world is underpowered. Like 6 billion people use an amount of energy we would consider totally unacceptable. Like if you look back when I was born in 1980, like China and India were so poor. And they've something like sextupled or septupled their use of fossil fuels to become far more wealthy. So we should look at the world back then and say, wow, that was terrible compared to today. That's how we should look at today compared to the future. It's just the world is still so underpowered and everyone treats it like, oh, we have enough energy. So let's just figure out how to get the energy from a different source. That's not the right way to think of it. And then one statistic I like a lot, which I got from my buddy Robert Bryce, is 3 billion people use less electricity than a typical American refrigerator. So just think about where we are in terms of energy. Like we really need to think about it. This is essential to human flourishing, and the world is drastically underpowered. And then you get to, well, fossil fuels are a uniquely cost-effective source of energy. When people talk about transition and the problems of transitioning, they don't focus nearly enough on cost-effective. They focus just on possibility. They'll say, oh, well, like, is it possible for us to do it? And one person was criticizing me recently and said, hey, wait a second, it's possible. Look, there are all these European countries who have somewhat reduced their fossil fuel use, at least per capita. And it's like, okay, well, sometimes that can happen cost effectively, but look, what has happened to most of these European countries? They've gotten worse. Like, this person used Germany as a success story. Is that a success story where your consumer electricity prices double? Is California, where I live, a success story? So it's all about cost effective, because the more cost effective energy is, the more human beings can flourish. It's not about political possibility or cultural possibility. It's what's actually good for human flourishing. And it's definitely not good to reduce fossil fuel use, certainly not on a global scale. And if you just look at the basic facts, I'll talk more about this tonight, but we have, as I said, the world is drastically underpowered. Fossil fuels provide 80% of the world's energy. Fossil fuel use is still growing. It's growing particularly in the parts of the world that care most about cost-effective energy. So it's just crazy to think, oh, let's rapidly replace this. And then there's this argument, again, which I'll talk about more, which, I'll go into that more, but solar and wind are rapidly replacing fossil fuels. It's not true. Like, they just provide electricity. They're still at less than 5% of the world's energy. They're heavily subsidized, mandated, and preferred. It's just, but the point I really want to stress here is not so much picking on solar and wind, although we should pick a lot on forced solar and wind, but it's really recognizing the world is a place that needs far more energy for humans to flourish, and that being the framing, not the reactive. Not reacting to, oh, the goal is to get rid of emissions, and is it possible to get rid of fossil fuels on some timetable? So just want to stress before we do questions that we are really at a special moment today educationally on this issue. I've been on this issue for about 15, 16 years now, but just looking at the history of it, I don't think there's been an opportunity like this since the 70s where people are aware of the consequences of the establishment's bad policies. And whenever you have an energy crisis or a crisis of any kind, the establishment comes into question. So when the establishment comes into question, people's minds are open. This is why Biden is being so defensive about, like, oh, I never opposed fossil fuels and all these ridiculous lies, because people are seeing there's a real problem with opposing fossil fuels. So I think this is the time to get, to promote good thinking about energy, good thinking about climate, and it's really so even if you've tried in the past and it hasn't worked as well as you wanted, there's a cultural opportunity. And then I would also argue the arguments have been developed over the years a lot better. And one thing, I have this new book, Fossil Future, that you can check out. So the disadvantage of that is it costs $20. So that's a challenge. It limits the scalability of it. But one thing that has no scaling problems is a free resource called energytalkingpoints.com, which you can also just get by getting on my mailing list. And this has talking points, powerful, well-referenced points on every energy, environmental, and climate issue you can imagine. It involves arguing to 100. It focuses on global human flourishing. And I think with these tools, you can just be incredibly, incredibly effective, because the internet gives you limitless distribution, and these are some of the most effective arguments. So overall message is we got to stop arguing to 0, start arguing to 100, not let this be framed as a climate discussion. This is a discussion about human flourishing and about energy. Climate is just an aspect of this. And if you really stand for global human flourishing and global human empowerment, you, unlike the fossil fuel industry, can become great. And I would just say one more thing, though, which is the fossil fuel industry is starting to pick up on this, and we're getting some CEOs to actually stand up. And I just made a deal today to speak at an event called Fossil Fueled. So imagine the fossil fuel industry has a huge event coming up in a couple months called Fossil Fueled. I think that's progress, and I think we can make more of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have about 20 minutes for Q&A, so look for Cameron in the back. He's going to be running around on the microphone, so just raise your hand and he'll come to you, and just make sure just direct your question to whichever one of the panelists you.
If someone wants to be my best friend, could they bring me water?
Oh, sure. We'll get you some water.
I insufficiently stocked up with this little guy.
I'm Rob Bradley with the Institute for Energy Research. This is a comment on Alex and Ben's presentation, and you might have a reaction. We all know that the electricity grids have been compromised across the United States because of the so-called unreliables backing out the reliables. The other side is now claiming that natural gas, coal are not reliable energies because they underperformed during the Great Texas Freeze. But the answer there is to get to the why behind the why. Why all this entrepreneurial error? And it's very obvious what the answer is. But the bad news is that wind and solar is coming in. The incentives are so great that they are saturating the grid. It's continuing with really no end in sight. So a major new initiative from the other side is smart meters, demand-side management, virtual power plants. And I wonder how many people in here have a smart meter in their home? Well, a few do. But I guess my warning is, and I'll ask for a comment, is that the other side with smart meters, where the utilities or the or ERCOT or the ISO RTOs, they're in your home, and there's already talk about rationing, such as we had in World War II. So the big problem has gone from the supply side to the demand side, and I think if more people are attuned to this, we can say, no, we don't want smart meters, we don't want anything in our home, and we're going to stop Big Brother on this account.
Okay, right down here. Let's try to make Cameron zigzag back and forth, so he's got to run around really fast. No.
So Alex, when you framed your question earlier about what is the #1 moral goal of all of these industries and such, or what do they say the moral goal should be, that is a normative statement, and you're implying that they do actually genuinely have moral goals. And when you say the answer is like reducing CO2 emissions or carbon emissions, the idea that was implied by that is that their goal is to do so for the purpose of human flourishing. But that didn't seem to be what you had in mind, or you. So we're implying that they didn't really intend that.
Okay, so
the question
I could have
was not
said
clear, I think.
Okay, so we got a lot of comments. Does anyone have any questions? Although these are good comments. No, so the way I would have put it a little more precisely is, what is the moral goal? #1 moral goal advocated by these things, by these companies. But the idea is,
Well, it's still human flourishing as stated. It's just that they think that they can do it through reducing CO2
No.
emissions, as stated.
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think one can declare that confidently, and I think, in fact, it's totally false. Because then why wouldn't?
On paper statement, as stated.
No.
As you were saying.
No, I mean, I'd highly recommend Fossil Future on this, particularly the first 3 chapters, because what's so notable is that the obsession is reduce emissions at all costs. And there's almost no thought about, for example, 3 billion people having no energy. I mean, one point I make is the culture is so much more up in arms about a polar bear having to move from one piece of ice to another than 3 billion people having no power. So in practice, we've been taught to be anti-human in our thinking, although when asked, most people would say they're pro-human. But still, the way things are framed makes you anti-human, and not you, but people, anti-human.
Steve Schulte, I'm a retired environmental engineer. Ron, I wanted to ask you this question. You were talking about all our products from fossil fuels or petroleum oil. Even though I'm retired, I still get a lot of trade. I get magazines and lots of emails. And several times each week, I get some email with some new discovery or whatnot of being able to so-called sustainably make plastics from plants. And I know there's at least one water bottle company out there that says so on their bottle. So is there anything going on technology-wise that could replace oil?
Yes and no. Scaling is the problem. I know a couple of refineries in Northern California have shut down, and they're only going to manufacture renewable diesel. Now that's limited because the feedstock may not be there to keep them operating for a long period of time. You know, there's all kinds of fuels to run an automobile. You can use grease from French fries, but you can't scale it because there aren't that many French fries being eaten by millions of people. So there's a lot of innovation, but it's a scaling. Like I say, we got 8 billion people we're trying to provide products to, and you might be able to, you know, make something in small scale, but like I say, nothing's been proven to scale it to replace crude oil.
Let me just make an arguing to 100 point here. That like the way you should think of materials, I think, is the same as energy. Is like we want 8 billion people to have as many amazing materials as possible at the lowest cost. And the reason why we're using fossil fuels overwhelmingly for the materials is because they're the best way to do it. And if you frame it as this is the best way to do it, not just it's a binary, you can do it or you can't, that opens up the idea of more scale. And it also opens up, people have the idea, if you can't use the best thing, then that means it's either going to be lower quality, more expensive, or non-existent. So I think it's important, like I'm not in favor of framing these things in terms of like we can do this or we can't. It's really a question of what's, like how much benefit is there in the world. And if you talk about that, there's nothing that can come close to the fossil fuel industry in terms of providing feedstocks for these things.
Bob Kappelman, chemical engineer, energy policy consultant for the utility industry for the last 20 years. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Alex, I just think your comments were fantastic of coming at this from a positive standpoint. Haven't heard it articulated that well, and I guess that's why you're an author. One of the things is that right now, fossil fuels are the most cost-effective alternative, and I think if we come from that and say, look, when something better comes along, hey, we're all about improving the human quality of life and all. So I'm still looking for dilithium crystals. If you've heard of some, let me know.
And I think that's a great aspect. So another element of arguing to 100, I think, is having a 100 in terms of your thinking method. I'll talk about this more tonight. But one aspect is like your approach is you want the most cost-effective energy with the fewest negative side effects possible, and fossil fuels meets that right now. So it's the most people might not like this term, but it's the most progressive source of energy in the proper sense of the term. And so it's not that we have a fetish for fossil fuels or that we're stuck in the past. It's that this is the best thing in the present and the foreseeable future, but we're eager for things versus, oh, we just want to shoot down everything. And so part of that is if we have that attitude, it makes sense why we're against forcing inferior things, but we're all for currently inferior things trying to become better. So I think it's a great comment.
So a short one to Alex. And you just said in passing that you use just the internet or social media to spread your message. So, but actually, how is the famous algorithm treating you? I mean, of so-called fact checkers.
So LinkedIn is actually the major problem, although every time -1 I've challenged them, they overturn it. It just gets boring after a while to keep refuting them and getting them to apologize, but it's happened many, many times. I think one thing you have to think about with the algorithms is, so I view these platforms as private, so I don't think government should be controlling them and stuff, and I think they can act immorally and often do, but if you're on the platforms, you have to decide how are you going to use them, how do they function, and I think the number one thing they respond negatively to it is anything that is directly saying that like a government quote unquote scientific statement of that involves health and safety is false. So this is why people just got so many problems with COVID, which I don't agree with the platform's policies, but that's what happened is like people would just say, oh, ivermectin is this, and the government's saying the exact opposite. again, there's a lot to criticize about the platforms, but in climate, it can be like if you just say, oh, modern climate science is BS or something, there is no greenhouse effect or whatever it is. So, I mean, my view is modern climate science has a lot of biases, I think even in its actual state as reflected by the IPCC, which I think is a deeply problematic group, even that is consistent with more fossil fuel use. But my focus is on the energy side of it and on the deactivating climate catastrophism side, so I don't get that much. But part of it is just thinking about, yeah, you have to, if you're going to play on these platforms, you need to understand how they function versus just saying something that's obviously going to tell them to throw you off by their terrible rules.
Toby Mack, I head the Energy Equipment and Infrastructure Alliance, EEIA. Opponents of fossil fuels have very effectively opposed their production, distribution, and consumption through opposing pipeline infrastructure, natural gas, crude oil primarily, and very effectively so, and to the extent that in many of the big producing basins, the producers have hit the upper limit of takeaway capacity and can't physically produce anymore because they can't ship it out of the basin. So the opponents have used very, very effectively and continue to, I think it's probably one of the most potent weapons tactically in opposing projects, is to co-opt the property rights, which is typically a very conservative point of view, property rights landowners to oppose the invocation of eminent domain to secure the right-of-way to build new capacity. And so my question is, what do you say, because we're trying to do this as we speak, what do you say to regulators who are listening to property rights, private property rights advocates that are opposing pipeline projects on the basis of not disallowing eminent domain? How do we argue against that when you see that a project is clearly in the public interest and the counterpoint to that is, well, projects that are really only for private gain are not by definition in the public interest. So there's that conflict there, and it's a very simplistic misunderstanding of the concept, but that's being used very effectively politically and at the regulatory level.
Right. Do you want to say something about this since you talked about pipelines?
It's a tricky one when it comes to the private property rights element, and I think that a lot of what Alex has to say about framing the issue in a different way would be very helpful for this. Because if a person is automatically, anti-fossil fuel and you want to put a pipeline through their property, then you are going to be in a heck of an uphill battle. But as soon as you are able to frame it as, this is going to help, this is going to be something that is beneficial overall for your community and also for our ability to say, you can take the Russia situation, for example, become more energy independent. If you can frame it in a better way, you might be able to bring some people who are a little bit neutral over, but I'm not sure how you would reach the people who are aggressively anti-fossil fuel to give their property over to a project.
Just one quick comment. I'm trying to gain expertise on this, but for some projects I'm working on. But I mean, one thing you can definitely say is that whatever the state of eminent domain is, it should not be inconsistently applied, and it should not be applied in an anti-fossil fuel way. So insofar as they're saying, okay, these are the standards we have and certain kinds of economic projects qualify, well then fossil fuel projects should certainly qualify using a lot of the arguments that I make. I mean, there's other questions with just what can you do in general to make development easier, and that's something I'm looking into. But it is a tricky thing because I would rather not have any eminent domain.
Thank you. I'm Senator Carroll from Arizona, and in a past life before I got in politics, my specialty was computer control systems for everything that was an internal combustion engine, et cetera, et cetera. So I dealt with diesel and stationary diesel engines, especially in the petroleum industry, and in particular, oil platforms out in the ocean. And that was something I had to undertake and understand that whole process. I guess my question is appropriate for Linnea and then anybody else who wants to chime in. One of the things I noticed in that industry, there's a tendency to push the platforms further out to greater depths. Argument being that it would protect the environment by being further out. And I know there's challenges when it comes to going deeper for oil exploration and drilling. Can you speak to the limitations just briefly and how far out they can push you before it becomes playing into the hand of net zero?
So I would not say that it is a negative thing that we're able to drill in deeper and deeper water. I wouldn't frame it as a issue of trying to protect the environment by going further away from shore or from nearshore fisheries. You want to be able to develop these deeper reserves because there's a huge opportunity there. Right now, the limitation is technology. So in order to make an extremely deep well, you need a lot of pipe, and it is incredibly heavy stuff. So you need to be able to build a ship that can support a drill string that is, 30,000, 40,000 feet long, and even greater than that. And this is, ironwork stuff. So it's not so much an environmental or that they're trying to push us out there so that we can't operate anymore. It's that there is a technological barrier with building drill ships that can drill deeper and deeper. There are several ships, I think there might have been a ship that came out last year that is a new ultra deep water rig. And most of the ones that I was working on, we were working in about 9,000 feet of, 3,000 to 9,000 feet of water. So it's about 3 miles of water column before you even get to the ocean floor and start drilling, right? So it is staggering, the depths and the distances that you're working with. We even, you can't send divers down to that depth, so we're working with ROVs, unmanned submersibles. So yeah, it's more of a technological barrier than a social barrier.
In California, we have one of the largest oil reserves in America, most of it offshore. But with today's technology, you drill on land and slant drill to get it. So there's no offshore drilling. But in California, you can't drill, period.
All right, we have time for one more quick question if we can, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
That was a great comment on eminent domain and property rights. Their technology can solve more problems than we're probably thinking about right now. And one of the new areas of analysis I've seen from the free market side is called substeading, and that is where you're far enough beneath the surface where you can have oil, gas pipelines, you can have electric cables, you can have all sorts of things, maybe water pipelines, maybe orange juice pipelines. Put it all way down there. We have the technology to do it, and it's a wrong property right assignment to say that the surface owner owns the land to the middle of the earth. So what we need to do is just to get deeper and keep the surface owners out of it. Of course, you will need some points at the surface, but you'll probably find a few landowners willing to work with you.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, Rob and I are super aligned on this, and he has a great book, which is a very long and good book called Oil, Gas, and Government that I learned a lot from, as well as his other work. And yeah, I think it's really, substeading is really exciting, and maybe if one of Elon Musk's things comes true, it'll be the Boring Company, and then he'll be responsible for piping a lot of oil around the world.
All right, well, that's going to have to do it for this panel. A round of applause for everybody. And then we'll be back here in 15 minutes for panel 4B, Unworkable Climate Solutions. So thank you all for coming out for this one.
Mr. Stein.
Yes.
And sorry if I didn't get a chance to get you the microphone or anything, or if I didn't see you. I got the proverbial deer in headlights with the lights in my head.
Yes, there are two different things. Fossil feedstocks are used to make things, all the polymers and this kind of stuff that we use.
You mean
Fossil
crude
fuels
oil?
are burned.
Is that about the crude oil?
Yeah.
Well, the crude oil is
or natural gas or whatever.
Right, that's feedstock.
There's a difference between burning them and using them to make products. We know that excuse me, oops, you're okay.
I'm okay.
Water. We know that the burning, of course, is under attack.
Yeah.
Fossil fuels. But besides straws, plastics in general, particularly durable plastics, are they really under attack? Fossil feedstocks usually make durables?
I think they see plastic in dumps, so they're against plastic. The environmentalists.
Yeah, but people use it all over the place.
I know.
You go into your house and you fit your parachute, everything else.
Right, but only because of seeing it. But a lot of that plastic comes from.
By the way, I'm a chemist working for Dow Chemical.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
I know a little bit about polymers.
Right, but the medical industry produces a lot of plastic, which saves a lot of people.
Well, your wind turbine blades are epoxy.
Right.
Okay.
And
so I know what they are.
Yeah.
What is the attack?
He's just, I don't know. All I can say is just watch this. This is just something else. Can we bring that video up?
Creating the droughts and melting the ice and raising the sea level and causing these waves of
he is given on that sheet, because he's made, like someone said in the comments, he's made a ton of money doing that, and he is going to keep doing it forever until he's dead, probably. So it's, I honestly don't think that he does any research whatsoever. And if you were to like corner him and ask him very specific questions, he would almost certainly just resort to calling you a denier and ignore your questions, and then maybe accuse you of, I don't know, causing islands to sink into the ocean or something. I'm not sure.
I agree that with Linnea that he didn't do anything, any independent research. I think that he's like Lenin. You know, I think it was Lenin that said, if you lie often enough and no one refutes it, then the lies become the truth. And, I was surprised at how many media outlets actually published headlines. Gore, I think Gore just stepped over the line here. He was clearly ranting. I was surprised he didn't bring down the 12 plagues of Israel, boils and locusts, and because he already had the boiling oceans, the firstborn sons, whatever. But even they called him unhinged in headlines. Unhinged. You don't see that very often but most of the media outlets ignored him. And the problem is, none of them challenged him factually. And so I think his idea is, if I lie often enough and no one refutes me, they just, they keep hearing the lie over and over again, pretty soon it's accepted as truth. And that's, I think, what he's got going for him.
One of the things with Gore is, and it's something that Jim just pointed out in the comments, is that the danger is how many people believe him and that his lies have been taught in schools. Yep. Inconvenient truth is shown in schools as fact. Even though it's been widely criticized in the scientific community, it makes it into K through 12 education.
It does.
And if you're not someone who is interested in the sciences as a kid growing up, and you're not someone who's interested in digging into it, or even worse to me, and this is just, I have such a pet peeve about this now. If you're super into pop science, you're going to believe this stuff. You're not interested in the scientific method. You're just interested in learning fun facts to batter people with. And that's what a lot of it is now, is young people reciting fun bullet points with no background, with no curiosity as to the why or the where that this information comes from. They just think it's fun to sound smart.
What you just said pretty well categorizes all three people we're going to be talking about today, and that's Kerry, Gore, and Greta. They all seem to be of the same ilk, of the same mindset.
Pop science, yeah, that's a great term. They get their science from Neil Tyson deGrasse or whatever.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson and
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, and sadly, if you watch TV at all, they have entire channels devoted to science, right? Discovery Channel, Science Channel, National Geographic. 2/3 of the programming, I'll wager it's 2/3, and on some of those channels more of those is like cryptozoology programming. Let's chase some Bigfoots.
Hey, come on, be nice to Bigfoot.
We've got haunted houses. It's like, hold it, that's science? Nope. That's what passes for science on these channels now? Well, it's what passes for science if they're viewing TV for these kids.
Yeah, the kids today going through these programs that have been brainwashed by Gore and others haven't a clue what real science is about. Their viewpoint is science is a popularity contest, and those with the loudest voice wins. Like, that's why we have Greta.
Or those who feel the most.
Oh, yes.
Who display they care. Because caring is more important than facts, than evidence, than how physics actually works. All you have to do is care enough, and you can change the world.
Oh, right. Yes. The laws of physics respond to care in a big way.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So let's go on to Greta. Greta, our mascot, who introduces us every week because it's Friday, and it's time for more protest. We have a clip of Greta here getting a arrested. My personal viewpoint is that it's all for show, and that the thing was staged just to get media attention. Let's bring up that clip of Greta, please. This was at a coal mine, and she and all of her followers were trying to get into the coal mine. They were staging a protest, and so they rushed the coal mine, and of course the police said, but it made for good theater for the cameras. And as a result, she made headlines again. Her 15 minutes of fame were extended by 10 seconds. Guys, what do you think?
I agree with you, Anthony. This was a staged event. It's going to be used like the other protests where people have been arrested outside of museums and or inside museums, destroying fabulous historic works of art. It'll be used to motivate more action. It's just all about motivating youths to take to the streets and destroy Western civilization.
Well, this isn't any great new surprise or anything from the environmental side. I mean, environmental protests have always involved putting themselves in a situation where they're doing something illegal, but not like so far out of the line that normally, except for like the tree spiking and stuff, that you can get in serious trouble for that one. But other protests, chaining yourself to a tree at a construction site or to a bulldozer, or gluing your hand to the protective glass of a famous painting, whatever it happens to be, you're doing something that's illegal enough to get you hauled out, but not illegal enough to get you thrown in prison for like a decade. So, and that's always been the point, because the point is the media of them getting arrested on film and being dragged out and having really good photographs and stuff done. I mean, look at, not to be hard on our friend Patrick Moore, but look at Greenpeace's strategy. Yeah. It was always to do something dramatic that gets caught on camera so that they can have really cool photography opportunities. And this last one, this Greta one, had really cool photography opportunities because it's them holding up signs looking itsy bitsy in front of that awesome excavator machine that they're using to dig that mine. And it's very dramatic.
And
yeah, I mean,
smiling.
Look, they're standing there. Why are they not hauling her off right there? Because they're set up for the cameras. Make sure they get all the different angles and the good shots. Hold her arm like this. Oh, make sure you get a good close up on her face. Now, to Linnea's point about Greenpeace, to be fair, Greenpeace took some really radical actions that were dangerous and probably should have had some of them locked up for years when they were. When they were fighting whaling.
No. We good?
They
good? I can't see anything with the lights. Oop, okay. All right, everybody, we're going to get started in just a minute, so if you could get your seats, and we'll get going. All right. Thank you for sticking around for this panel, the last one before dinner. This is panel 4B, Unworkable Climate Solutions. I know I told everybody in the last panel that that was the best panel of the day, but I just lied. I just told them that to feel better about make them feel special. But this is actually the best panel of the day. So again, congratulations to you for your foresight and making sure you're here for this one. So again, short and sweet, we're just going to get right into it. And oh, by the way, my name's Tim Benson. I'm with Heartland. I'm in the Government Relations Department. I guess I forgot to introduce myself last time. But anyway, we're going to get right going here. And our first panelist is Mr. Steve Milloy. And Steve Milloy is a policy advisor and a member of the board of directors at Heartland, so I have to be on my best behavior for this panel, just in case. But more importantly, he is the founder and publisher of JunkScience.com, and from 2000 to 2009, wrote the popular Junk Science column on FoxNews.com. And trained in natural sciences, biostatistics, law, and securities regulation, he is an expert on energy, environmental, and public health issues. He has also been an attorney for the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, a registered securities principal, an investment fund manager, a nonprofit executive, a print and web columnist on science and business issues, and a coal company executive. And he also served, last but not least, on the Trump EPA transition team. His latest book is Scare Pollution, Why and How to Fix the EPA. And he's going to let you know why net zero is unachievable and will kill people. I think that's what you're doing, right? Thanks. Yeah, okay. All right, so give it up for Mr. Steve Milloy.
Well, so thank you very much. I want to talk about net zero today. This is an unworkable climate solution, although I don't think that we really need any climate solutions because I don't think there's a problem. So that aside, net zero is just unworkable, and we're going to go through that. Before we get into the nuts and bolts of net zero, I want to talk about the not needed part. Okay, it's not needed, and if you guys went to, heard Joe Bastardi's talk this morning, you know, CO2 is not driving global warming. And so we don't need net zero. And how do we know this? So, you know, let's recall that with net zero, all emissions matter. We can't have any emissions because all emissions cause warming. You know, the Biden administration would rather have you working from home than commuting. The Washington Post is giving instructions on how you can wash your dishes to reduce your emissions. And, you know, we could stand up here all day on examples of how, you know, the slightest emission from you should be stopped because all emissions cause warming. Now, I've got a lot of traction with this recently. This is a graph from from NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. It is a graph of average global temperature as NOAA sees it over the past 8 years since 2015, and you can see the result there. There has been no warming. Now I'm going to interrupt my slideshow for a second because there's been some breaking news, which was reported on foxnews.com this morning. I was privileged to participate in what I think is the first recorded debate between a climate realist, skeptic, denialist, whatever you want to call me, and you know, the alarmist community. And what I mean by first, you know, there have been debates on climate before, but this is the first one that I'm aware of where we actually drilled down on the same issue and, you know, did not let my opponent get away from me. And who's my opponent? Well, my opponent is ChatGPT, the AI bot of Leon. So I don't have a slide for it. I'm going to have to read you my exchange, so just bear with me. So I start off the exchange with ChatGPT. I say, is CO2 warming a hoax? ChatGPT responds, no, and then goes into the usual climate propaganda. And I said, Chat, but why has there been no global warming since 2015 despite 500 billion tons of emissions? And that 500 billion is probably a low ball. ChatGPT responds, it's important to note that short-term temperature variations do not necessarily indicate a change in the long-term trend of global warming. Okay, well, that's a fair statement, but it doesn't really answer the question I asked. So, we move on. Chat, but shouldn't the last 500 billion tons of emissions have caused at least some global warming? And, you know, look at the chart. Chat says, yes, the last 500 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions should have contributed to global warming, and there is clear evidence that they have. This is not my data. I didn't make this up. This is NOAA. Me to Chat. What is the, quote, clear evidence, unquote, that the last 500 billion tons of emissions have increased global temperature? Chat responds, the clear evidence is that measurements of atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration show a clear and steady increase since the Industrial Revolution. Okay, it's not really on point. Me to Chat. So why do NOAA's own global temperature data show that there has been no warming since 2015? Chat responds, it is important to note that NOAA's global temperature data shows that there has been warming since 2015. Where? Me to chat. What you said about NOAA's global temperature data showing warming since 2015 is false. Chat responds, I apologize for my earlier response. It is correct that NOAA's global temperature data shows there has been a slowdown in the rate of warming since 2015. Yeah, there has. I guess that's correct, right? This is going backwards. Me to chat. But you are still wrong, since NOAA global temperature data for the period 2015 through 2022 showed no warming trend at all. In fact, NOAA data report a slight cooling trend. Chat responds, I apologize for any confusion caused by my earlier responses. You are correct that NOAA global temperature data for the period 2015 through 2015 show the rate of warming has slowed down and there has been little net warming during this period. Well, I'm not going to let go of this. So I said, chat, you don't need to apologize, but you do need to admit that NOAA global temperature data since 2015 show that there is no rise in global warming at all through 2022. Chat responds, you are correct that NOAA global temperature data since 2015 through 2022 show a relatively flat trend in global temperatures with little net warming during this period. Well, at this point, I can see that he's not going to get off the, there's been absolutely no warming. He said it was relatively flat, so that's good enough. Then I finished it off with, but if emissions cause warming, yet the 500 billion tons of emissions emitted since 2015 have caused no warming, as you admit, how can you claim that emissions cause warming? Are you programmed to produce climate propaganda no matter the facts? And chat says, I am not programmed to produce propaganda. So there, you decide for yourselves. The whole chat is on junkscience.com, and this isn't the last time, chat's heard from me. So, but this is important, okay? We are told every emission matters, but for the last 8 years, somehow it has not. And, this is some of Christopher Monckton's work. The pause is at least 8 years and 5 months now. And so if every emission matters, how can this happen? So I've been fact-checked. I turned that into a tweet in January. I got 13 million views. It was huge. Even Elon Musk commented on it. And then it just brought a flood of fact checks. I was fact-checked by the Associated Press, by Reuters, by the Australian Associated Press, by AFP, Agence France Presse, and also the Annenberg Policy Center's factcheck.org. And they basically all came up with this, lame argument that I'm cherry picking. And because, clearly CO2 has gone up, and so have temperatures. But of course, you can see the last few years, there's, what's the explanation? CO2 has gone up during that period, but there has been no warming. And, I just don't buy, the whole emissions thing anymore, and I'm not going to stand for it. I mean, you can see the time period for 50% of emissions, the time periods for the second 50% of man-made emissions, and you can see how much warming is associated with each one. And so I'm not buying this argument anymore. I think what's going on is that we have El Niños driving recent warming. We have El Niños, they spike up, and then the warming kind of tails off, levels out for a while. We have another El Niño, some are stronger than others, but it's really the El Niño. Joe Bastardi talked about that this morning, which I think is fantastic. I think that's the way to look at it. I think that's how we explain warming, and I think when you talk about warming, we ought not talk about, the issue is not warming. Yeah, it's getting warmer. The issue is whether emissions are driving warming. So this is another view. This is a graph that Greg Wrightstone of CO2 Coalition produced. You can see the blue line is emissions, and temperatures are bouncing around. I'm sorry, we need better correlation to claim that CO2 drives temperature. And then, of course, you have the most recent period, we've had huge emissions, 500 billion tons. That's a lot. That's 14% of the total man-made contribution of CO2, 14%. Or you can look at it another way, it's 17% more CO2 in the atmosphere than in 2015, and there has been no warming. Okay, why can't I drive to work? Why do I have to worry about how I wash my dishes? Why can't I have incandescent light bulbs? Emissions don't matter. okay? So emissions, never forget this. And as you go forward to talk with people, this is really the key issue. Okay, it's not warming. It's not whether fossil fuels are good or bad. It's emissions don't drive warming. We must kill this beast. All right, now let's move on to net zero specifically. So net zero, this is the buzzword in the climate industry. Earlier we had the ESG discussion. The E is at present the biggest part of ESG. The E stands for environment, and the biggest part of that is net zero. Okay. You heard Paul Watkins talk about the Net Zero Climate Alliance. I mean, they have these organizations. They have, the entire finance industry has signed on to net zero. We have utilities talking about net zero. Everybody talks about net zero. No one knows what the hell they're talking about. Okay? Net zero is not possible because the utility industry of all people, or all things, says so. How do I know this? Well, I've always known that net zero is not possible. It's just not. It's why 34, 35 years into the period of, what I call climate idiocy, that we are still 80% fossil fuels because we cannot replace it. Okay, so this group EPRI, which stands for Electric Power Research Institute, it's the think tank for the electric utility industry. They produced a report on net zero 2050. And the way I learned about this is not because there was any media coverage on it, not even because EPRI did a press release. Okay? I had filed a shareholder proposal with a Midwest utility called First Energy. And my shareholder proposal basically asked for them to explain to shareholders how they are going to reach net zero and to report on the progress every year. Okay? It's because First Energy is saying that they're going to be net zero by 2050. And so I had of course, they're trying to talk me off the ledge. And we had a phone call. And so they said, well, haven't you seen the EPRI report? The EPRI report says that net zero is possible. Well, of course, that was a lie. I'm lazy. I don't want to read things I don't have to read. When I went to law school, I worked and went to law school at night, so I'd always read, when I had cases to read, I'd read the beginning and I'd read the end and kind of make up what happened in between, and that worked out for the most part. 3.5 years of that, you become pretty good at it, and I did pretty well on the bar exam. So I just went straight to the conclusions of this net zero report, because who wants to read about utility stuff? It's really not very interesting. And what you find is, and so this is not even new. This is consistent. I have underlined the important parts. Consistent with previous research. So they already knew this, okay, before the net zero thing ran away from them. This study shows that clean electricity, so that's going to be wind, solar, nuclear, geothermal, hydropower, whatever you want to call it, plus direct electrification. That means, getting out of cars into EVs and get out of gas furnaces and into heat pumps. And efficiency, energy efficiency, they love that. Everybody loves energy efficiency. It's never worked out for anyone, but they love it anyway. So none of that is a cost-effective strategy for, they can reduce emissions, but then you get to the second part there. It's not enough to achieve net zero economy-wide emissions. So it's not possible with all this technology that we have today. Maybe there's some magical technology that will come out tomorrow, but today there is no technology that will get you to net zero. You can reduce some emissions. Of course, we know that you can reduce emissions, but of course, what's the point? Because we know the emissions don't drive warming. It just makes electricity more expensive. Now, they do have these two caveats, a broad portfolio of options. It includes low carbon fossil fuels and carbon removal technologies. Maybe we can do some deep carbonization, but that's not net zero. Okay, that is just, deep emissions cuts. The low carbon fuels, let's just talk about that. Now, these people are, electric utility experts. I don't think they know what a low carbon fuel is. There's no such thing, right? A low carbon fuel is just a less efficient fuel. So you wind up burning more of it, and you have less coming out of the tailpipe maybe at a given instant, but overall you have to burn more of it. Carbon removal, of course, this is a huge hoax. There's no significant carbon removal going on, whether it's carbon capture and sequestration or whether it's direct carbon capture. It's just, that is a really crazy idea. John Kerry says that we must not only get to net zero, but we must reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere we must take out 1.6 trillion tons. Now, current direct air capture costs about $1,000 a ton for removal. So you do the math, okay? This is a policy that would cost $1.6 quadrillion. I mean, is there that much money in the world, right? The whole thing is totally nuts. And there's more. In the beginning of the report, you also had to read the beginning. I told you I read the beginning and the end of everything. Because that's where people put their conclusions and their ideas. So this study of net zero by the utility industry doesn't even look at supply chain constraints. So the fact that we depend on China, or slave labor in China, slave labor in Congo, we're running out of these minerals. We can't produce any of this stuff. None of that stuff mattered. Okay, they didn't pretend that was a problem. And then they also didn't look at operational reliability and resiliency. So they didn't even look at whether net zero would work. I don't know what they looked at, but if you don't look at whether you can actually build it and whether it'll actually work, I don't know what the hell they looked at, but at least they had the sense to conclude that it's not possible. So there is no such thing as net zero. When you hear people talking about net zero, you should just shut them down. You can find this report on my website or on the EPRI website. They have it advertised, they just don't talk about it. Or if people talk about it, they lie to you about it, like First Energy did with me. Okay, so the utility industry says net zero is not possible. So BlackRock, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Michael Bloomberg, Al Gore, John Kerry, all these people, they have no idea what they're talking about, and they're just lying when they talk about net zero, okay? Utility industry, and it's a statement against interest. Okay, it's a statement against interest. They want to do net zero. They want to do windmills and solar panels because they make money building that junk. Okay, so net zero. It's not, even if you could get there, well, you can't get there. It's impossible. But trying to get there is going to wind up killing everybody, okay? Because everything in our society depends on fossil fuels. Everything. There's nothing that that works without fossil fuels. You know that. You can't build a windmill, you can't build a solar panel, much less install them, you can't build a nuclear plant, a dam, or you can't do anything without fossil fuels. So why are we even talking about getting rid of them? Net zero, as Patrick Moore said, is a death wish. It's the fifth horseman of the apocalypse. There'd be mass starvation, we'd be killing animals, we'd just be, burning that, we'd be chopping down forests it would just be horrible, right? We don't want to go there. Now, I'm going to try to clean this up real quick. People talk about climate as a religion. That's wrong. Okay, so the way to look at climate is through the prism of Animal Farm. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, wind good, fossil fuels bad. Right? You're all familiar with the Orwell's work. In Animal Farm, they build a windmill, and they build a windmill so they can cut the work week. They just, this is how they sell the effort to build the windmill. So we're going to build windmills to save the planet. But of course, in Animal Farm, the windmill is destroyed by a storm. And the same thing happens in our world too. Just remember a couple years ago in Texas in February, the winter storm came through and windmills froze, 200 people died. Okay, anytime there's extreme weather, solar and wind fail. Okay, without fossil fuels, you're doomed. In Animal Farm, they rebuilt the windmill, but only the pigs profited. So we have a parallel to that. Right? Who's profiting from wind? We're paying higher electricity prices. Are we getting anything out of it? Is the weather better? No. Is energy cheaper? No. Only the rent seekers. The solution that the pigs come up with, the pigs are the ones running the Animal Farm, is for all the other animals to be happy with less, which is rationing. And in the end, their true colors come out. 4 legs good, 2 legs better, wind good, fossil fuels better. This is like the perfect John Kerry. He's too important to not have emissions. He can have emissions, but you can't, right? And when the totalitarians take over and there's only 2 billion people left, they're going to need fossil fuels, if nothing else, to enforce their totalitarianism. There was an article just the other day in the Times of London about rationing. A group of scientists wanted to come out with World War II style rationing. And, in the end, so climate is not religion. It's tyranny disguised as necessity. And let's not forget, I think it's my last slide. The goal here, Paul Ehrlich first stated it in Population Bomb. Carrying capacity of the planet is 2 billion. I just took this from Stanford University's website. They still want just 2 billion. That means that 75% of us have to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, and our next panelist is a guy I seem to get, I think, every year. I'm always moderating his panel for whatever reason, but anyway, it's Dr. Kevin Dayaratna. And Kevin is a chief statistician, data scientist, and senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Center for Data Analysis, where he explores questions on the boundary of policy, statistics, and economics. An applied statistician, he has researched and published on the use of high-powered statistical models in public policy, medical outcomes, business, economics, and professional sports, among many other fields. He is a prolific scholar, having published numerous papers both at Heritage as well as in the peer-reviewed literature in statistics, economics, law, and public policy journals. And his work has also been referenced by both the Obama and Trump administrations, numerous lawmakers and presidential candidates, and in front of the United States Supreme Court. So please, a round of applause for Dr. Kevin Dayaratna.
Thank you. Got the slides? Okay. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Jim Lakely, James Taylor, and the Heartland Institute for putting this wonderful conference together. My name is Kevin Dayaratna. I'm the chief statistician, data scientist, and senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis. And I'm going to talk about unworkable climate solutions, carbon-based regulation. So what have we heard over the years? We've heard that the climate is changing. We've heard that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases contribute significantly to this so-called problem, and we've heard that action must be taken. So we've heard a variety of so-called solutions over the years. We've heard about cap and trade decades ago, the Clean Power Plan during the Obama administration, the Paris Agreement, which President Obama had entered the country into and President Biden recently re-entered the country into, the Green New Deal suggested by Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a variety of state-level initiatives such as RGGI, the California Cap and Trade, and so forth, and most recently, the whole ESG movement. Now, before we get into the main area of this talk, I'm going to first talk about what are these policies predicated on. And the answer is the so-called social cost of carbon. My colleague Ross McKittrick was alluding to this earlier today as well. The SCC, abbreviation for the social cost of carbon, is a class of models proposed as a basis for regulatory policy by the Obama administration. It is defined as the economic damages associated with a metric ton of carbon dioxide emissions, summed across a particular time horizon. And the Biden administration is currently in the process of resurrecting these models. So how does one actually estimate the SCC? The general question becomes, what is the economic impact of CO2 emissions summed across a particular time horizon? And there are three main statistical models used by the Obama administration for getting at this question: the DICE model, the FUN model, and the PAGE model. These models have since been tossed out by the Biden administration, and they're using three new models, the SCIM, GIVE, and the Howard and Surter meta-analysis model. And this is a whole other topic in itself, but the reason the Biden administration threw the old models out is it's becoming quite apparent in initial reports they're publishing. These new models enable them to jack up the SCC even higher. Now, as with any statistical model, these models are based on assumptions. So let's get into them a little bit. There are a variety of assumptions these models can make, including assumptions regarding agricultural productivity. This is an image from the paper Zhu et al. 2016 in the journal Nature, And the shaded areas of the planet represent trends in average observed leaf area index. And you can see the bottom line is between 1982 and 2009 that the planet has been greening, and the areas that are benefiting the most are the tropics, as you can see here. And I present this image because, like I said, agricultural productivity is a fundamentally important question because CO2 is an element of photosynthesis. It is fundamentally important to make sure you properly account for benefits in engaging in this cost-benefit analysis as it is when you account for the costs. And sadly, many of these models that the Obama administration used failed to do that. Here's another question that really drives a stake into the heart of these models. What are the accuracy of these forecasts? This is the global mid-tropospheric temperature forecast presented by Dr. John Christie, who is a professor at the University of Alabama, Huntsville. And the red curve are the average of 102 IPCC forecasts. The blue and green curves are actual weather balloon and satellite data. And you can see the gross overprediction. What Dr. Christie tried to do was use the models to backcast actual temperature data. And you can see the gross overprediction here. So you really start to wonder, how accurate are these models when they attempt to go centuries into the future, when they can't even accurately forecast 20? At any rate, so a key question of the prior social cost of carbon research we looked at was, what does altering the assumptions made by the Obama administration do if you alter them in very reasonable ways? We ran 2 of the 3 models in-house at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis to do this. I'm not going to go into the research here. I've given many talks on this in the past, as well as written in the peer-reviewed literature, Heritage, as well as testified in front of Congress. But we noticed that the social cost of carbon under reasonable tweaks of these assumptions can drop by between 40 and 200%. They can even be negative at times under very reasonable assumptions. And the policy implication there is that one shouldn't be taxing CO2 emissions. They should be subsidizing it instead. And I don't take the position that you should be giving taxes or subsidies regarding CO2 emissions, but the bottom line is that if the models can illustrate either under very reasonable assumptions, that speaks volumes in terms of how prone they are to user manipulation, which is precisely what the government had been doing using them. And the Biden administration models are likely just as suspect. We're working on analyzing those as well. So the bottom line is, what exactly is the SEC? Well, no one knows, but nevertheless, they are used as the basis of policies such as carbon-based regulation. So, like I said, one of President Biden's first initiatives when he became president was to re-enter the Paris Agreement. In terms of the actual goals, the goals was to reduce U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by between 50 and 52% by 2030 with respect to 2005 levels. The goal of fully decarbonizing the electricity sector by 2035 and achieving economy-wide net zero emissions by 2050. So how can we actually model the economic impact of this policy? Because if this is the policy that they want, let's actually score it. Let's see what happens when you score it. So at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, another model we have is the Heritage Energy Model, which is a clone of the Department of Energy's National Energy Modeling System. This is a government model. Okay? This is not some model that we made in-house that the other side would like to accuse us of doing to cook the books. This is the government model, and it's essentially the Biden administration's own model because it is, again, coming from the Department of Energy. We use this model. We have to call it the Heritage Energy Model for legal reasons, though. We use this model to score the economic impact of a carbon tax that would enable us to achieve these levels of emissions reductions. So this is a challenging exercise because any reasonable model is grounded in reality. That is, you have to have reasonable assumptions in a model, and everybody in this room realizes that net zero is not feasible. It's not feasible to get to 50 to 52% CO2 reductions by 2030. And in fact, you plug that into this model tells you the same thing. Namely, what we did was we took a carbon tax. Carbon taxes are the cleanest and crispest way to model these types of regulations because they actively discourage the use of CO2-intensive forms of energy. And we varied the level of the carbon tax to see how high we could push the model. Between $50 and $100, you achieve about a 37% reduction of CO2 emissions with respect to 2005 levels in 2030. Around $150, you achieve around a 41% reduction, and you ramp it up all the way to $300, you achieve a 44% reduction. Beyond that, this model crashes. That's what I'm telling you. The government's own model, the Biden administration's own model, can't handle their own energy policy. So we stopped at a 44% reduction and did the analysis based on that because that was the furthest we could push the model. So I will emphasize that the results I'm going to show you are actually vast underestimates of what the economic impact will be. Overall employment. Here we go. What we have done is, in terms of these simulations, when you institute such a carbon tax to discourage the most efficient and cheapest forms of energy, you are making the fundamental building block of society more expensive. Overall employment is now significantly reduced. The reason is the cost is higher. What you see is through 2040, an average employment shortfall of over 1.2 million lost jobs and a peak employment shortfall of over 7.8 million lost jobs. Family income plummets. Over the next 20 years, you see a significant reduction in family income. Namely, a family of four incurs a total loss of income of over $87,000. Household electricity costs. They, not surprisingly, increase. 30% increase, 20 to 30% increase, I should say, household electricity increases in expenditures through 2040. So the bottom line, instituting the associated carbon capture regulations by 2040. You have an average employment shortfall of over 1.2 million lost jobs, a loss of income of over $87,000 for a family of four, up to 30% increase in household electricity expenditures, and an aggregate $7 trillion loss in GDP. Now, nevertheless, there are people out there that will say, okay, we need to incur some economic pain to save the planet. So what is the climate impact of this policy? We should score that as well. Well, at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we have yet another model that answers this question, and this is also a government model, the model for the assessment of greenhouse gas-induced climate change. I heard an allusion to this morning. This is magic with two C's. We assume commonly accepted projections by the IPCC regarding CO2 emissions trajectories going forward, and we varied climate sensitivity, that is, how sensitive is the planet to CO2 emissions, in the 1.5 to 4.5 degree band that the IPCC has recommended. So these are assumptions that the IPCC themselves believes are legitimate. So the question that we want to pursue here is, what would happen if the United States were to actually fulfill the Biden administration's goals and eliminate fossil fuels? In fact, what if we just actually gave them the benefit of the doubt and suppose we could set them to zero starting tomorrow? Here you go. So we have a variety of pairs of curves here. Each pair of curves, I should say, is under a different assumption of climate sensitivity. So the one that I think is the most informative is the 4.5 degree sensitivity, because even alarmists will say that is too high. The gray curve is the current trajectory that we are on, assuming a 4.5 degree sensitivity, the top curve. The blue curve, right below, is the trajectory that we are on, assuming that we were to eliminate CO2 emissions from fossil fuels completely. And you can see that even under an overly sensitive climate, you have less than 0.2 degrees Celsius temperature mitigation. And on top of this, you would see about 2 centimeters of sea level rise reduction. How about the state of Florida, the Sunshine State right here? I ran this as well. By 2050, you will have less than 0.043 degrees Celsius mitigation if this state decided to eliminate fossil fuels from its state completely, and a 0.0088 degrees Celsius temperature mitigation by 2100. In terms of sea level rise, my old colleague Chip Knappenberger, who used to be the Cato Institute, did this. He has a nice paper on this. By 2050, 0.0262 centimeters of sea level rise reduction, and by 2100, 0.0786 centimeters of sea level rise reduction. So measly to say the least. So the bottom line is, carbon-based regulation is an unworkable climate solution. It's not even a solution because, firstly, nobody in here believes that we are headed toward catastrophe, but when you actually try to score this, giving the other side the benefit of the doubt, you will notice that all that results is significant economic costs and negligible environmental impact. So the advice for policymakers we have here. Avoid carbon taxes and carbon capture-related policies. All they will do is shrink the economy and have no meaningful impact on the climate. Secondly, stop using the social cost of carbon for cost-benefit analysis. As I have shown, it can be manipulated to get any result you want, which is precisely what the Obama administration had been doing, and I'll bet you this is what the Biden administration is going to do when they issue their formal estimates in the coming months. And we urge lawmakers to employ cost-benefit analysis that was done here. It is fundamentally important to score the economic side as well as the climate impact, and not in terms of CO2 emissions, in terms of actual temperatures themselves. Lawmakers like to hide behind the fact that they think that they can they can tell what the CO2 emissions are, but they don't go the step further and say, okay, what would be the impact on the temperature? What would be the impact on sea level rise? Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Kev. And our last panelist today, last but not least, is Mr. Ben Lieberman. And Mr. Lieberman is a senior fellow who specializes in environmental policy at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. He has returned to CEI after serving 7 years as a senior counsel on the U.S. House Committee on Energy and Commerce. And as a congressional staffer, he worked on a number of issues related to fuels and vehicles, including the Renewable Fuel Standard and the Corporate Average Fuel Economy, or the CAFE standards. He has also worked on energy infrastructure permitting reform, home appliance energy efficiency standards, and the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. So, round of applause for Mr. Ben Lieberman.
Well, thank you. My name is Ben Lieberman. I'm with the Competitive Enterprise Institute, a free market think tank in Washington, D.C. This is the fourth time that I've had the opportunity to speak at Heartland Institute conferences. And although I do get invited to speak at a number of venues, I don't always get invited back. So I do want to thank the Heartland folks for giving me that rare honor. I think Steve and Kevin did a very good job of pointing out what I think is the theme of the Heartland events leading up to this is, and that the theme is solutions worse than the problem, cures worse than the disease, policy interventions that are far more trouble than they're worth. I'd like to drill down into one particular policy intervention that isn't getting as much attention as I believe it deserves, and this is the climate activists' war, their global war on air conditioning. And I was thinking a little bit after I told Jim Lakely that I'd like to talk about the climate-inspired war on air conditioning. Then the big controversy over gas stoves erupted. So for a little while I was thinking maybe I'll just do the war on appliances, because as it turns out there's a bad climate regulation for almost every appliance in your home. But I thought I'll focus in on air conditioning because that's the one where, globally speaking, that has the biggest potential for damage to human health and well-being. Now, why do I say that? What are the benefits of air conditioning? Well, the best place to look to quantify the benefits of air conditioning is here in the United States. We're the country that was first heavily air conditioned. 90% of homes and businesses have had air conditioning for decades now, so you can really see the benefits of air conditioning most here in the U.S. And the best study that I've seen on this to try to quantify those benefits estimates a mid-range estimate that air conditioning saves 18,000 lives per year in the United States. That's 18,000 premature mortalities due to heat prevented because of widespread air conditioning. I would argue that if air conditioning were a medical advance, its inventors would have won Nobel Prizes for all the good that has been done. And there's also plenty of non-health benefits. For example, a number of studies show that air conditioning greatly improves learning. So there's tremendous value there. Also, tremendous improvements in worker productivity. I'm willing to guess that virtually every one of you works in an air-conditioned workplace, and it's not because the boss likes you, it's because the boss gets more productivity out of you when you work in an air-conditioned setting. So those are the benefits in the U.S. Now let's look at the rest of the world, where for the most part, air conditioning has not caught on yet. It's not at 90%. In fact, it's at 10% or less, and particularly the 3 billion people who live in tropical developing nations where air conditioning is still relatively uncommon. So we're talking about a population almost 10 times larger than that in the US, and we're talking about a part of the world that's actually quite a bit hotter than the United States, and yet air conditioning is not yet widespread. And so if air conditioning can save 18,000 lives here in the US, just think of the potential around the world. I'd also add that's true of the non-health benefits. Learning improves greatly when classrooms are air-conditioned on hot days. And again, we're talking about parts of the world where it can be unbearably hot for almost half the year in some cases. So there's tremendous learning benefits from widespread air conditioning. Also tremendous worker productivity benefits. That's probably one of the reasons why Lee Kuan Yew, the founder, or widely attributed as the founder of modern Singapore, one of the few fully tropical nations that is a first world nation, he was asked what the secret was, and he pointed to air conditioning more than anything else as the reason why Singapore has succeeded where so many other tropical nations have not, or at least have not yet. The good news is that we're finally on the cusp of air conditioning being much more widely available around the world. Now, what was the holdup up till now? Well, two things: lack of access to electricity and unaffordability of an air conditioner for the average developing nation household. But both are beginning to change. Finally, we're at the point where most of the world, 90% or so of the world, is electrified. It took way too long for us to get to this point, and I think other speakers at the Heartland conference are warning quite rightly that there may be backsliding if we continue down the road of backing out reliable coal and natural gas in favor of costlier and intermittent wind and solar. But suffice it to say, the world, including the developing world, has finally been electrified, so that makes air conditioning possible. And at the same time, average household incomes around the world are reaching the point where more and more average households can afford their first air conditioner, even if it is just a single window unit, which that alone it makes a big difference. So we're just at the cusp of a potential growth in air conditioning. By some estimates, the International Energy Agency estimates that the world may have 3 to 4 billion more air conditioners in use by the year 2050. As an aside, that's not because climate change is making things hotter. That's because there are many parts of the world that were already plenty hot enough for air conditioning to confer significant benefits. And now we're finally at the point where air conditioning is a possibility for the world. But anyway, the greater availability of air conditioning is, in my view, indisputably good news. I mean, you might think that the United Nations and the World Bank and other international organizations, that the international community, as it's often called, they would be welcoming of this technology that will lift up living standards around the world. But think again, for so much of the international community, they see air conditioning only as another user of electricity. And so from a climate standpoint, more electricity use means more greenhouse gas emissions. So they focus almost exclusively on the negatives. And so they're concerned about widespread air conditioning availability. You know, again, I think of 3 to 4 billion more air conditioners around the world. I think of how many more households are going to be more comfortable in the in the summer. I'm sure many of you have had the experience of having your air conditioner break down and you had to do without it for a few days, and how unpleasant that was. Well, that's life for everybody or almost everybody in nations like Indonesia, southern India, southern China. But that's beginning to change, and I think that's a good thing. Think of all the classrooms that could be air conditioned, and so students could learn much more effectively. Think of all the workplace productivity improvements that there could be had. Think of all the possibility for other tropical developing nations to reach standards of living that Singapore has. But again, this is not seen as a positive by the climate community. It seems it's seen as something that needs to be guarded against. And the solution from many of these international organizations is energy efficiency standards for air conditioners, that's how we'll solve the problem, by tough new energy efficiency standards. The problem is those standards raise the cost of air conditioning. And we're talking about a very price-sensitive situation here. Billions of people finally reaching the point where they can afford their first air conditioner, but just barely. And now they're talking about slapping on regulations that could raise the first cost. And sure, a more efficient air conditioner can save you money with use, but that's of no help to you if you can't afford it in the first place. And to give you an idea of what I have, what the other side has in mind, the Rocky Mountain Institute, and some of you may have heard this environmental group in the news lately. They're the same folks that are gung-ho about gas stove bans, so they're doing a lot of good stuff there in Colorado at the Rocky Mountain Institute. They held a contest with a cash prize for the inventor of the most efficient air conditioner. It was called the Global Cooling Prize, and to quote them, this was to counter the climate threat from room air conditioners. So air conditioners are a climate threat to them. The winning design, the prize winner, had a first cost estimated by the Rocky Mountain Institute of 2 to 3 times higher than current air conditioners. So that's what the Rocky Mountain Institute gives out prizes for, the same technology, but 2 to 3 times more expensive. And you can imagine, again, billions of people are finally reaching the point where they can afford their first air conditioner. So you can imagine what energy efficiency standards would do. And in fact, I strongly suspect that the goal isn't more efficient air conditioners. The goal is fewer air conditioners. And I fear that may happen if these measures are instituted. I'd like to add one more thing, sort of a second line of attack on affordable air conditioners, and that's an attack on the refrigerants used in those air conditioners, on the grounds that when they leak out, and leakage from equipment is inevitable, that they are potent greenhouse gases. Now, the history of this one is really, really crazy, so you have to bear with me here. I see probably a few folks old enough to remember, before we were worried about climate change, one of the biggies was ozone depletion, the ozone hole. Anybody remember the concern over ozone depletion? I'm sure many of you do. The refrigerants used at the time, they were called chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorofluorocarbons. More commonly, they were known by the DuPont trademark of Freon. Well, they were targeted as contributors to ozone depletion, and they were banned. So the makers of refrigeration and air conditioning equipment had to come up with new refrigerants, and for most part, they came up with a new class of refrigerants called hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs. Well, if you ever need any proof that environmentalists are never happy, they're never appeased, these so-called ozone-friendly substitute refrigerants are now being targeted because they are said to be greenhouse gases. So the Kigali Amendment, which is a United Nations treaty, probably the one United Nations climate treaty that even the people in this room who follow the issue closely may not know about and know very much about. This is targeting those refrigerants. So we're in a situation where both for efficiency reasons and for refrigerant reasons, the climate activists are targeting air conditioners in ways likely to raise their costs. Now, just to let you know that this is also happening in the United States. EPA regulations have already made it more expensive to fix your home air conditioner as well as most other kinds of air conditioners, and there's new regulations that haven't been finalized also from EPA that are going to make new air conditioners more expensive. But what's a costly annoyance here in the first world could be life or death for the developing world, and I do believe that that the war on affordable air conditioning is one climate policy that deserves a lot more attention than it's been getting, because the adverse impacts, I think, could be very, very negative. So with that, I'll finish up and happy to answer any questions.
All right, we have a ton of time for Q&A. We can go a little long on that. We got about 30 minutes for Q&A. So look for Matt Dean in the back with the microphone. Raise your hand if you have any questions, and it's probably better to get his attention more so than mine, because I'm like half blind up here with these lights in my eyes. So just look for him and we'll get it to you.
Yeah, Bob Kappelman. I'm an environmental energy policy consultant. One of the things that I wanted you to comment on, I guess with the social cost of carbon, you're probably familiar with the Supreme Court ruling, basically giving EPA free rein on this and the impact of that, especially with the fact that they were able to use not just the U.S. value for the social cost of carbon, but the world value and the impact of that.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for the question. Yeah, I obviously disagree with the decision. I think that, yeah, the SEC should not be used, and that's why it's important for us to continue the battle to show what the true story about the SEC is, and inject as much uncertainty into it as possible, because it will continue to not get taken seriously by the right people. There was a coalition of about 18 state attorney generals that had written a letter to the White House to President Biden referencing our SEC work, discussing the grave uncertainty associated with it, and it is important to continue to publish this research and engage in this battle.
Let me just chime in here for a second. So, just for the record, there's no such thing as a social cost of carbon. It's an entirely made-up construct, has no meaning. Without fossil fuel emissions, we'd all be dead. As far as the courts, your question raises a very good question. One of the problems we have is that courts, and all the way up to the Supreme Court, are very reluctant to second-guess agency technical decisions. They give the courts way too much, they give the agencies way too much leeway, especially like EPA. EPA is leading the social cost of carbon charge. And one of the things that, maybe Republicans can think about doing is, somehow enabling courts to review agency technical decisions, because if EPA wants to literally invent science or invent a metric like the social cost of carbon, it can, and it can get away with it. It can be a totally bogus metric, but courts won't look at it.
Okay, next one. Yeah, the more we can make Matt zigzag and have to run around, it's going to be more fun for all of us. So let's try to coordinate, and we'll just go back and forth like that.
Greg, good night. Right climate stuff. For Kevin, what is the proposed linkage or the potential linkage between the social cost of carbon and carbon taxes? Are they going to be the same? Are they going to be a multiple of each other? Is one used to justify the other? What's your feeling on where this is going to go from a federal standpoint?
Well, that was precisely what I was getting at. The whole concept of carbon-based regulations, carbon taxes, is predicated on there being economic impact damages associated with climate change, namely carbon dioxide emissions. So in principle, those who actually believe in a social cost of carbon, as Steve pointed out, it is a useless concept to begin with. But those who believe in it would equate a carbon tax equal to the value of the social cost of carbon to mitigate the associated damages that they claim actually exist. That's why a negative SCC would mean, the implication would be, you should subsidize that amount.
Hello, Sean Bigler, gentleman, farmer, Gainesville, layperson. A question for Steve Milloy. Based on your research, I've come across some research about verified carbon units, VCUs, based on hectares of land, forest land being set aside. Have you come across the reemergence of, as opposed to a carbon tax, trading and offsetting carbon emissions with VCUs based on forest land? And could that be their goal all along, because they know absolutely that carbon zero is unobtainable?
Okay, so I have two responses to that. Number one, I think carbon offsets are fraud. And the reason for that is because, just think of an airline. An airline is spewing huge amounts of emissions, and they claim to be burying them someplace, some forest, who knows where. The Nature Conservancy, for example, was caught actually selling fake carbon offset credits a couple years ago. Microsoft's carbon offset credits in California went up in wildfire smoke. so the whole thing is a hoax. That said, I mean, I think there is one sort of merit, and I'm not saying there's a federal government role in this, but we have basically been strip farming carbon out of our soils for a long time. I mean, if you were to look at the amount of useful organic carbon in farmland versus a forest, you'd find a significant difference. And so I think farmers should be, we should develop technology to increase soil carbon content because we're depleting our soils. We've learned this lesson with tobacco and cotton. Countries around the world are learning with coffee. They're very intensive crops. They deplete the soil of nutrients. One of those is organic carbon. And so it's a real issue, but carbon offsets are just fraud. Yeah, no, a lot of farmers are actually being paid now to take their land out of production by the government. We need the food, but the farmers would rather be paid for doing nothing.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Harvey Sheldon. I'm an attorney. I've been doing environmental law for a long time, and I'm pleased to be helping Will Happer and Richard Lindzen and the CO2 Coalition in some social cost of carbon litigation right now. There's a case in the Fifth Circuit in which state attorney generals are challenging the ability of the Biden administration to set up social cost of carbon rules by convening a task force composed of all the cabinet secretaries and coming out with a you shall use edict to all the agencies. That is pending decision. And one way or another, either the attorney generals will win, and that could take it to the Supreme Court, or if the attorney generals lose, it's likely to go back for a hearing, in which case some of you here will get calls from the CO2 Coalition. We could use some help if we can get some good witness testimony on the falsehoods of the SEC, just as a point of information.
And just a comment on the process. We have a host of good government laws in this country, and one of them is the Freedom of Information Act. And I've had success with the Freedom of Information Act. People like Chris Horner have as well. But it's becoming increasingly unuseful because federal agencies will just disregard it. If you ask for information, they'll just give you stacks of paper that have been redacted. In the case of social cost of carbon, EPA, with the Biden administration, has actually set up the process so that it's impossible to FOIA the whole process for how they're establishing the social cost of carbon. I think it's outrageous. All these good government laws we have are just a ruse to make people think like government is accountable, but it's not.
I'm Marty Cornell with the Right Climate Stuff. Kevin, I think you said that the impact would be for household energy cost a 30% increase. But we look at Germany, for example, where the increase in their household cost is like 3 times. big difference. So.
Oh, okay, so you're asking about why. Okay. So, like I said, what we're doing here is we only got to 44% reductions with respect to 2005 levels. Beyond that, the model crashes. So these are vast underestimates of what would actually happen under this scenario if it were actually to take place. But everybody here knows that it's not possible to begin with. So like I said, these are underestimates. This is the best that this government model could do. And this is, like I said, the Biden administration's own model that shows this. So yeah, these are underestimates. And my guess is it would be, in reality, significantly higher than a 30% increase.
Bill Lindquist, I'm a retired exploration geologist from the mining industry. I've lived in the States for 45 years. I know of two legal organizations in the West. One is the Pacific Legal Foundation and the other the Mountain States Legal Foundation, and their missions are to sue the government whenever our constitutional rights are trampled on. Now, I've been coming to these conferences put on by Heartland for over 20 years, and I'm always impressed by the huge amount of expertise that I see in every one of them, the sound science I view all the time. But despite all that, the governments, particularly the federal governments and many state governments, go on their merry way with these policies that are damaging all of us. Isn't it time that we somehow put together a climate legal foundation, got to get a lot of funds to be put in, and sue the government whenever they put into operation these policies that are not based on sound, defensible science?
Well, I mean, I certainly agree with you. You know, the system has been set up to, in the case of climate, I mean, of course, this is, what you're talking about is a problem that goes across society, right? There's nothing that the federal government does that they shouldn't be sued for and stopped because they're overreaching everywhere. But in the case of the environment, the environmental groups, they're the ones that lobbied for the laws that, you know, we got in the 1970s and 1980s and even up to 1990. They lobby for them, they set them up for themselves. You know, in the beginning, you could challenge, say, EPA on the science, but by the 1990s, when Congress passed the amendments to the Clean Air Act in 1990, they took away. Republicans thought that they were, you know, being smart by agreeing to just do technology standards. You know, we'll clean up things, we'll reduce emissions to what was feasible, and what that did really was remove challenges to science in the courts. And ever since then, courts are just reluctant to take up science. And if we can't, it's one thing to litigate the law and what's right and what's wrong, but we should, in a criminal case, we try to establish what the facts are, but we can't really do that in any environmental litigation because the facts are whatever EPA or whatever, federal agency, NOAA, Department of Interior, whatever they say they are, and it's really not right.
Toby Mack, EEIA. To the extent whether or not CO2 has any impact on climate, but just let's say for a moment, for the purposes of the opposition narrative, that it does, the thing that puzzles me, and I'd love to have your view on this, is that the fact that American climate is not local, it's global, and the fact that American CO2 emissions are low and declining. I think we're something like approaching 10% of the global total, and Asia, China, India, and other parts of Asia are 45% and growing. You never hear that narrative in the climate debate. There's absolutely zero outrage by the people who are outraged by our CO2 emissions about the outrage about what's going on. Every now and then you hear a little bit of something, but the fact is it's not even a subject. And my assumption or my guess as to why it's not is because they can't raise money around that narrative, whereas they can on our local emissions. Your comments would be appreciated.
Yeah, so I tried focusing on this a few years ago. It's pretty easy to demonstrate. If the United States went dark today, fell off the face of the earth, and never existed anymore, and never had an emission, more than 90% of global emissions would still happen. So if CO2 is a problem and you're trying to solve, that problem, then destroying the United States is not going to make a difference. And that's the only place that's really taking this very seriously. We're the only ones that have really sort of reduced emissions for, whatever that means, since the Paris Accords. I guess I should have made this more clear in my little animal farm thing. I hear people talking about this stuff as a religion. It's none of it. It's not meant to work, okay? Or it's what it's meant to do is to deliver political power to people that want to control us, okay? So they don't, they're not interested in facts. They don't care that America's only responsible for 10% of emissions, even if emissions were bad, which they're not. They don't care about that. They're just interested in stampeding us and buffaloing us into giving them control of our lives, and that is really what you learn from Animal Farm. In the end, none of this is going to work, but they're going to control us.
I would add that maybe the most foolish example of that is people who are somehow believing that forcing us away from gas stoves to electric stoves is going to save the planet. I mean, it is pretty foolish. So it is these people who want to control our kitchens and the rest of our house more than they want to solve anything. I would point out, you bring up a good point. I remember there once was a time when the media and environmentalists talked a lot about who was the biggest emitter. And that was back before 2008 when it was the U.S. who was the biggest emitter. That whole talking point sort of dropped off the table around 2008 or so when China overtook us, and we certainly don't hear too much of it now that China is near double and still rising compared to the U.S. So yes, we could go to the greenest light bulbs and stoves and everything else imaginable, and would hardly make a dent, even if you believe that reducing emissions is worthwhile. So it is a valid point. We do need to bring up China and the rest of the world every opportunity we can.
Hi, I'm Tom Moriarty from Colorado. This is a question for Kevin. You mentioned the Heritage Energy model, which you said was a clone from an EIA model. Does that mean that you actually acquired their source code? And if so, what language and what environment was it programmed in?
Oh, great question. Yes. So I did indeed. So yes, this is the EIA's National Energy Modeling System. You can Google it. NEMS is the abbreviation. So it is coded. That's a great question. It's coded in a variety of things. It has different modules: a macroeconomic module, a coal market module, natural gas module, liquid fuels market module, and so forth. Each of these are coded in different languages. The overarching code that links everything together is coded in Intel Visual Fortran. Then there are other components coded in GAMS, General Algebraic Modeling System, AIMS, Advanced Integrated Mathematical Modeling System. R is one language. EView is the macroeconomic module it's coded in. So we acquired their source code, but to run the model, you have to get software licenses for all the different components. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Hi, my name is Chuck Weller. I'm a former physics teacher, now a lawyer working with Harvey and the CO2 Coalition. Two things. First, if the case goes back to the Fifth Circuit, just as a matter of legal procedure, the case will be tried. We'll put on our case. The government will put on their case on the social cost of carbon. Fortunately, the science is so outrageous against the government's social cost of carbon. You've heard that from a variety of people today. We have a very favorable judge that's would be handling this case. He's a Trump appointee. And when they see the real science, which will go into the record, and then get to the Supreme Court, the Chevron doctrine of deferring to the EPA, I think, will be history, at least in terms of deference. So we're very optimistic about that. The second question is, going back to my background in physics, is that the theory is too much CO2 will cause catastrophic global warming. Secondly, the IPCC reports that every year, 95% of the CO2 that's emitted comes from nature, 730 gigatons. Only 40 gigatons comes from fossil fuels and humans. And now the reason they neglect talking about the 95%, the 430 gigatons, is their usual technique of choosing a little period of time. 10,000 years ago, they say nature emitted and absorbed the same amount, so we can forget nature's 95%. But the reality is, when you look at the whole 600 million years of data, it was way out of balance, right? But usually over 1,000. So I'm wondering why we can't use that as a way to destroy the whole theory of catastrophic global warming from CO2.
Well, I mean, maybe you should debate that with ChatGPT and see what you get. No, I'm serious, because you're not going to be able to debate any climate alarmist about that. What I like about since 2015 no warming, and why I picked 2015 is because that's the last El Nino, last time temperatures were bumped up. I'd like to see, have them explain, force people to explain. EPA should be forced to explain how 500 billion tons of emissions, 14% of total man-made CO2, has caused no warming. And in fact, according to their numbers, caused global cooling. And if global cooling was a bad thing, they would say, look, we've had 0.11 C of global cooling because they've done, 0.01 C of warming is a record year. So, and people can just dispute what happened, a million years ago, 600 million years ago, even 2,000 years ago, but you can't dispute the last 8 years. Using their data, here are the emissions, where's the warming?
Karthik Krishna, founder CEO of Colorado-based Scarce Energy. Firstly, thanks for the panel. I love the final comments on this being a religion and just trying to get people to blindly believe in some narratives. A little bit of background before I ask the question. I was at a climate conference in Boulder, Colorado last November, UN-sponsored event. They had a bunch of teenage girls lined up on stage from Africa, South America, one from Nepal, a video conference, and their narrative was that preventing climate change is going to prevent prostitution of African girls. And I'm not exaggerating, what the narrative was, because of warming, the agricultural lands in Africa are drying out, so the farmers have, their income got cut, they have nothing else to do except send their daughters to prostitute in the Arab world. So that's the narrative, and they were actually saying this with a straight face. So my question is, and I heard they're coming up with margarita in the lunchtime. What's the craziest narrative that you heard personally?
Well, look, I just got to start out. It's not a religion; it's a hoax. Okay, that's the whole point of the animal farm, analogy. They don't care. They're going to say anything to get what they want. That's the most outrageous thing. You're right. I saw the prostitution thing. They blame everything on, whether it's more rain, drought, snow, whatever, and however trivial. I mean, now it's childhood asthma. How can that possibly be true? The whole thing is outrageous. There's not a most outrageous thing. I've tried all this stuff on Twitter. We're outraged out. Okay, so I think we just got to go with this. It's not the emissions. And first off, there's no problem. I mean, humanity is booming, right? We've got, politics aside, we've got 8 billion people on the planet that have come on board since we started using fossil fuels. The Earth is greener than ever, carrying more life than ever, as far as we know. It's been a total benefit, and yet, we're still talking about this as if it were, a terrible thing.
I would add that to me the most ridiculous is blaming on climate change what's really due to poverty, and then imposing solutions that exacerbate poverty. And we see a lot of that, unfortunately.
Here's one. If you actually find it online still, there's a story, I think I mentioned this at one of these conferences a couple of years ago. In 2004, in The Guardian, there's a story, and President Bush was apparently briefed that by 2020, Europe would be underwater, Siberia would be experiencing some mega droughts or something like that, and they would be plunged into nuclear war, all because of climate change. President Bush was actually told this by people. So this hysteria is absolutely, I mean, you could see what has happened all these years later, right? So, I mean, yes, there are these ridiculous narratives that come out, and then you got to think about them realistically.
I do have a crazy one for you. I saw that, and this was in the Times of London, I believe. There are more butterflies in Scotland now.
I'm Ron Birdie. I'm from the Free State of Florida, and I'm just a civilian. But I want to thank you for the work all three of you are doing. It's been a terrific panel. You come out of these panels, we had 4 today, and it's astounding how deep this goes and how wide it is in the monoculture of Washington and academia and media. I keep thinking we're not going to get there with small changes to people's attitudes. We need a breakthrough of some sort. And the SEC, just the jiggery pokery of it, strikes me as something that might be the sharp point of that stick. We've got to puncture that balloon, and I'm looking for the right thing to get people to stop and think for a moment, oh, maybe they've got a point. Because right now it just turns into, well, if you don't believe in global warming, you hate people and you're a terrible person and probably a racist. So any idea what that breakthrough is? Because I'm looking for it.
Well, so, I realized that same thing with the SEC, and so years ago, I petitioned the SEC to, issue guidance to stop publicly traded companies from lying about climate. Everybody in society can lie, you can say whatever you want, except if you're the CEO of a publicly traded company. I mean, it is against the law for you to lie. And these guys, whenever they talk about climate, they're lying. Every word that comes out of their mouth, their emissions, the net zero, all of it. But, law enforcement is unfortunately largely discretionary. And, the Biden administration is certainly not going to enforce the law. Even when with the Trump administration, they largely left the bureaucrats in charge. And the bureaucrats are all left-leaning, and they're not going to enforce against climate. So I agree with you. We do need something major. I don't know what that's going to be. We just have to try to survive until that happens.
I was just going to follow up on that. I think, the reason in terms of the social cost of carbon, we're able to inject so much uncertainty into it is because the models are publicly available. The public can check them and assess their integrity and their robustness. This should be the case with all models the government uses, and we should make the case for that. The climate models, the IPCC climate models, for example, many of them are black boxes. You can actually ascertain what's going into them. They jiggled to get the results that they do. So that could be something that could be considered by lawmakers, a law to force these models that are used in policymaking to be publicly available.
Hi, my name's Bonnie, Gainesville, Florida. I don't understand why they publish data and charts that are contrary to their agenda. Now, using half a chart and cutting a timeline in half, okay, but the chart that you used in the debate with AI, why do they do that? Is this a psychological attempt to make people that are intelligent feel powerless? Is this a form of gaslighting?
So that chart that I showed that, with the 8 years, I mean, I made that chart from NOAA's data. I went to NOAA's website, as you can. If you want to know where it is, I'll tell you. You can go there, you can look at whatever, their data is kind of dubious to start with, but, I'll accept it for these purposes, and that's what it showed. I can't explain any of their behavior. I mean, it is so outrageous. Everything is a lie. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's true, and maybe that's why they do it, because you just sound crazy when you say everything is a lie, but everything is. And you just have to stick with it, and we've got to hope that we can, get political candidates that get it, and that will know what the right thing to do is when they get in office. I mean, Trump got it, but Trump had terrible personnel decisions and could not get the right people in the right place to do the right thing at the right time. And so, he got swept out of office, and here we are. Next time, we've got, it could be our last chance. I don't know. But we've got to make the most of it.
Yeah. Harvey Sheldon, one more time. Along the lines of why aren't we more successful, I think that we're in a bit of a trap for ourselves because we keep talking about science and what is right and what is wrong, what is data, what isn't good data. And these are things that are, of course, extremely important and very interesting, but the average person will be greeted with what is essentially a disagreement between you and someone in the government or from some environmental organization, and they just sign out of being able to cope with that scientific argument. We need, for the politicians and for ourselves, a 30-second soundbite. And the best one I've actually heard in this session, the last two sessions, yesterday and today, is the data that shows that there were a few times greater carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere during the Bronze Age, during the height of the Greek Empire, during the Roman warm period, and when Jesus was born. People will understand that and say, then what is the big deal? I don't know what you think of that.
Well, so, you know, I try all these arguments out every day on Twitter, and you can follow me at Junk Science, and, you know, different people react to different lines of evidence, okay? And, of course, the other side doesn't react to anything because they just assume that we don't exist. And, you know, for the most part, I've got to say, you know, this 2015 to 22 no warming thing has really upset them. Okay, my tweet got 13 million. I had another related tweet that got another 9 million, so that's 22 million views from something that took me 2 minutes to write, 2 minutes to think about, 2 minutes to write, not even that. I got fact-checked by every major media outlet, all the wire services, okay? So to me, that means that bothered them. Now, I could write, I often do tweet about, you know, well, 2,000 years ago, or, you know, when you find in the Alps, you know, some sort of skeleton from, you know, some Cro-Magnon man, whatever, you know, how did that guy get there? What was the temperature then? You know, and people like that, but I've never gotten the reaction I have with the last 8 years, 500 billion tons of emissions, no warming, and every molecule is supposed to cause warming, so.
One of the things I do is focus on those climate measures that have a direct negative impact on people. That's why I spend a fair amount of time on climate-inspired appliance regulations. These are far from the most economically significant aspects of the climate agenda. But when people hear that their gas stoves may no longer be a choice, that furnaces and light bulbs and shower heads and almost every appliance is subject to regulations that will raise the price and reduce choices, I think that is worth pushing back on. So I do think we need to focus on the consumer aspects as well.
Dave Field from Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. Do you have any suspicions that they may start, or they already are, actually recording false data, raw data? You know, you see the thermometer data, and we know that they take it and they do their digital arm waving with it to come up with something else. But do you ever suspect that they're actually making false data?
I don't have any direct reason to believe that, but there are different levels of data being incorrect. For example, Willie Soon this morning talked about the urban heat island effect and associated biases and contamination in measurements. So there is definitely that. And then, like I pointed out here in terms of simulation results, you put in incorrect assumptions into a model, you're going to get incorrect results out, and those get published. Correct. So specifically in terms of recording false data regarding climate change research, off the top of my head, I cannot think of anything directly, but I can tell you that there are concerns about the accuracy of, say, certain temperature records due to biases such as, you know, the urban heat island effect. Yeah.
What concerns me a lot is a great deal of after-the-fact adjustments to the data, and the fact that the nature and extent of those adjustments is far from transparent.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. It's hard to catch just faking data, but you know, there are lots of ways to. Ben mentioned, you know, and Tony Heller has shown this on Real Climate Science, how they've adjusted, you know, they're cooling the past and warming the present to make it correlate better with CO2 emissions. So there's plenty of that. But, you know, I think their biggest trick is taking whatever data there is, and it could be perfectly accurate data, but lying about it in a study and then having it published someplace, and then it becomes this citable fact, a citable, unarguable fact. And then since they, pay for people to do the same thing all the time, you have a whole literature base where one lie after another, and they're all the same lie because, it's planned.
Okay, Cynthia Hampton, retired NOAA scientist/engineer. I actually worked on the Office of Satellite Operations, so doing engineering, I know all about the science part and engineering part of the satellite data and where it goes and how it's all calibrated. So if you have any questions about that, please feel free to come to me and I can discuss that to you and where it gets all saved in the archive system. But I'll tell you on the satellite data, it is all stored raw in an archive system. You can't have access to it, but we do calibrations on it, but that is based on the satellite performance and stuff like that. But one of the things we talked about was one of the things that may get people's attention, and it was brought up a couple times this morning in the other sessions, was the fact that if we reduce the carbon dioxide too much, what about a catchphrase of, you're going to deplete it so much that we're just going to, we're going to get to the point where we're not going to have any life on Earth. We're getting to the point of we've got so much, we're so low compared to what the history of the Earth has been for so long, that if we get too low, we're not going to have any life on Earth. And that might be an area that we can say, hey, look, guys, we're at a pretty good place right now where we are with the carbon dioxide. Actually, more is probably better for us instead of lowering it.
I agree with you, and the CO2 Coalition could give you chapter and verse on how CO2 is good for life, and it is. And if you don't have enough, life on Earth can't exist. And so, that is one of these arguments that might work with some people. You've got, there are so many errors and lies and mistakes and just distortions with everything they say. I mean, you've got to continually point all of it out as best you can. It's incumbent upon all of us to do that. I think too often we are socially pressured or shamed into sort of going along with the narrative, and being forced to argue that, well, yeah, emissions cause warming, but it's going to be okay. Right. But I think that we've got to go back to the fundamentals. I mean, their claim is that every emission drives warming, and that is totally false.
Right, but if we reduce it too much, we're not going to.
But you got to try everything. Okay, right. I'm just introducing. Too many of my colleagues, I think, just sort of do the warming. We wind up arguing whether there's warming or not, and well, there is some warming, and the question is, well, what's really driving the warming? Right. There's been, the most recent warming started at the bottom of the Little Ice Age. Right. There were no SUVs. Right.
And maybe this is one issue where we should be saying, thank you, China.
Well, yeah, thank you, China. but yeah, there's so many other perturbations that be causing the warming. It's not just CO2. You've got the perturbations in orbit.
So, but you raise a good point. So, we're never going to be able to explain the warming to anybody. Like Joe Bastardi's talk today. I mean, I'm on board with what he's saying, that there's some underground, thermal activity that is, causing leading to El Niños, which is warm. Okay, I'm never going to be able to talk to anybody about that, but I can show them a graph. Look, we've had all these emissions and no warming. So that's going to be, my shtick for a while, because I think it goes right to the issue. It's clear that it's not something that happened 2 million years ago or 2,000 years ago or 100 years ago. It's happening today, and Christopher Monkton does every month. He goes through, and we're at 8 years and 5 months now. Okay, and then there's going to be another El Nino. And it may be just a minor one and doesn't really change anything, or it may be a major one and pushes temperatures up. And when those temperatures go up, the environmentalists or climate alarm, they're not going to say, oh, that's just El Nino. They're going to say that's CO2. And we need to be prepared for that. And talking about what happened 1 million years ago, or
anything else is not going to work. We've got to almost predict that what's going to happen, and then I think we'll have more credibility.
Right, plus the Solar Max or Solar Min coming up, right?
All right, well, that's going to have to do it for our supersized Q&A session that we just had. So round of applause for our panelists. And then we have dinner coming up in about 15 minutes next door. And for all you good Catholics out there, I think it's salmon. So you'll be good. You'll be good for Friday. So thanks everybody for coming in.
Oh yeah, the butterflies, right?